me, I yeah, I will
see,
test it.
Justin, he doesn't have the globe bottle.
That's all
He
I need.
said he doesn't believe in the globe bottle. Doesn't believe NASA. But what I asked him the other day,
Yeah.
the Earth's supposed to be a ball according to them. So where's the proof of that? That's what I was trying to ask him last time.
Yeah, see, that's all we want, dude. We don't want any kind of bullshit now. You're giving us bullshit. All the time, bullshit.
Yeah, this guy has been here before under different names, Sacrifice, King of something something, I don't know. Looks like a troubled boy.
Yeah, but he's fun to keep around. What's up, Smurf?
Hey, what's up? Hey, the Earth is flat.
You got the battle mod okayed roll. That's funny. Earth can easily curve. Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
If you want to show me that curve, please show me that curve.
Your mama's got a curve. Let me tell you, the Earth is flat, and that's why I'm here. Thank you, Battle Mod.
Yeah, don't get people bitching at me by being a dick. All right.
No, buddy. I don't want to do that to
you. They're hyper critical of you, so you might want to leave the mama jokes out of it.
Yeah.
Dude, he just walked right into that one. Give me a break.
Well, I gotta ask, if his mama's curved, is she also
We're
single?
claiming refraction? What the what? Wait, what? Huh?
Oh, it's a refracted curve. Oh, I don't want
none.
Nah.
He's saying that flat earthers are claiming refract. What? Huh?
Who's claiming that?
Attention whore. The one I just muted. I've never once claimed refraction. Sorry.
Okay,
refraction
so
is magical. It's a magical effect that happens.
Okay, so nobody should get mad at me, Smurf. You were just banned for 72 hours, and that was a week ago.
He's good. Smurf's good. We're talking to attention horn now, though. That he.
Well, I'll mute his ass. Let me wreck it.
But he's
it's
talking.
Not, it's not Christ, man. It's not attention whore. You guys.
Oh, that was done by Indio.
Name. What is
that was done by Indio.
Okay.
Because he's the same person that keeps coming in. He was the one talking about pissing. So yeah.
Yeah, he's the P guy. I'm with you.
What?
He drinks his own pee, but he thinks he's talking like a flat earther, but we don't believe in drinking our own pee.
What did I walk into, man? How is this kind of...
Well, I want to cover that. So, I did survival training, jungle survival training in Guatemala.
My sister had to. She
And
was
one
lost
thing,
for 4 days.
Oh, she got lost. She didn't pass.
In the mountains. She went hiking and she got lost for 4 days.
Oh, it wasn't survival training?
Oh, no. She went with just one friend, and they thought
what
they
I
both
was
were going to die. Like, literally, they wrote stuff on the wall and everything.
So extreme survivalists know that, yes, you can drink your own urine for once or twice, but...
twice, she said.
It won't sustain you for, a long time, and it doesn't make you smart.
It did good for her. Oh, man.
I mean...
It was hot those days, too.
I mean, come on, if me and you were on a mountain and you froze to death and I was starving, I'd eat you, buddy.
Yep.
But I wouldn't go home eating people. I'd give that up the minute I got off the mountain, man, Christ. But your own urine is sterile, and you can do that in a survival thing, but that's what was said in a flat earth conversation by a glober. And it never was flat earthers talking about drink your own pee. That's some dumb shit. If you got to do what you got to do to survive, okay, cool. Do that shit and get back. But if you say flat earthers believe in drinking their own piss, I'm just gonna ban you because that's some that old shit was played out 5 years ago. We're smarter than that. You're not the smartest guy here. You see it. It just proves idiots come here and they think, yeah, I I I haven't even, I quit high school, but I should be the smartest guy here. I'm gonna go to the flat Earth server, and then they get mad when they're not, and they just start calling us names and shit, you know? Because you're not gonna be the smartest guy here. I've got a college education. I'm successful. My money's made. I'm gonna leave money to my children. If you was looking for dumb people, you're not gonna find them here. Go to Romper Room server. Go to the LGBT server. That's full of dumb people.
Go to Jam Pandas.
Yeah, but there you go. There you go.
Well, point is, Mike, we don't need people here acting LARPing as a flat earther and then saying stupid shit, right?
Oh
They,
yeah.
everybody will put you in the same bucket. Oh, look at them drinking pee.
Oh, I know. That's.
Hey,
So,
can I say something?
Oh, this is the guy that was acting like he was a flat earther earlier, huh? Maybe we should just ban him, Roger. Fuck. I heard him earlier talking like he's a flat earther, and that's the same guy that was wasn't his name Earth something?
Hey, listen, I just spent about 15 minutes telling the Gem Panda server they're all Air Force enlisted personnel, and not a single one of them denied it. Not a single one.
Well, that's probably why I had my daughter came home from the Navy. She was ELINT, electronic intel. She did a scan on my server to see how much malware I had, and one of them, actually, most of the viruses come from Navy Command that
Uh,
are that are in my computer, and my daughter just got rid of them.
wow, impressive, man.
Yeah, so
Tech Daddy.
electronic intel is ran by the Navy, but it's a coalition, so you can have Marines and Army and all that, but
That makes a lot of sense because the Onion Router Tor thing is a Navy thing program.
yeah, so it's electronic intelligence, ELINT.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. You
Yeah,
nailed it.
it's a coalition, and yeah, she told me that's one of the reasons she came home, because they're listening to people that they really have no business listening to, and that's not the only thing they do. But part of her job was to get on and try to quill political movements, argue them on the internet. That was
Yeah, I
one
think
of
that Gem Panda server is exactly what you're saying.
that was. I know Jim Panda's not military. That motherfucker couldn't get in the military.
No, I mean the server that's full of them type.
Yeah, there's no way he got in with his body. I mean, no offense to anybody that's not physically able, but you have to meet the physical requirements. Is my only point. Not that I would put Jim down because he
Do it. I'll put him down.
obviously has physical ailments. That doesn't make him. I think Jim's a decently smart dude. He just refuses to consider certain things.
No, I have an issue with him because I pointed out the clear and obvious rodent or mouse on the rocket, the Elon rocket, and he just denied it and refused to address it. So he's fake.
I thought you were calling him fat.
Oh, he ain't fat. You ever seen that mofo?
Nah.
Oh Lord, how many times do I gotta post a picture?
Yo, he knows the Earth is flat and he lies because I pointed out the mouse on the rocket and he acts like it's not a mouse. It's clearly a mouse. He's totally fake.
I
Fake
don't
dude.
want to pick on him, but my nickname for him would be Tortoise. But
You're being nice.
So
I'll pick on him because he
So,
muted me.
I don't like to pick on people about physical disabilities, but he obviously has some. And
But, you know,
that's
I
not,
pointed out. I
hold
said
on,
that
brother.
there's
I
a
want
mouse
to
in that
say,
rocket. Sorry, buddy.
I want to say, even though I might joke about his physical impairment, I in no way imply that it's a mental impairment. I'm not trying to say the guy's stupid and I'm smart. I'm joking when I more than, obviously shouldn't be. I shouldn't make fun of his physical appearance. I agree with that. It's just wrong. Jem's a decent guy. His conviction and his beliefs, and that's the problem here. A lot of people say, well, just because he won't listen to what we say, that makes him this kind of person. No, that's just your opinion. He's just a person who is convicted in their beliefs the same as you are. Give them the same respect that you want, or just get out of the conversation.
Now, hold on. You just mentioned a conviction of beliefs, but I try to not believe much and try to know things. And the Earth seems to be obviously flat, and I don't believe the Earth is flat. It seems to be
I'm not
clearly
saying
flat.
that's a belief. Flat Earth's an observation. I know how to distinguish between the two, but I know that also in root form, it's a belief. All things are. If you don't believe it, then you can't be convicted in it. You can't have passion on it. It would be meaningless to you if there wasn't some. There's a requirement of belief, whether or not. Here's the thing. So we got people that say there's only one truth, one universal truth, which isn't true. There's billions of people on Earth, and that's billions of truth. Truth is perspective.
No,
Okay.
wait. Truth being perspective. You just made that statement. But how is that accurate? That the truth. You just said truth is perspective.
I
How is
t-
that accurate?
I actually gave the qualifier for that before I stated it. There's 7 billion people here, so you got 7 billion perspectives. So there in no way can be one universal truth. That's why listen. That's why we disagree, even on such points as this. The same people that say there's one universal truth and you have to see it this way don't hear me when I say no, truth is not universal. Subjective or relative to the person who believes it to be a truth. Your truth may not be my truth. There's no denying that. So to speak of a universal truth, no.
Wait, I got a bit confused. I thought there is a universal truth.
No.
Why?
You,
How is you not have a universal truth? I thought 2 + 2 is
well,
4 and the Earth is
how
flat.
many times do I got to qualify it for you, Smurf? No person, we don't have the same perspective, so we don't see things the same. So to say there's one universal truth means you live in a world where this is your perspective based on your beliefs, the matrix of your thought, but it might not be your truth, might not be somebody else's truth, and they might have good qualifiers for that too.
But,
Truth
but what
requires
about
perspective.
but what about 2 + 2 is 4? We can agree that that's accurate, right?
As a description, yes, because that's what it's for. Math is to describe quantities.
Oh, now you're tripping me out, buddy.
Yeah, so in reality, that wouldn't be a truth. That'd just be a measurement of what I have, a quantity. It's a statement about quantity. It's not talking about morals are the only universal truth when you have, 7 billion people that have difference of opinion on all that. Truth boils down to opinion. It's why two different people can do the same science experiment and have two different beliefs based on what they see.
I don't fully understand, man.
I know you don't. That's why you think truth is universal. How can I? Okay, How about you qualify for me how all men can come to the same reasoning and understanding at a universal time and place? How about that?
That's a hard question, dude.
Well, then why do you think truth is universal? Did you just hear somebody else say it and repeat it?
Well, no, but I think the Earth is clearly flat, like obviously. So that's what
It's
you're not.
observably flat. That's got nothing to do with truth. That's just an observation.
Oh, well, what I thought an observation is equivalent to truth.
Oh my God.
No, I'm sorry. I
You
was
ever
wrong.
listen?
I thought.
You ever played two car money?
No. Is that a card game?
It's where you take three cards, shuffle them up, and tell the person where's the jack. Or you can do it with a pea in a shell, or a shell in a cup. You observe it, but what's 90% of the time is true is you think it's the pea still under the cup when it's not. That's the whole entire point of three card money. If observation was truth, then you wouldn't have magic. You wouldn't be able to fool people because the hand's quicker than the eye. Observation's only one part of the scientific method.
Oh, I think I'm
It's just like
beginning.
this.
I think I'm beginning to get what you're saying. It's kind
In
of.
my belief, truth is only the way things exist now. So to imply it's universal and it'll always be that way, then you leave out the only thing that we actually know is universal and constant. Change. All things will change. All perspectives will change. So how can you have a universal truth in an ever-changing environment?
Oh, man, you raised some interesting questions. That I don't know.
It's simple. You can't, because your truth is going to change. It's no different than boiling water at a certain temp. Well, if atmospheric pressure ever changes, then it won't boil at the same temperature.
Oh, that's a great point right there. That was a good point. Yeah.
Water only boils at a certain temperature at sea level. Everywhere else, higher elevations, it takes more heat. Yeah. But people use that to display one universal, never-changing truth. But guess what? It will change. It's relying on atmospheric pressure. Even though you don't observe the pressure. So is pressure a universal truth? No. Just what's true in this place at this time.
Oh, this is getting deep, buddy. This is getting real deep, man.
All things change. That's the only thing we know to be universally constant. Change is the only universal truth there is. I don't think anybody will deny that all things will change given time. And I'm not implying evolution either. I'm implying perspective. If we were all set back to stupid, then everything would change because we'd be seeing it from a different perspective. If we all continue to grow in intelligence and knowledge, we'll have a greater understanding and we'll have new truths.
That sounds beautiful.
And I'm not saying we can't know anything. We absolutely can know about how we exist under these circumstances right now. We can know that. We can also know that'll change. It's no different. You cut all the trees down and you get less oxygen. Well, that's not universally true because most of the oxygen comes from plankton in the ocean anyway. So, whatever.
Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't know that.
Most people don't. That's why they say if you keep cutting down the trees, we'll have less oxygen. No, we'll still get it from the ocean.
That's fascinating, but you're really tripping me up about this truth thing, but the relation between.
Well, the only truth is most people are so ignorant they don't know what truth is. at this time.
Yeah, can you define truth? I'm not messing with you. It's just a question. If I asked you
Truth
a
is the
question,
reality of how things exist at this time, in my definition.
whoa.
And I'm not going to say that's a colloquial definition of truth. That's just my definition. Since I know
That's
all things
cool.
are going
That's
to
real
change,
cool.
it can't be forever truth. It's only what's true at this time under these circumstances.
Well, man, I came here and I got my mind blown. Hold up. We got to catch up.
So most people don't want to even know the colloquial definition of truth.
Oh, well, what would that be?
A fact or belief that is accepted as true.
Oh, well, that's a logical fallacy because that's the bandwagon fallacy when it's accepted, the consensus, right? Is that right?
Well, it's a belief. So
That's
fact has
right.
been, fact has been made analogous with belief.
Okay, so I'll discard that
But
one. Get back to what you were saying.
I find it to be true. Generally, for a fact to be believed as true, then there will be some amount of agreement with it.
Well, no. Well, what's consensus have to? How does consensus have anything to do with the truth, which is reality, right?
Well, here's the thing: if it's your truth and only your truth, then what I say is just further, demonstrated.
Well, what if
Truth,
I found out
truth
2
is
plus 2 is 4
subjective to
and
the
everyone else
person
believes it was 5?
Truth is subjective to the person who believes it. That's
Oh,
why.
so you're saying that we're throwing the word truth around? We should be using a different meaning, a different word.
Well, truth, fact, and belief all kind of are synonymous.
Oh, I have not thought about that.
Colloquially, collegially, colloquially, or as defined.
I'm trying to keep up with you, but you're laying some deep stuff out here.
Well, all three are held to be true. Fact, belief, and consensus. They're all held to be true,
Oh,
which makes each one of them a circumstance for truth. Words are just tools of describing a thing. When you don't use them as defined, then people are lost for your meaning. That's why I said my truth. So my truth would be generally accepted circumstance that we live under in this time, meaning these conditions. I mean, if our medium of the atmosphere changes, then so would the rate of fall. So
no.
little g would no longer be a fair statement.
Oh, dude, that's some deep stuff, man.
Ooh, shit. Well, it's just that's real truth.
I'm kind of thinking the reality of the electrical circuit,
although
man.
there are many here that won't agree with it. They'll say, no, that's the way it is. That's the way it'll always be. Well, you're just full of shit. That's my opinion. Look, did you notice? You make any comments yet?
Who, me?
Yeah, make a comment. Comment something.
Dude.
I want to show you.
Okay, I'll make a comment that the Earth is flat.
See how it says "very cool" next to my name? It should say the same thing next to yours.
Oh yeah, it's kind of badass. But let me tell you, it's very cool. I'll make a comment that the Earth is flat, and that's the truth.
Observably, yes. There's many different truths. That's the thing. Truth is the circumstance.
The truth is the circumstance. Do we find ourselves in the truth, or Come on, man. That's kind of heavy shit, dude. Pardon my language.
Well, I'm a deep thinker. What can I say?
You're getting in my head, buddy.
So, what is the circumstance?
Well, it seems as though, with my senses, the Earth is flat.
So, a circumstance is another type of truth or fact. It's a fact or condition connected with or relevant to an event, an action, or a surrounding.
Oh, dude, I got it, dude. I think I'm beginning to get what you're saying.
So the truth in our existence is only true in this event, this action, this surrounding, this current
Oh,
time.
dude,
Under
you're
all
blowing my
these
mind here.
under all these conditions.
Okay, well, with all these conditions, it seems to be flat. Yeah, I got you. But that's just in my perspective. I observe it's flat. In my truth, the truth to me is that it's flat.
Well,
Is
truth
that right?
is a matter of circumstance because it's not all things to all people all the time. So, in other words, all people don't agree it all the time. So, truth does take consensus. That's how we describe it. So, truth, as colloquially defined by, the American language, just means that this is commonly believed by a group of people and rings true under these circumstances, these conditions.
So I should switch out the word truth with I observe the Earth is flat with my own truth of my. I truthfully see with
Well, it's an
the
axiom.
instrument of my eyes.
It's an axiom, which is an observable truth. Under these circumstances and these conditions, we observe a flat plane, not just locally, but at great distances also.
Right. Well, I mean, it's kind of clearly flat,
Yeah, we got all philosophical on that one, Smurf. We smurfed the Smurf there, Smurf. He was smurfing the Smurf, drinking the Smurf. He was E&J smurfing when he got smurfed by the Epiphany tree.
I'm just smurfing around, man. Seeing what I can smurf up.
I love it when the Epiphany tree smacks a motherfucker. Pow! Well, see, and so you view it different under the circumstance that I laid out. So
Yeah.
that even more, elaborates that truth is circumstance. Because
I get what you're saying, because the world could be a computer or a battery or alternator, but in the way I look at it, it's gonna be flat.
when you say the truth is a circumstance, you absolutely elaborate that as men we know all things change. All things change.
Oh yeah, it is always changing.
It could just be a growth of knowledge or understanding. We can learn something new. And under that new circumstance, all things take on a new meaning.
I'm just trying to think about this. I really came in here just to talk about how the Earth is flat.
Hulkamaniacs, did you get that, man? Man. Terry Hogan.
Snap it to a Slim Jim.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
that's a Macho Man. Little excitement, snap into a Slim Jim.
In the context of our senses that we share, the Earth is flat, which would be truthful in the perspective we all have with our human eyes, right? That the
Oh
Earth is flat,
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I was,
so
hey,
we share observation the Earth is flat, which would be our truth.
hey, I'll share a truth with you from my life. You know how I ended up so slim and trim? I used to do isometrics because Ravishing Rick Rude said 90% of his ripness was from standing in the mirror for hours flexing individual muscles. It's called
Oh,
isometric. And I always wanted to be ripped up like Ravishing Rick Rude's. You know who that is?
no, I don't know, but I do understand what you're saying, though.
Rick Rude. Ravishing Rick Rude.
I don't watch any television at all, dude.
Oh, it was wrestling from back in the day. Here, I'll show.
Okay.
Motherfucker, he's a fucking beast, though. Cut to the core.
The dude's in shape. I can see that.
Yeah, I wanted that mullet and everything when I was young. My dad said no, though. My dad shaved that head, boy. And so, since I never got an education in how to brush hair, I've always just shaved it. I don't know how to brush my hair. Seriously, though.
No, I don't know how to do that either, dude. I have no idea.
Only once they let me do it, and my dad only put up with it for one school year, and then it was shave it, shave it, shave it. You know.
Okay, so the truth is that we observe the Earth is flat, but that's just
Well,
because
that's supposed to be an axiom.
ah,
Self-evident, observable truth. That's an axiom.
right.
So you start from the axiom of flat Earth because it's observably truth, and then it would take, if you have an extraordinary claim like that which you observe to be flat is actually curved, then you require extraordinary proof for your claim. That's why we just cut them down with science. This is, we all observe the Earth to be flat and locally flat, and if you're going to say it's other than that, then that's an extreme claim which requires extreme proofs, not pictures that can be edited, changed, altered, not any evidence from other mediums, other perspectives that we can't actually science. You can't science any picture, any live stream. You can't say, "Oh, I watched it and I know that live stream was from space." That's not logical. So it's secondhand, third-hand knowledge. You know what I mean? That goes through filters and can be edited. So you can't prove the picture was taken where they say it was. You can't prove the live stream is gathered where they say it is. You can't even prove the ISS is where it say it is. They'll say, "Well, we can time it. They tell us how fast it moves. We can time it. We can see how long it takes to cover the sky." Yeah, we can do that. But that just tells us this object we see in the sky moves at this speed. It doesn't prove it is what they say it is and it's where they say it is. Period. All the observations I've seen, none of it even proves the distance to it. None of it's a proof. You have to use more images to prove images, and more images you can't prove. Then you had to go to your entire, every assertion, every explanation, and every theoretical concept, and try to build a concrete wall out of abstract concepts. concrete reality. You know, it's illogical. It's illogical to think you can build a concrete reality out of abstracts that
No,
can't
well,
be.
isn't the entirety of reality from abstractual electrical fields, from geometrical, like the stars and stuff? Electrical fields is all abstract.
Yeah, well, an electrical, different kind of abstract. So
Ah,
that's an abstract reality. We can demonstrate electrical fields. You just wrap a damn wire around a bolt and hook it up to a battery, and then when you pick shit up with it, you demonstrate an electric field. So it's not abstract. It's not abstract. Is man-made.
I thought abstract come from a higher dimension.
No.
I thought the abstract is a truth.
No, abstract is existing in thought or as an ideal, but not having a physical or concrete existence.
Oh,
That's a very definition of abstract.
I stand corrected, man. You're more accurate, clearly. Yeah.
So it's not abstract isn't concrete. It's not a concrete existence.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah.
It exists only in your mind.
Well, don't we all exist in God's mind?
Well, that's an abstract ideal.
You
Make it a reality for me. I'll wait.
Well, I really came in here to talk about how the Earth is flat, but now you blow my mind, man. I didn't expect walking into this.
I got my favorite donut today. I'm all donut down, donut full. Got me
What's up,
some
man?
punch
That's too
keys
much
too.
sugar. No, don't eat that. Don't eat that. Don't do that. No, don't do it. Don't go there.
I'm not gonna eat them all, man. Come on. I I limit the amount of sugar that I take in because of high blood pressure anyway. But I don't have high blood pressure anymore. So if I eat too much sugar, it'll come back. So nah, I limit how much sugar I eat.
I've been reading the keto thing. I'm sure you're well aware of the keto thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot about it. I went to the organic store today. I got some keto bread, man. But I don't want to change the subject. I was getting back to the truth.
Keto bread, 'cause sugar bread will make you dead.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that, man. But I was getting
That's
back to the
right.
truth. You know, um,
Fat people eat sugar all night. That's right. They ain't thin like Mike. I'll rap that shit. Look, it's my fat boy. He's a fat boy.
man, it's making me hungry, dude.
Them donuts. Yeah, the funny thing is, my daughters would eat a shitload of them, and so I only put so many out.
What a cool dog.
I mean, this morning I woke them up and I gave them each a custard long john, but then then I made breakfast, you know. So my most of my kids would rather have a cooked meal than some sugary treat anyway, though.
Oh yeah, I grew up with cereal and sugary snacks and soda pop. Man, I probably should be a
I
few
make
inches taller.
We're farmers. I make restaurant style breakfasts.
Oh hell
Fried
yeah!
fried taters, eggs over easy toast or French toast, and scrambled eggs or
No,
pancakes
that's
or
good.
or omelet. I love making country omelets.
I eat a lot of bacon.
I do too, but people tell me it's not real good for me and they argue about it, but I'm probably healthier than most of them people.
I think it's a superfood. I don't want to change the subject. I want to get back to the truth, but I want to ask you: is the bacon grease healthy? Because I've been pouring the bacon grease out in the backyard because I'm skeptical. What do you think about that? Is the bacon grease healthy?
I use bacon grease. I keep it for when I'm gonna do real lean meats. It adds fat back to it. Fat
I
is
mean,
good
can I
for
just eat the whole thing when I fry the bacon? Is it healthy?
that.
I believe it's probably a superfood. What do you think about that?
Well, I got the body of a 30-year-old at 49. I eat bacon. I eat the shit out of it.
Oh no, I also eat a lot of bacon. I'm talking specifically about the grease when I fry the bacon. Is that
Well,
also healthy?
I keep the bacon grease for everything I cook.
All right, because I don't know what to do, man. I eat the bacon, but I throw the grease out because I'm not sure about it.
I keep the grease.
Keep it, yeah.
Yeah, put 2 spoonfuls of grease in some olive oil, and then cook my eggs over easy in it.
I'm gonna do that. Thank you, buddy. I'm gonna do that.
Fry my potatoes in it so everything has a hint of bacon.
Oh yeah.
When I make glumpkies, I use bacon grease.
But I did want to ask you. I want to get back to this truth you're talking about. Okay, so have I been using the word wrong or incorrectly?
I don't want to say everybody does, but if you're not using it as defined, if you're trying to point out this is the truth, all people have to accept it. Well, that's just not truth because truth is easily accepted by many. And so if yours isn't accepted, then it's just not true for other people. And,
Right. So maybe I should be using the word I observe with my eyes the earth is flat.
well, if we defined fact and truth too many times on this damn server, then certain people won't want to kick it with me no more because they'll feel attacked.
Oh, so the fact is that the earth is flat.
Well, yeah, but that's a generally accepted belief.
Oh, you got me again.
That's what a fact is. Universally accepted or generally accepted belief.
Oh, now you've got me again. Oh no.
Fact, truth, and what? We already covered this.
No,
Fact,
yeah, I got
truth,
you, buddy.
and belief. They're synonymous.
All right, there's anonymous. Oh.
Well, they are.
I'm gonna have to think about. I got this, man. I got it like a sponge. I'm gonna have to process this.
I mean, the only thing I have to do is, people are so semantical that they should get it. When you keep saying a word over and over again, you should know the damn definition of it, or quit preaching that this is that and that is it. Words are colloquially defined for use in a specific manner, and the usage dictates the definition. Definitions, past tense, present tense. It's like they don't know the 4 sections of grammar,
Right. Yeah, I never went to college.
Well, you should learn the 4 parts of grammar in shit grade school.
Man, the quality of education has just been going down, like a downward trajectory as time goes on. You know. Well, man, I did not expect that. I came in here to talk about how the Earth is flat, and now I've got to reevaluate what is truth, and what is my truth, and what is the meaning of truth.
Pragmatic. That's one of the 4 components of grammar.
Come on, I gotta look that word up, dude. What's that mean, pragmatic? I don't know.
Phonology, semantics, grammar, and pragmatics.
I don't know what pragmatic means, man. What does that mean?
Situational, circumstantial. Here, I'll give you a close definition. Hold on. So, pragmatics is English use in context.
Oh, the study of language as it's used in a social context.
Well, no, usage and context. So, pragmatics is how you use words in what context you use them in a coherent, cohesive sentence.
I think I get what you're saying.
So, and you got 5 fundamental elements of English too: word order, punctuation, tense and aspect, determiners, and connectors, like and. When you study connectors, that's when you're finding ways to connect things together rather than saying and, because it's not proper usage. Like, what is the determiner?
Okay.
You have no idea, do you?
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking, man. But yeah, I got it, man.
So, a determiner is a word used at the beginning of a noun group. So
Okay, now I'm totally lost.
So it tells whether we're talking about one thing or several things. So a common English determiner is a, the, some, this, each.
Oh.
Like each person in this voice chat has their own belief system. We could change that determiner and say a person in this voice chat has their own belief system. Or we could say the voice chat. That determines who we're talking to.
Okay, let me ask you, can there be two opposite truths at the same time?
That would be a contradiction.
Well, it would be a contradiction if you believe one truth is universal, yes, but since truth is based on perspective and relative to the person viewing that truth or coming to it, yes. There can be two statements that are said to be true but contradict a thing or each other at the same time.
Huh. So, like the Russians and the Americans could have two opposing truths.
Yeah, like I could say Jose can run fast, man, and you could say, well, Jose did run fast that time,
Oh, I got you now.
which would both be true, but by structure, one's being more specific than the other. That's semantics. One's focusing on, we only seen him run this time. I can't say he's fast all the time, but he was boot scooting boogieing this time. You know.
Oh, dude, I'm kind of grasping. I'm getting what you're saying. This is
It's
kind
like
of
I'm
another
teaching you.
level, man.
It's like I'm teaching you grammar. What are the
Yeah.
4 types of determiners? Articles, demonstrations, possessiveness, I own this, or quantifier, I own 2.
Did you learn this in college?
Yeah, advanced English, yes. Advanced
Yeah,
grammar.
I got to go to college, man. Yeah. I'm not as educated as you are.
Well, I got guys here that say because I write shorthand, I don't worry about doing full sentences. I write the shortest sentence I can because I don't like to type. I got people that tell me I talk gibberish, but fuck them. We could get into a debate over grammar, and they tell me if I didn't use the contraction when I was supposed to use the contraction, I don't know anything about grammar. Well, grammar in itself is just spelling. So
Yeah.
if I use YOUR, and I want to tell people this because they've been trolled by that meme that says it's YOU apostrophe RE when you're saying you are, not YOUR. Well, see the difference between that. They say people that don't know this don't know grammar. Well, are both words spelled properly? Then yes, they know about grammar, and that's usage, and it's a syntax error. It's only a grammar error if you're misspelling the word you use when you should have used a qualifier like you are instead of a qualifier of your, like you own. We
You know,
can't get your.
I don't have the vernacular you have, but I can visualize what you're describing, and I'm getting it. I'm getting what you're
Well,
saying, but
somebody told the whole internet with that meme. If you don't use a contraction, you don't know anything about grammar. Well, that's not grammar. Grammar in this purpose is just spelling. So English, that would be context, usage, syntax. That's English. That's not grammar.
Oh,
Grammar is just a portion of English.
yeah. The English is the language.
So grammar is spelling and punctuation, and sometimes connectors. If you use
Like
and too many times, that's English. It's not
the
grammar.
grammar is like a glue that sticks all the English together. Yeah,
It's not, huh?
I'm just trying to make sense of it. As the English is like a, I'm sorry, the grammar is like a glue, right?
Grammar is just how you speak in writing. That's it.
Uh-huh.
Grammar is spelling and punctuation, and
Yeah,
sometimes connectors. Now, if you use and too many times, it's not a grammatic error. It's usage. So it's just English composition, English comp. So that usually you get at least one English comp class in high school. Used to be an elective where you had to take it. Selected for you. Now they don't even care if people can speak properly.
Yeah, I went to public education. Wasn't a good idea.
I never did. I'm
How
not.
did you get educated?
I went to a Catholic school called
Oh,
Lumen
you had a much higher quality education than me.
It's called Lumen Christi in Jackson, Michigan. And,
Cool.
And no, I wasn't Catholic. I was raised Seventh-day Adventist, but the Adventists didn't actually get a school until I started donating money.
That's so cool. That's so cool, buddy.
I bought a building too that donated it to the church, paved it, so we could have our Sabbath dinner there. First Sabbath every month we have the Sabbath festival, which is part of the Torah, but not on the Sabbath because we fast on the Sabbath. So it'll be a Friday dinner. Don't expect to get any meat at these either because vegetarian.
Oh, interesting.
Adventists don't eat pork either.
Wow, I've not heard that one.
Yeah, Seventh-day Adventists don't eat meat and they don't eat pork.
That's kind of kosher.
Yeah, that is kosher, but I grew up in a household where we understood that you weren't meant to be vegan. That's why You were given meat for. You were given animals for meat and told how to
But
prepare it once they
you
were created.
you don't eat bacon?
I do. I
Oh
eat
yeah, I
bacon.
eat bacon. Yeah.
They think they have that twisted concept that, oh, you were given the herbs of the garden. Well, yeah, that's just one part of Genesis. We were also given when the herbs were created, they were given unto us. Can't give me something until it's created. And then when meat was created, or the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, fish of the sea, then they were given to us for meat. He couldn't give them to us before they were created. First thing that was created was the garden, and everything in it was given to us to eat. The thing is that all this happened before the creation of man in Genesis. So people should know that there was never a time when we were just supposed to eat vegetation, because the garden was created and all the beasts of the fields created, and then man created. So, and then
I
Adam named,
understand. Yes.
and then Adam named them. So there was never a time where man existed when he was only supposed to eat vegetation, because we weren't created before the vegetation.
You know, I've been wondering a lot about this. I think the birds move in a flock, and the fish move in a school, and that they're like a hive mind or something, but they're like a lesser creature, that they have an animal soul, and that we have a higher spirit, like an additional spirit. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, I just kind of wonder about the karmic effects of eating meat. Although I do think it's required. I don't think I can survive without meat. Like I
Right.
feel like I've got to eat my lesser creatures. Does that make sense?
Right. So yeah, and I would say the vegetation and the all the animals were created in Genesis 1 and given to us as were created, as they were created. And then we were created in Genesis 2. So by
I got
when we
you.
were
Yeah, we
so
were
when we
designed.
were created so when we were created, we already had meat and vegetation, both all to be meat for man. All on earth should be meat for man. That's
Yeah,
why that's why the food supply was made before the man who was going to eat it.
I got you.
But I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand
people
this
just
a
don't.
lot easier than the grammar stuff.
Oh, I bet. I'll be back.
Hey, where you going, buddy? All right,
I'm
buddy.
going to get. I'm going to get some food. I'll be back.
You got hungry? Well, while he's gone, I was just here to say the Earth is flat. Does anybody want to argue that the Earth, the Earth is flat? Does anybody want to argue that?
You have been smurfed.
Ah, it Smurfs up.
Will
Dude, he
Smith
said
had
some
that.
real deep stuff about grammar, and I kind of grasped maybe most of it. But I tell you, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, Smurf don't know much about the technicalities of that kind of stuff, so just keep it simple, keep it flat.
Well, I mean, I can see it's flat, and that I guess that's my personal truth. I mean, to me, I guess. I mean, it's observably flat.
You mean you guess?
Still trying to figure out I gotta always stay sharper. Got to use the language properly. I mean, it's clearly flat. I mean, look at it. Perhaps truth is a word as defined. I should not throw around so loosely. But clearly, I mean, observably, with my eyes, I can see a lot further than the the Earth is flat, right?
Sure.
You tell me, buddy.
Yes.
Now, ever since that Black Swan event, there's I come in here and there's not really any competition, you know.
What do you mean?
You know, I miss the old days when people used to come in here and really believe the Earth was not flat, but now it's kind of like obvious if you look into it.
I had a Smurf. I have somebody that will be willing to join pretty soon to debate you. He believes the Earth is round and he's
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
waiting for him to come in.
Smurf will smurf him.
The kids get it smurfed. That yeah, we'll do that.
He'll be in a minute.
Cool, man. What's his name?
His name is Timothy. He's gonna have a cross as his profile picture. I think he needs to get VC verified.
Oh, right on, dude. That's cool. Yeah, I've been waiting for that proof of the globe. I've been waiting a long time.
You said 1 minute? Smurfs normally fall asleep before 1 minute.
In 1 minute, Smurf time. That's like 5 years.
Smurf snap time. Snap time.
The world just keeps smurfing, man. I'm looking forward to this. I've been waiting for these proofs of the globe. I've been waiting for it.
Keep waiting.
He said, "I'll be there in 20 seconds." You're gonna see.
That's what she said.
That's what she said, but she never showed up, Smurf. I'll be there in 20 seconds. There's only one Smurf girl, so she didn't choose you, bro.
Hey, have you heard about communism?
No, what's that?
It's just what we've got going on here. It's a real small community. It doesn't really work. Maybe or whatever. It's what we got.
Can you grab some of this communism, put it in a glass, and paint it green?
Oh, he's here. He's here. Can you VC verify Timothy?
Timothy.
Yeah, he's in the VC right now.
All right, Timothy. Let's see. Since your friend is he invited you, we're gonna give you VC verified. That's gonna give you access to open your mic. Just check the welcome page. There's some rules you might wanna look at so you don't get banned by breaking any of those rules. So welcome to the Flutter Discord, Timothy. You can open your mic.
They seem to disappear.
There he goes.
Yeah. He tried.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I think I can talk now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Timothy.
Hello, thank you for having me. Yeah, I heard you were talking about flat Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, I just don't see how it's flat. That's now like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm down to give my opinion. Yeah,
Wait,
what's
how
up?
do you see that it's round or global shape?
Yeah, Jay, good
Wait,
question.
wait.
Yeah,
You said you don't see how it's flat, but how do you see that it's a spherical shape?
yeah, good question. I'm down to give you what I think. Well, I'm sure you've all heard of the thing where the cargo ships go off in the distance and you see it go below the earth, and I just don't know how you, like I look at that and I think like how else is that a thing? Like how else that means the earth's round? Like the ship further off into the distance it goes, you can see how it's round, right? It goes below the horizon. And that's something I
I've not
wouldn't.
seen that myself.
Oh, all right, okay. Well, yeah, let me show you real quick. Yeah, it's interesting. Because I was shown, I was like, oh, okay. Like, there's proof that like, let me.
So the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere, then,
No,
Timothy?
yeah, let me try find.
Yeah,
Let me try find.
I know what you're
Oh,
going to show. This is.
yeah.
You're not
Okay.
not the
Yeah, I
first
thought
one
I
that
was.
claims that
Yeah.
the
Yeah. Yeah.
horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. That's why I'm asking
Yeah.
you. Do you think that
All
the
right.
horizon is the leading edge of a sphere?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that means.
So when a pregnant lady lies on her back and she rubs her hands over her belly and she looks
Yeah.
down, at one point she cannot see her hands anymore, right? Because
Yeah.
her
Yeah.
hand
That.
is now behind her belly.
Yeah.
So the leading edge of a sphere. Do you think that that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere?
Those are some complex words. I don't know. I get. I don't know. I watched it. I don't know
Okay,
what.
so boats and buildings get blocked by the horizon, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, awesome stuff. And now, do you know on a ball Earth with the radius of 3959 where this horizon must be at 1 foot 1 foot observer height?
No, I don't know the numbers.
So 1.225 miles.
Okay.
So when you're lying on your belly on a beach and you're looking over the water, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have this observation here. I'm now going to show you. Are you in the live stream voice text?
Voice text. Let me have a look.
Can you see the voice text channel, the live stream dash voice?
Oh yeah, I see it. I gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
So, do you see those two oil rigs?
I see. Yes.
Okay, where's the horizon in this picture?
I would say the camera's higher up.
No, that's not what I
So
asked. Where's the horizon
you
in
can
this
see it.
picture? Yeah, well, but where is it?
What is the horizon? Like, is it the
Yeah,
line?
according to you, it's the leading edge of a sphere where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right?
Yeah.
Remember the pregnant lady with her hand?
Yeah.
Okay,
I can
so
see the cameras way higher
where
up.
is, that's
So,
not what I'm asking. Listen to my
okay.
question. Where is the horizon in this image?
Behind the oil rigs, that's where the sky appears to meet the sea.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd say it's behind because I can see
Would
okay,
the
you agree with that?
okay, behind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this observation has been taken from 1 foot observer height. Sure, I'm sure somebody will post the original video. You can see the guy panning around on the beach and then dropping down
Oh.
and he sets his camera on a stone just above the water, and he zooms in on these two oil rigs. If the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959, that horizon should be at 1.225 miles. And you conceded that you can see it beyond the second most furthest oil rig, right? That is almost 10 times further than the globe geometric limitations. So the horizon is
Yeah.
not the leading edge of a sphere, right? It's an optical thing. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
And this,
I'm trying.
uh,
I'd say I
and
would. It's just like very complex words I don't understand. But
it's not. It's not.
yeah.
So again, right? This
Yeah.
horizon, its basic geometry of a ball Earth, cannot be further than 1.225 miles on one at an observer height of 1 feet. Cannot be further. It's basic
Well,
geometry.
if the camera's higher, I
No.
mean, I know he says
So
1
if the
foot,
camera
but
was at 8 foot, right? Maybe.
yeah.
Then this horizon should be at 4 miles. Where's the horizon in
Okay.
this image? It's beyond the second. It's beyond the
Yeah.
second most furthest oil rig. So stuff disappearing bottom up, right? You think in your mind that is only possible on a ball Earth. This is incorrect. You can do this yourself. You can go to a large warehouse, for instance, and have a friend have a brick or something, right? And then he pulls that, and you lay down on the floor, and you pull this brick away. And if this brick is far enough, the brick will disappear from your view. And if your friend stacks another brick on top of the bottom brick, you will see the second brick, but not the first brick on the floor. And when you stand up, you can see both bricks again. This is due to angular resolution of your eye, right? When you go towards the floor, the angle from your eye to the floor is acute, so your eyes cannot pick up the light anymore from the bottom brick. So
Okay.
stuff disappearing bottom up is not exclusive for a ball Earth.
One question I did have,
Sure.
because I've actually wondered this, but I've actually never looked into it, and
Mm-hmm.
I saw it somewhere when I is in the lobby. It's somewhere. With the flat Earth model where you got the sun on one side and the moon on the opposite side, I think.
Yeah.
Like shouldn't you like with the flat Earth, like shouldn't the like shouldn't the sun be able to be
No.
seen by everyone?
No. Why would
Why
you
is that
think
with
that?
that?
Why would you think that? So
Because on the
if you dive to the bottom of the ocean, is there light on the bottom of the ocean?
water blocks it.
Right. So light attenuates.
Yeah.
It
Hey,
extinguishes.
the headlights are dimmer the further away. Yeah.
Hold on, Smurf.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you listen. Light through the atmosphere attenuates to the point of extinction. It's called the
Oh,
atmospheric extinction of light.
I get what you're saying.
Okay, cool.
Um, I just like the sun is so incredibly bright. I just don't see that because, like, I can get that with the sea because of the water and like there's probably dust particles
You
and a
know,
lot more.
I
Oh
got
yeah,
a
what's that?
gift where these people are on a boat in Antarctica and they see day right next to night. So there is a terminator line, and that line exists because of attenuation to the point of extinction.
I
Whoa.
am not very good with complex words, so I didn't understand half of that. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying. I just
I
don't.
think
It doesn't make
The
sense.
only thing that should be complex is atmospheric extinction. And all that's saying is after light gets refracted and reflected and absorbed, it can only happen for so long till it becomes you can't see the light anymore. They have a scale of that. Here's that gift though.
And the attenuation is energy absorption, right?
Yeah. The intensity of light is reduced over a distance. It actually adheres to the inverse square law. Also got an image here of a sunset where the sun appeared to set all the way, but when you zoom in on it, you notice it's not set all the way. It appears to touch the earth, but Roger covered this with the angle of resolution. So when things reach an angle of absolute zero, they're no longer resolute to your eyes. They start to blend. And that's what you're seeing here. So they say the sun couldn't appear to go behind the horizon on a flat Earth, which is just wrong. It can.
Timothy, I want to direct you to the voice text channel. People are posting things related to the conversation. It's a channel. It's a text channel above the VC that you're in at the moment. You can
Yeah, I
see it.
see
It's
it.
a voice text, live stream
Yeah,
voice text.
thanks, man. I'm I'm looking at the latest GIF. There's clouds really close to the horizon. I didn't know clouds were that low. Like, look at that. You can see like the clouds, like
You
the
mean
ones are
with the
higher.
sun?
Yeah, yeah. Like what at the,
Doesn't
you
it?
can sort of see,
Yeah, it looks like the clouds are higher than the sun, doesn't it?
no. Like the ones closer to him are higher than the sun, but when he zooms in, you can see, so you can barely see it, but there are clouds below the sun, really close to the sea, and I don't think clouds can get that low, unless it's unless that's round.
Oh, you don't think clouds can appear to be on the horizon? Well, we've already demonstrated that 90% of this is how your eyes work and your angle to whatever you're viewing. That can make things appear to be lower because you're everything we view when we look left or right on a tangent, we're looking down the surface of Earth. When you look down the surface, things tend to get crammed, compressed, and blended. Just like if you're looking down two walls. Even if those walls don't touch, in reality, they'll appear to touch when you video them because they blend, or when you look down them. I mean, the sky appears to blend with the ground, but we know it doesn't, right?
Yeah, I would.
Plus, you're
Wait.
looking through the.
I'm just thinking. I'm just going back to the round because I'm just thinking about what the other man.
Oh, I'm with you. Things can
Yeah,
only exist on a round Earth, and so when
yeah,
you
like
say that, you can't just say that. You have to build a logical reason why they couldn't.
yeah,
We've already gave the logical premise on why they could. Blending, blurring, mirage, sinking, these are all forms of refraction, you know?
yeah. I
We
see
don't
that.
even have to break it down on how your eyes work. I could say boats appear to sink in the distance because of refraction. Sinking, stooping, towering, looming, and mirages. The 5 cases of refraction.
See that? I'm just like the flat Earth. Sorry, the flat Earth model. Like
What
you're
model?
saying, the flat Earth one. Um,
Is there a flat Earth model? I'm a flat earther. I've never seen a flat Earth model.
what are you talking about? There's one on the profile. There's one on the Discord.
That's not a model. That's an image or a reference to what it
Okay,
could
the
possibly look like. That's just there to trigger people. That's not a model for us.
oh,
That's
okay.
that's probably 90% of your problem. You're thinking an image is a model. Models are scientific, so that's not a scientific model. None of, none of it. Most of us don't even believe that that's the extent of Earth. You you think we believe Earth is just this little square with all of us believe in the dome? That that
I don't know.
image is just
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just
listen.
yeah.
The image is just a logos. The minute you see that, the first thing you think is flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
But
So
it's
wait,
in no way meant to be a model or a depiction of where you live.
so what do you believe the Earth is shaped?
What I believe is it's not a sphere and you don't have any science to prove it. You can only assert, just like you're doing here. You said that can only be possible on a globe Earth. But you didn't have to build any logical reasoning to why it couldn't be true. You only need to state it. Why? Because you already have a belief system. But what you need to realize is none of those assertions or explanations can be backed by science. You don't have any science that the globe is real. So most of us all believe the globe science doesn't pan out. The math doesn't prove the model. When you actually look at the math in reality, just like this demonstration here with the geometry dictates that the horizon can only be so far. Why is that? Why does geometry dictate that? Well, because of the shape of the thing we're on and our height above it. You can only see so far on a circle. Everything past that point would be on the other side of a ball and it wouldn't be visible, right? But we've already demonstrated that to not be true. The horizon isn't the leading geometric edge of a sphere, which basically means if you carved out a circle and said, when I look, this line is going to be the terminator line, and beyond that, nothing will be seen because it's on the other side of a ball. Well, that can't be true, and it doesn't match the given radius or circumference. He already walked you through that.
Yeah, I see your point. I get that.
So by geometry, that observation of a 10-mile, well beyond 10-mile horizon is impossible on a globe of 3,959-mile radius. Or the circumference of what, 24,901? It's not mathematically possible. It would only be 1.22 miles to the horizon. It's based off math, pure math. But it's demonstrated that in those images that the radius isn't 3995. It can't be. It has to be. If it's a sphere, it's got to be bigger for this to ring true. And if the Earth is bigger, if it's still a sphere, we just got the radius wrong. Well, then you guys didn't go to the moon. Because if it's bigger, then there's more miles and they would have needed more gas to travel all the way around the Earth to the moon. And then come back. Are you with me? That's all based on the distances in your model of the Earth and the Moon. If you're calculating only the amount of fuel you need to go around the Earth, lift off, exit, and go around to go to the Moon, it's exact. You use the exact amount of fuel you need for weight, and NASA even says this is what they did. So if it's bigger than what they say it is, they would have ran out of gas. It's simple.
Yeah, gas. I don't know. I believe they took off, orbited the Earth, and then they.
Exactly. So if you thought the Earth was only 3,000 miles it's in radius or 24,000 in circumference, then you're going to plan your trip for that many miles, right? But for that image to be true, it's got to be bigger than that. And somebody did the math, Indio, I think, and said it would have to be 120,000 mile circumference. 120,000 versus 25. We can up it and we'll give you the other 100 or 99. We'll make it 25,000 mile circumference. But it's at least 70,000 miles unaccounted for. You have to travel that. You got to remember you're talking about leaving one moving object to hit another moving object, and where weight is the biggest factor because you need more thrust to push more weight, right? To where it exits. Otherwise, you're not going to get escape velocity. So if it's a bigger globe, then you didn't go to the moon. And that's not a theory, that's an absolute geometric mathematical reality.
Okay, wait. Now I'm wondering, while we're on the topic of the moon, so you guys have all seen. I'm sure
Well,
you guys have
it
seen.
all goes. It all goes together. No, whoa,
Guys.
whoa, whoa. It all goes together. We're not under
Yeah,
the assumption. I just pointed out
yeah.
that
You
if
guys
the
still want
radius is.
to.
No, I'm
Yeah,
pointing it out. I haven't assumed anything. I said,
I'm not saying
if
you have.
I said, if this is true, then that is true. Because it's an antecedent. You need distances to get to the damn moon. If you're using the wrong radius or circumference, then you're just not going to get to the moon. We're talking about shooting a projectile from one moving target to another. It has to be fucking exact.
Yeah, okay. I just have a question though. With the moon thing, you guys have seen the photos of space and the photos of the Earth. I just like
Our photo
you can
scientific evidence, can we prove those
no,
photos
yeah,
were taken where they said they were taken? Can you verify
no,
that for me 100%?
no, I can't. But I do know
Then why
that
even bring them up? That's just a
because I have
belief.
another point. No, because I
You,
had another
you, have,
point.
you have faith. Does it have to do with the faith in the images?
No, no, you just pull on. I never said any
Does
of
it
that.
does it address the fact you can't go to the moon without the proper distances?
Can I
Otherwise,
say
you just walked around that to make another assertion.
no? No, I did have a question. It was none of what you brought up. I don't know what you brought
Exactly. I kind of wanted a response to that.
Yeah, well, I want to talk, but like when I do, you chime in
I
with
want you to respond to what was said and not just go on to the next premise. That's not productive.
oh, gotcha.
And it's not formal debate. If we try to stick to formal debate, premise versus premise.
All right, I get you. I do actually see where you're going with. All right, well, with the topic that we were on, I don't understand it. So I do want to move on to another one.
You don't
Where I want
understand that if your distances are wrong, then the calculations you made for gas.
to. No, I
How about
don't.
this? How about we'll liken it to a trip to Florida in a car? Your car gets 20 miles to the gallon. You got to drive 1,300 miles to get from wherever you are to Florida. Now, you're going to make the trip projected on the amount of gallons you're going to use, right? So you're going to bring enough money to at least buy the gas to get there and get back, right? Now, apply that to the moon. If the
Yeah.
distance is wrong, you don't have enough gas to get to Florida. Pretty simple. What do you mean, don't understand?
Well, I'm from the land down under. It's late at night. I've got two brain cells overclocked. I'm
I
not
know.
really like,
Listen, mate, you just have a good night, okay? I know all kinds of people down there eating Vegemite, and they're still straight.
all right, thanks, man. I did have one more question about the photos, but if you don't have time, that's all good. But thank you so much for
Okay, ask your questions.
debating. All right, yeah, with the photos that you've all seen, I just don't get like thousands of people that work at NASA went to all that effort to fake it for what reason? Like the amount of
That
photos.
doesn't matter. Nobody
Oh,
said fake it.
okay.
That nobody said fake it. I said, can
Mm,
you verify them for me and make them a
No,
reality? Then they're
no,
not a reality. They're just secondhand information that you have faith in.
I can't prove the
But
sun's
for
real.
some
It's not
reason,
real.
we have to refute that which isn't proven. We listen. We don't have to disprove it. They said these pictures came from space. We're only wanting them to validate their claim. Okay,
Huh?
so we don't have to call asking for validation isn't calling a thing fake. It's saying prove it.
Okay, yeah, I can't prove the sun's real, all right? But it doesn't mean it's not
We're
there.
not talking about the sun. We're
As
talking
an
about
example.
images from space.
Yeah,
They're not
yeah,
analogous.
yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, we are. But I was just using the sun as an example
I
to get
know,
to
and
the.
it's a poor example of can we verify the images that were taken from a medium none of us can go to?
Well, yeah, it's a poor example because I only got through half of the example, bro.
Can you?
You
I
kept cutting
know
me
it's
off.
because it's not analogous. It's uncomparable. It doesn't even address my point. How are you going to verify the images are real? If you're going to try to use scientific proof of your
I
globe,
didn't want.
or
I didn't
even
want
a
to.
proof, you have to qualify them as a proof. We're
Yeah,
only
I see what you're saying,
we're
but I see what you're saying, but I never wanted to use them as scientific proof. I never said
No,
that.
you wanted to go some philosophical crap. All the time they put in. How do you know they put in a bunch of time? How do you know that? Can you verify that and make it a reality for me?
I can prove that. Yeah, I can just see
Well, you
the
can
NASA
prove they
picture.
said that. Yes.
Oh, see, you don't let me finish.
Well, you can't prove what they said is true.
How do you know I can't?
How are you going to prove a long time? They spent a long time doing this. And you're going to go
Yeah,
to read this article. They said they did. That's
no.
anecdotal. It's not scientific. You remember, we're trying to build a concrete reality. Well, why should I take something that requires belief or faith?
Uh,
You got to have
okay.
faith in people to believe every word they say, because you can't prove every word. I don't care what people say. If they can't prove it, it's meaningless. I go by
All right,
Newton's flaming sword. If we can't settle this with the experimentation, it's not worthy of debate.
all right, man. I gotcha. I'll listen. I'm gonna head out, but thank you so much for your time. Thank you
I,
for explaining.
hey, mate, you need me to
Thank
watch your
you.
wallabies and feed them while you're gone?
No, it's
I
not like
will,
it.
man. I like me some wallabies. They're vicious
Right.
breed, though, bro.
Yeah. Dang.
Hey, hey,
Where are you from? If you don't mind me asking, are you in Australia?
Michigan,
Oh,
Michigan. I'm from
oh, okay.
United States. I was gonna ask you one question about the
Oh, what's
wallabies.
up, man?
Would you fight one of them
Wallabies.
bitches if it attacked your dog?
Mate, I did have a dog a few months ago. I would fight it for my dog, definitely.
Oh,
Saying that.
rock on. You can't be all bad then.
Yeah. Thanks,
That-
man. All right. Have a good day.
That's my
Later.
best friend there, man. I don't give a fuck if you're a kangaroo or a field rat. Don't fuck with him.
All
Right?
right, nice. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, come back anytime you want, man. Not everybody's as
Thanks, man.
hyper as me.
Yeah, I gotcha. Thank you again. See you guys later.
Thanks for being civil. Oh yeah, I was wondering. I was going to ask that to Timothy. Is that a reference to "I suffer not women to speak"?
He seemed alright though.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think so. That's why I wanted him to know before he left. Look, I'm pushy when it comes to proofs because I want to qualify it as a proof. Just because you say it doesn't make it a proof of anything. But
Yeah,
that
he was just
doesn't,
going to go back into the same stuff, and you were just keeping him to the one, you know, 'cause that one point. Then
but
what's the point saying anymore?
right, and I just, I still respect him as a person.
I like how you did that, Mike. You know, don't let them just wave it off and go on to something else. Like just address this the thing that's asked.
Oh yeah, that's the way it should be done. You ask what flat Earth. They ask you, well, what's flat Earth believe? You tell them we believe there's no science for the globe. Then that becomes your negative claim. And if he wants to make the positive claim there is, then he has to bring it, and all you have to do is knock each proof down as it comes. Because that's what we're all unified on that, right? Globe mathematics don't work. The globe model doesn't work. Simple observation can prove this. Although it gets frustrating for them, you're trying to lead them to the fact that the globe has no science. You have to have faith in a certain group of people, that for it to be true in your mind. Well, I always try to teach people this first. You live in a belief system and it requires faith. If you can demonstrate that, there is no debate. I don't like debating for 4 hours. I'd rather shut a guy up or get a rage quit after 20 minutes. You know how mad they get when everything they bring, you say, well, that's not a scientific proof either. You give a qualifier on why.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've had 6 years to, hone it out.
Do you speak with your workers about stuff like this, Mike?
I'd like to fight me a wallaby, all bullshit aside. I think I can take one. You know? Whoop a wallaby ass.
I'd fight that fuck if he went near my dog.
Me too. I hope my dog would help. You know?
Yeah, my Labrador wouldn't, but my little Chalky would.
I don't know. Labs are pretty possessive, man. He might surprise you.
Yeah, he's never been tested. He's just the
Right.
mellowest, but yeah, if it came down to it, I think
Yeah. The lab go, hey, wait, motherfucker, that's my man there. You don't be picking on him. I always thought my labs were punks, but I seen them, under a couple of circumstances. Like I was surrounded by 5 growling coyotes one day, and normally the lab just watches while my bull terrier goes out and rushes them all. But they were chasing rabbits and rats out by the corn silo, and I was out there cleaning up. Next thing you know, I got 5 coyotes trying to fuck with me, and the lab came out of nowhere. Fried shit on me. Like a champion.
Yeah, he knows he's tough when he needs to be. He can stand back and watch until he's needed. But
Yeah, he was true blue, man. The lab was like, oh, that's my grandpa. He feeds me, motherfucker. He didn't want to miss out on his plate of pancakes. I try my hardest not to feed my animals too much store-bought dog food.
yeah,
I had one lab for 17 years, dude. I breed a Worcestershire Labrador, Gold Lab, and a Staffordshire Bull Terriers.
my
So
lab is 12 years old and he acts like a puppy. He acts
yeah,
like the day we
so
had him.
so the male chewed his way. The male Bull Terrier one day just fought his way into the cage where she was, and got him some. So I ended up with a litter of mixes, and I said, fuck it. I kept one. She was cute as shit. But man, she was one of the smartest fucking dogs I ever had. Lab bull mix. She had the best of both breeds. She could throw the nose to the ground and sniff you out 5 miles away. She could jump up and fight. She could hunt. She'd still fetch a duck.
And then snuggle up and play softy in the house.
Yeah, my bull, he's good for a lot of things, but that motherfucker won't go get a duck. He don't like to swim as much as the lab does. Labs are like, you throw them in water, it's like a fish in water. You know what I'm saying? They're right at home.
Yeah, you can see it. They got webbed feet and everything, and they're made for it.
Yeah. Yeah, labs got webbed feet, right? Whenever I take my youngest lab, she's a female. I'd go kayak fishing. And she kept trying to climb on my kayak. So one day I just said, fuck it, and took her with me. Put a damn life jacket on her. I got life preservers for the lab for when we duck hunt. But man, that motherfucker jump off the kayak when I'm going slow. Once I go down a river and then get on a channel that connects to 6 different lakes. Once I get in the big lake, the dog jumps out, starts swimming behind me. I had to let her wear herself out first because I'm trying to fish. She'd get tired of me though, man. She'd jump off the kayak and head toward shore. Middle of the damn lake. She don't give a fuck. Or at least she hasn't. I met some interesting people though. So fuck it. It was getting dark. The dog didn't like the fact she couldn't see the water no more, you know what I mean? Jumped in and swung her ass to shore. This lighted up house on the lake, When I went up there to get her, because she just got out of the water and then walked out on the dock and sat there and waited for me. When I got out to go get her, the lady of the house was out there and so was her daughters. The lady that owned the house, she's like 70. Her old man was cool too. I told him I'd come back and have some good scotch with him, Said, I'll bring the $1,200 bottle. He said, I got a $2,500 bottle right here. You want a nip? I was like, hell yeah. He was cool. Most of the people on that lake are, though. It's a private lake. So not too many people know you can get access to it from the waterways, So normally they don't have people that aren't from the lake on it. When they found out I was on a farm and I told them where, the old dude knew my dad. I was like, really? He said, yeah, your farm's right over there. I was like, yeah. Yep. He said, we go far enough down the north bank of Kalamazoo River, we'll be in Ted Nugent's backyard. I was like, yep. He don't live there no more, but I like the water.
Did you see him at all, Ted Nugent? Out and about or anything?
Hey, I used to date Sasha in high school. Sasha Nugent.
Oh, no way. Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah, I used to go to Ted's house. Ted would come down to our cider mill and get pies, and him and his wife. I knew them both. I knew the whole family. I was over there one time talking to his girl. They got the guitar-shaped swimming pool, and he got this room full of guitars that are all from shows. And he signed them and wrote which show they were from right on them. He's building his daughter, $1 million collection, And so his daughter says, I said, man, that's a badass guitar. I wouldn't mind cutting a riff on that. And she said, well, they're going to be mine. You can. And I even said it. I said, no, your dad would be pissed. And I got to respect your dad. And she's like, no, go ahead. He ain't around. As soon as I picked it up and cut a riff, this motherfucker came in there. Hey, that's mine. I was like, oh. Yeah, I assumed he was listening to our conversation. He said, you knew you weren't supposed to touch it in the first place, but at least you're not disrespecting it, because I'm not too bad on the guitar. He said, play me one of my songs. Cat Scratch Fever. Then he was like, put it down and then wipe all your fingerprints off of it. He's all right. He had a 78 Ford 1-ton. Camouflage, and my dad was his mechanic for that vehicle. He was an asshole, though. I'm sure he still is.
Man, I sure hope when I'm an old geezer I don't drone on. Huh? Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad,
Me?
that guy.
Who, me?
I'm just kidding.
We used to go to his bow shop. Hey, there are a lot of people that like that idle talk rather than dead air. That's why I'm a popular flat earther, well known, and you're not, though.
I don't like idle talk. I'm a monotheist.
That don't have shit to do with talking.
Think about it more.
I don't need to.
It's like when you do a car for someone or a truck or whatever, and they have like the flames on or something like that. Do you have a guy that does traditional painting, or is it vinyl now?
I'm still wondering how monotheism got anything to do with how much you talk.
Does anyone else want to explain the joke?
So, does that mean you don't want to get all religious on me?
No, it's just a pun, man.
Oh, you single track mind, huh?
No.
Well, isn't monotheism the belief in one God?
Yeah.
Well, then we'd agree on that. Where the hell you been? Percentage.
What do you mean?
What, did you change your name to something else and just change it back? I mean, I ain't seen you or heard from you in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't been in the server for a while.
Were you banned or you just took a break?
Both.
Who the fuck banned you?
The same guy that banned me like 4 times.
Justin?
Nah.
Me more vet?
But yeah, the ban ended like a while back, but I just didn't come back.
Who? I don't know, man. Are you being monotheistic on that? I think I get the joke now. I could be wrong.
Yeah?
He's been hanging out with Gem Panda a lot. Just letting you know.
Ooh, hey, can you do the panda shuffle?
I don't know what that is.
That's the Gem Panda dance, man.
Sexual harassment, panda.
For those that don't know, Lou's been playing movies down in the cinema lately. I've been playing 1 or 2 movies a day. I wouldn't mind having me a panda for a pet. I feed him so good. he'd be an attack panda. The minute he thought you was fucking around, he'd be like, I gotta protect my steaks. I train my dogs. Hell, I train the horses. My horse can do tricks. My daughter taught the horse how to count. He just smacks his hoof on the ground.
That's pretty cool.
I think it is.
How high can it go?
It's like 10. She's only been trying to teach him for like 6 months. It's funny because I ask him, when he begs for treats, he'll start making all kinds of noises, and he wants a piece of apple or a piece of pear, and I'll do like I do the dog. What do you want? And then I'll say apples, pears, trail mix. I give him gummy worms because he has low sugar, you know? So he loves them gummy worms. And I'll say, how many do you want? And he just looks at me. And I'll be like, oh, 10? You want 10 then? Like, I give him 10 gummy worms. And he'll look down at them to see, well, that's 10, huh? You know?
Do you count them out when you give them? Like 1, 2?
Yeah. Same way we do the dogs. If I want to teach a dog to go to the front door, I have to teach the dog that there's 2 doors. One's the front and one's the back, right? Just like your spot versus the couch. If I tell my dog to go to his spot, he runs up to my gaming room and he'll go in there and lay down on his pillow. That's his spot. He knows he's in trouble. I just told him to go to his room. But if I say get on the couch, he knows what the couch is. He knows what the footstool is. He knows what the bedroom is. You know. Most of what he learns is food, though. I mean, he knows what a steak is, what a burger is, mint chocolate chip ice cream. I can say mint chocolate chip, and he just starts drooling. I like mint chocolate chip, Grandpa. You giving me some mint chocolate chip? And I say Grandpa because my daughter says that one's her son. That's my dog, Dad. He can spend the entire day with me, and I can go home and start picking on Taylor and be like, I'm gonna slap your girl, and he's straight up getting between us. Show me his teeth. You ain't slapping my girl, so that's how I teach him to protect the girls over anybody, even me. You know?
Yeah.
The dog gets it, the severity of it then. Damn, Grandpa don't want me to even let him fuck with the girls. Nobody gets to fuck with the girls if I see it. I mean, the bull act like he was going to charge my daughter once because the fence got broken. We were out there fixing it. And the dog, who's buddies with the bull, ran right in there and started growling. And it cracked me up because the bull looked at him like, bitch, don't get loud with me. I will kick you. Went up and brushed him with his leg. He said, he cracks me up that he talks to all animals. He can say, I love you. He can say, I love you. He tells the horses that shit. My daughter's always like, I love you, Milo. Do you love me? And he'll try to spit it out. He goes, I love you. It's the cutest shit.
That's some Scooby-Doo shit.
Yeah, he tries to say it to me. Only when I'm feeding him the good food. when he sits by the refrigerator and whines. And I'm like, what, boy? Like, we had steak and fried potatoes the other night, so I fucked with him. Fed everybody, we all ate, he watched, and then I started putting the stuff in the fridge. And he started with, I love you, Rambo. I was like, damn, he really wants a steak. And then I pulled his plate out the fridge and nuked it. I was like, I'm just picking on you. I made you a plate. But, I mean, I don't like him eating 100 pounds of dry food a week. I don't like dry food. Like I said, my lab lived to be 17. I never fed her dog food at all, ever. You know, the average lifespan for a lab is 14 to 15 years, you know. I'm hoping this one lives longer. I drink distilled water and I give him distilled water. I try to feed him healthier, you know. I still got that girl's bloodline though. Her pups. My daughter's dog, that's her dog, Junior. Her name was Sassy, so he's one of Sassy's. And he's a cutie. I'll show you some pictures. He smiles and he's so happy. He looks like a pushover, but mess with his dog, his girl, and see him change. I had my brother, he likes my brother. I had my brother threaten to, whoop her ass and see how he reacted. And he was like, Taylor, I'll whoop your ass. And he didn't get ass out and the dog was all on the ground. I'd actually snatch him up. Like, no, that's my brother. He's joking. We're just testing you. It's my brother, bro. Calm down. He kept looking at my brother funny after that. Like, that bitch said he was going to slap my Taylor. Hope he knows I will fuck him up. Now he's always giving my brother that evil eye. I remember you. My bro brings him venison jerky and beef jerky and shit. He still gives him that funny look. He cracks me up with that shit. It's almost like he's telling him, you're lucky your dad's brother, punk. I like to take Bandit to the park. I'll say, before I had a girlfriend anyway, I'd say, go, that girl's cute. Go over there and love on that little girl and her mama. Send him over there so I could chase him down, act like he did it on his own. Start a conversation. Grandkids are good for that too. So this is my bandit here. Look, I had the computer sitting by on the end table by the bed, and I got up and went to the bathroom. When I came back, he was already laying in the bed. And I don't know how he did it, but he took a picture of himself. The next day, I was messing with my computer, and I was looking through the pictures. I said, "Damn, who took that?" He's smiling like, "Yeah, I got Grandpa's pillow, blankies. I'm down. I'm hooked up." It was just funny, you know. Come back and them motherfuckers stole my bed. His daughter Taylor kicked him out of the room because she said, "You gave him all that chili, Dad, and he was farting too much." I fucking That night I ended up with two of them in bed with me and the cat. His mama and the cat both decided to fucking. She got jealous because he was in the bed and she usually sleeps on my love seat. So she got in the bed and I woke up being hugged by dogs. Like, damn it. The cat just lays across my chest. That's a cute dog. Yeah, that's that look, bro. Motherfucker. Yeah, that black and white one kind of looks like Bandit too, except Bandit's brindle and white with a red nose. He just gives you that contorted eye look. I'm watching you. Here, I'll show you. This is my daughter and her dog. He's a character. He'll play dress up. It was before the first fire. I got rid of all that 70s freaking paneling. Paneling's too dark. The rooms are too dark. Had to brighten it up. He loves his girl, though. That's for sure. He was the cutest little fucking puppy. So him and his dad look just alike. Big Bandit and Little Bandit.
Mic check. Hello?
Coming through.
Okay, thanks. So, Mike, you want to talk to Proof of Curve? I just banned him in the lobby, but he's here.
Ain't no truth.
Proof of Curve, are you there? I muted you. You said your
Man,
profile
what the
picture.
fuck do you want, Roger? What do you want now?
So your profile picture is proof now? Is that it?
I am proof of Earth curve, right?
You
This is
are.
exercise again, right?
Like I
Is that
said,
it?
I am proof of curve. You cannot deny the proof.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna.
I fail to see what qualifies you as proof of the curve.
Bro, this is the guy again.
His
This is
gut line.
Oh, I know. Is it proof of curvature for Earth, or is it just proof there is such
It's
thing
proof
as
of curvature of his belly. He's a fat fuck.
this is just a piss drinker again.
Oh, why are you always talking about drinking pee on here, man? You think we agree with that? Well, here, me unmuting. So, well, show me your proof of curve. Don't
The
just
profile picture that I have is proof of Earth curve
how so? Share it.
because the
It's
footsteps
too
make
small.
the Earth deviate from planetary smoothness in a continuous fashion for a length of time. Therefore, that surface is curved. That surface is ultimately made from the Earth, making the Earth
They're built
curved.
on a sand dune, bro. So it's proof of a hill, and that's it. Topography. You really think that's proof of curvature? It's called topography, guy. Get 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 one certified surveyor to come in here and say a cosine on a sand dune hill equals a curved Earth. I mean, if this was true, then I wouldn't even be here. If we thought you could listen, so 90%, 70% of the model is made up of water, right? So obviously you don't even know your model. The GSW4 ellipsoid model doesn't even predict a uniform rate of curvature over land masses that stick out of an ellipsoid made of water. And you know why? Because the land is uncongressional, which means it goes every which way. It's topographical. So the only thing any surveyor certified would say about measuring Earth as far as dirt goes, dirt mounds on land masses that protrude from an ocean, we wouldn't expect them to show a uniform curve because it's a landmass with topography. So if you think a hill proves Earth curve, well, no offense, you're a moron. You just proved elevation and topography, and that's it. I'm certified in survey. I do this every day for a living. I've never once heard a surveyor say, because this hill is ascending, the earth must curve in a uniform fashion. I've never heard that because we know topography is uncongressional, ununiform. Congressional means it's not a uniform lump of mass that would even be expected to curve at a uniform rate. The ellipsoid is a spur surrounded by water. The gravitational model, the GSW84, shows water wrapped around a sphere. But does it predict the same rate of curve for the water as it does for the land? The answer is no, because the land is topographical. So that's like saying because there's bumps on this flat surface, therefore it's round. You couldn't get one mainstream surveyor or even scientist to agree with that premise. And when you do, bring them back and we'll have an educated conversation with them. But the only thing you proved is varying elevations over a landmass. Nice try, but try again. Your model doesn't even predict curvature on land masses. It predicts the water to be curved at a uniform rate, not the land. Mister, I want to be smug, but I don't know any more about the model than your average Glober.
The picture is still proof of Earth curve, regardless of what you think.
It's not what I think, it's what I know. And literally, it's right there in the image for you to see. Why do you think they ascend at the rate they do? Because they're going downhill, uphill then downhill. Are you a moron? Show me where your Earth model predicts curvature over land. I'll wait. This is why nobody, not even the Globers, Nat Geo did a laser experiment over water because they know us. National Geographic. Catch up to speed, bro. Everybody knows you can't take the ununiform fashion of the land because it varies in elevation and topography. You can't call a cosine on land, which is a deviation from a straight path, curvature. Okay? And we know the Earth isn't 100% flat, it's topographical. That's it. So basically, all you have is an assertion. Because he steps on this sand dune in this hill, look in a certain fashion, that's proof of curve. Literally, if you had any intelligence, you wouldn't have said it out loud because you wouldn't want to risk being seen as an idiot. But see, you went headlong with it. You jump in idiot feet first. I mean, I can't believe you even assert that elevational difference over land would be considered a uniform rate of curve or a demonstration of that. In no way demonstrates a uniformity. You're trying to say something's uniform that we know absolutely isn't. That's land masses. That's why when you start at sea level and go in towards the center of a continent, it's an elevational increase from sea level to inland. On most all, not on all continents, but on most, because on some continents there's mountain ranges around. You know, you go 100 miles inshore and there's a mountain range that goes all the way around the continent. So the highest part of that, like Australia or even New California, there's mountain ranges there off this. So it'll raise in elevation to the peak of the mountain and then lower as you go inland. But this is only an example of topography. I mean, get one professional surveyor to come in here and try to assert that's proof of curve. Do that, and I'll be at the very least impressed with you. I wouldn't even stake my fucking license on that. Because it'd be like I'm promoting the untruth, and my education already taught me that. It's one of the first things you learn. There's a reason we don't even worry about equations for rates of curvature over land, because land is uncongressional, goes every which way. It's topographical, it raises and lowers, and it doesn't reflect the Earth as a whole. It only reflects the layout of the land on the whatever continent you're on. I mean, I wish you just Oh, I feel for you. You want to prove you're low, but I wish you could actually bring a better shot than that. Something that's debatable. That's not even debatable. Just an assertion.
Are you saying because there's a hill, then the Earth is curving? Is that what you're saying? Because there's a hill.
Yeah, look at his profile image. That's exactly what he's saying. But I would expect this from his
What question for? Proof. Yeah.
academic level, which what I would assume to be not even finished high school.
Proof. Are you there?
What?
So the hill is a curve, right? But on the other side of that hill is a valley. Then
And
there's
then
You're just
another hill.
another
calling the
hill.
Earth.
Hang on a
You're
second.
just calling the Earth a hill.
There's two hills. There's two hills.
That's funny. So
There's,
listen, in your image, I see a hill, a valley, then another hill.
That's
there's
cool. All I see is the Earth curving.
there's two hills, and between is a valley.
Whatever,
The
moron.
valley is what you would call concave. So does that mean that the Earth is concave, which is opposite a sphere?
No, it means that land changes
Hang on, I
elevation
want to see what he says because maybe
from point
he's
to point.
mixed up.
Well, he hasn't even addressed any
Between
one
two
point.
hills is concave. So does that mean the Earth is concave, which is opposite the sphere?
Yeah, he hasn't answered my questions, bro. So he probably won't answer yours. That's what I was gonna say. I haven't got any rebuttal to any valid point I've given.
No, all he sees is that the valleys and hills are that's his excuse of a curve.
Well, yeah, to him, varying elevation means curve.
Right.
To him only. Fuck, man.
It's proof, dude. I don't care what you think.
Like we know,
It's not about
but
think.
he's not
It's
paying
not
attention to
about
his
what we
horizon.
think, bro. It's about reality.
It's about what you know, bro.
In reality, every person besides you knows that you can't look for curvature over land because land isn't uniform. It varies in elevation. It's a fucking third grader can get this.
That's
It's
cool,
what you
dude.
know as justified reality, bro.
I'm just a researcher. I'm here to help. But I mean,
No,
like,
you're
if you
not
wanted
helping
proof
at
A
of
all.
the
You're not
curve,
researcher of
here you
a
go, dude. It's
researcher of
done. It's
what?
over. Whatever.
No, I just talked over that. It's not done. It's not over. That's not curvature. I've already told you what it is. It's an inclination, a cosine, a depression. The only thing you proved is Earth has topography, but we already fucking knew this.
Proof.
He
Between
doesn't
two
know the
hills is
difference
a valley.
between the different
I
terrain.
wondered why people pick on you. I see why now. Fuck you, beg for it.
Proof. Between two hills is a valley.
I
So
Hey,
the
say
valley
Roger was
is
you
wanting
begged
him
for proof
banned
of
without
Earth
nobody
curve, and here it is.
complaining about it, so I think Roger just wanted me to ban you. That's not proof of Earth curve. You can keep repeating it, but it won't make it true, moron.
What's the definition of Earth and what's the definition of curve? That's Earth curve. I don't care what you think.
That doesn't justify what you're talking about.
Listen, that's not curve. That's an elevational difference. You're a moron. It's called topography.
I know what the definition of curve is,
It just
buddy.
sounds like he's doing it on purpose just
No,
to get the idea.
listen, topography is not the definition of curve, guy. I'm telling you what it is. Well, any educated man will see it as topography. It's that simple. We know the land is ununiform, dude. That's why nobody says I measured curve over land. Not you're the first motherfucker to ever say that. I've had fucking fifth graders in here that were more intelligent than that.
No, I'm pretty sure he's one of those people that would like to answer the questions if the question was already answered for him.
We had another Glober in here. He thought that the waves were Earth curve. on the water, waves on the water, Earth curve. He said that actually. Very confused.
I would say desperate. I don't think he's confused. He's given up on logically proving it. He's just going to keep saying this is Earth and it's curved. This is Earth and it's curved. This is Earth and that pile of dirt that makes up that hill is curved. And the truth is, it's not curved. The hill doesn't curve in a spherical manner. So I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't fulfill what we were asking for. It's not a curvature, it's specifically a cosine, an elevational difference. Period. That's it. If you think a mound of dirt is curved, really, dude, it does.
All he's saying is that he's just taking one word, Earth, and then he's taking the other word, curve. And
I know. I know what he's saying, but that's the fucking mound of dirt isn't even a parabola. It's a cosine. Just a deviation from a straight line. And over that desert, it probably happens over and over and over again. What he's saying is a rate of curvature. We're looking for the constant rate of curvature that makes up a sphere. But you showed us a desert floor, which is going to go up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. And your dumbass had the gall to say, this is curvature. Where's the uniform rate of curve? That's what we're looking for, a proof of uniform rate of curvature. Because if it's a sphere, it needs to curve at a constant rate. And how can that be true when the hill you say is curved goes down to a valley and then comes back up again? I mean, I could get into how sand dunes are created by windstorms and dust storms, but fuck, I don't think you're even worth it. I just want you to know the truth to this all. I've met children smarter than you, guy. Children, 13-year-old children. Show me an image of topography, Adam. Topography. Varying elevations of land. Here, we'll do this the simple way. We'll just bust out a mainstream topographical map. Yeah, there you go, buddy. So, in this topographical map is a model. The water taken out even shows the topography of the oceanic floors. Which one of those continents are you saying has a constant rate of curvature? Point it out. We don't know where the damn desert is. It looks pretty damn flat to me, even on a topographical map. This map wouldn't predict curvature over a landmass. Just a mound of dirt that protrudes from the oceanic floor. That's it. Oh my gosh. I think I've met dogs that are smarter than this kid.
Proof you say your research. What else do you research?
I know, stupidity.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
opens. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. This.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
2 little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
what you would do is lose air.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
we accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right: fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe yell somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on high for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth. Stop the coup, it's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plotting derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Why would they lie? $4.20. Light them if you got them.
I think if I get any higher, I might go perma-dub.
I don't know what it is, but I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, no matter when I go to sleep.
That's cool. I slept through the Super Bowl or whatever, and then I woke up, and then I got on here, but people didn't want to talk about it or whatever.
That's because they've already heard it all, seen it all. I mean, these guys have been doing this for a long time, and they've had, at least 7 years, and they've had all kinds of people show them every proof you could show them, but there's just way too much evidence. I mean, if you go to the beach and you take a telescope, you can watch a ship sail beyond the curve, and then you can zoom in on it, and there it is, the whole ship. You know, you can just see way too far. So, I see your name as proof of curve. I'm assuming the picture that you have here is your proof, your picture.
Yeah, that's the proof of curvature.
How is that? I don't understand.
Well, you see the Earth in the picture, right?
Well, I see a hill behind another hill, so I'm not sure what you want me to see. But
Okay,
that's
like I said,
land.
it's there, bro.
Yeah, but that's land. We all know that. You know, hell, there's a part of the desert in Nevada that's a big mound like that goes for miles. And it's because of the they say that it's because of the steam. There's a lot of steam under the ground, and so they say that the whole floor is like lifted up and bubbled like that. But that doesn't mean that the because the land has a bubble doesn't mean the whole Earth is a ball. Especially when everybody all over the world can see so far. You know what I'm saying? Across water. Let's just measure water because that's what the most of the Earth is. So if we're going to find curvature, we're going to find it on the water. And my whole life, I'm 57 years old, and I have never observed curvature over water. And I grew up on a coastline. I grew up watching ships come in and out. So I've never believed the
I've got
Earth
proof
was
of curve.
curved. I've never seen
Just
curvature in my
posted
whole
a
life.
text.
Pardon? Go ahead. What, bro?
Oh, I just posted a proof of curve in a text. This is the only curve that I've seen.
Okay.
That's proof of curve though, but different.
Oh, I'm in biblical text. No wonder why I'm not. Like, I don't see nothing in here. Oh, that explains why. Which one are we looking at? Okay, which one am I looking at here for proof?
Proof of curvature?
I see a baseball game.
Yeah, the curve.
Oh, yeah.
Curveball. Proof
Coriolis.
of curvature.
That's Coriolis, man. That's at least proof of
Yeah.
Coriolis, right?
Right.
Now let's put some water on. Let's put some water on that ball and see how well it sticks. Because it looks like it's spinning fast enough.
Right.
What I'm not sure about is if the bat's heavier than it, why doesn't it orbit the bat when it gets to it? Just curious. I mean, because of the law of mass and attraction or whatever, I don't know what that shit is. Because I'm uneducated, so I only know what I see and observe, and that I can prove with to myself by looking through a telescope or binoculars. So do you have any other proofs of curvature? Proof of curve?
No, just this one. That's all I need.
Really? Have you ever been to the beach?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. So you, you don't know if you've been to a beach?
I'm just
It-
saying, I mean, it's a possibility.
that's true, I mean, hell, if you went before you were a year old, you probably don't remember. So it is possible. I guess anything's possible. I mean, except for the sun being as far away as they say, because if it was, the light would never reach us because it's not bright enough to travel that far. So that's just insane to think that. And, then you got the corpuscular rays that come through the clouds, and you can do a triangulation on one building that the clouds are, the corpuscular rays are coming down, and you can see like a 14-mile span that the sun's hitting, and you do a triangulation on that. It's like the sun's only like 50 miles up or something. I don't know. I don't know for sure. I can't prove nothing. I can only observe what I observe, and I've built custom homes my 30 years, so I know how to figure a triangle. I built plenty of stairs and roof. Built plenty of roof too. So, and handicap ramps, and But anyhow, my point is, there's just things that just don't add up. They just don't add up. So it's been hard for me my whole life to believe. And truth of curvature, seeing land bend, that's nothing. That's just saying that there's a hill. So I don't know what that's all about. Show me a bubble in the water. You show me a bubble in the water, a big rise in the water, I could believe that. If it's not a fisheye lens, I'd have to go see it personally. But 57 years, man, of looking across water, I've never seen it. Never seen a curvature, ever, anywhere. Other than the perspective of my eyeballs being round and I can't see into, corners. But I could say that about Amazon. When I was working at Amazon, I couldn't see all the way across the whole warehouse. So it was that big. Heck, my son and daughter work at the mega plant in Nevada, and the Tesla mega plant. They work for Panasonic. My son's into robotics. He works on the robots, and my daughter's a line chief or whatever they call her. She's a supervisor. But anyhow, they have to walk 45 minutes across the plant to get to their post. And they say they can't see halfway across the plant. And that's as flat could be. So just saying, it's all in perspective. Could you imagine walking 45 minutes to get to your post across a building? And that's not counting the half an hour it takes them to get across the parking lot if they miss the shuttle. Is that insane or what? So So proof of curve, what did you want to talk about? I ain't got nothing to do, so nobody else is talking.
I mean, yeah, I'm just presenting the evidence or whatever.
What evidence, though? I mean, I'd like to see some evidence of proof of a curve. I've been looking for it for my whole life.
Yeah, I mean, I am proof of the curve, dude. So just look into it.
Okay, I'll sure look into you, right? Because you're the only proof, or I mean, because that's what it boils down to.
I mean, the proof is on the table. All you gotta do is click it.
Right, and the table's flat, bro. Oh, please. Dinner. I hear piano music.
Where's the proof of curve? I missed that.
Whose photo?
This looks like a desert mound.
That's what I said.
That doesn't prove curve.
You
We're
can
looking for
clearly
curvature.
see the Earth curving in the image.
How come the mountain's up higher than it in the background?
Who cares, dude?
It should be beyond the curve. How tall's that mountain? Is it Everest?
Nobody cares about the mountain, dude. The Earth is curving.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my gosh, that's great, bro. That's great. Okay, I have to agree with you. The Earth in that spot is curving. I have to agree with that, but yeah, only in that spot. Yeah, he's not saying that the Earth is a globe. He's only saying that the Earth is curving, and he's right. It does curve in a lot of spots, so I can't argue with that proof of curve, but not that the Earth is a globe. Does that sound right?
I mean, there's the proof, dude.
Prove globe, not curve. You can
Well,
see the curve in your picture. It doesn't prove globe.
exactly.
Nobody can prove the globe, dude.
Awesome.
You can prove a curve, but
I
not a
already
globe.
proved the curve.
What about the globe?
I already said that.
I love to put it through a hoop.
It's more like proof of desert.
What was the proof? I missed it. Sorry. Can you even repeat?
His photo, proof of Curve's photo. His thumbnail.
Ah, okay, thanks. I was looking in the chat text. Sorry.
That is proof of Curve, but it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe at all.
Yeah, dude, the globe is full of it, dude. I wonder if people can see beyond the curve, though. I heard there's like rainbows beyond the curve or whatever.
Leprechauns. Do you find leprechauns?
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
If you find them, dude, let me know, because I've been looking for those bastards forever.
You hear about the midget in Ireland that got charged with soliciting because he was promising women a pot of gold if they did him?
Oh
I
my
guess
god, dude.
yes, I guess he got a couple of tourists, and then when he refused to give them their pot of gold, they turned him in. I thought it was hilarious when I read the article. So you still believe in leprechauns, do you, Leroy? Uh, Now, speaking of rainbows, there was a video. I watched a car drive through the end of a rainbow, which that was the first time I've ever seen anything like that. And it was kind of crazy because you could see it go up over the hood. I don't know if anybody else has come across that video, but it was nothing I've ever seen before.
You haven't got a link for that, have you, Papa?
Huh? Good morning, everyone.
What's up, Quetzalcoatl?
What's up, brother?
Oh, good. Oh, good. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Everyone smoked a Super Bowl or whatever, and here we are, you know.
So
When
that
was Super
rainbow.
Bowl?
Sorry, man. So that car going through the rainbow. I think I'm looking at it now. So the rainbow is kind of going through the road. It looks like through the middle of the road.
Yeah. The rainbow comes down into the highway, and the car just like drives through it, and you can
Yeah.
see the rainbow come up over the dash and through the windshield. It's crazy. At least that's what I thought I seen. I watched the video like 3 times, but I didn't have my glasses yet, and I got them now. I should watch it again.
It's on the Weather Channel. I found it.
Yeah, my whole life, I've never witnessed nothing like that, and I've driven toward rainbows. When I was out riding dirt bikes across the desert, I've chased rainbows many times and have never caught up to them ever. That's something I've never seen.
You just gotta walk through a rainbow, dude. That's way cooler.
Well, if you can drive through one, you can walk through one, I can imagine, but I've never been able to catch one, not even on a motorcycle. So I don't know, man. It's just kind of crazy to me to. eh, That's. I'd love to see it in person. I'd love to be there to walk through it, like you said. That'd be awesome.
You know how they talk about like sun gazing, where you look at the sunrise and set? I wonder if you can like rainbow gaze. Like if you get close enough to the end of a rainbow, if you look into it, what would you see?
I've seen all kinds of stuff, but I was on acid.
Yeah, that's cool. I was thinking about trying it.
But I remember tripping during the day one time. This was many years ago. But yeah, I remember it was in Phoenix, and it was all overcast and had been raining monsoon season, and there was a rainbow, and I was tripping on it. I remember that. Oh my
That's
God, I'm
cool.
gonna make me have flashbacks.
I mean, shit, dude. If you're having flashbacks of tripping on rainbows, dude, I'd highly recommend it.
Yeah, right. It gave me goosebumps. I haven't thought about that since I did it, probably. Oh my goodness. Oh, glory
It's kind of
days
like
in a
that
young
song, dude.
glory days in a young man's heart. What song? What song were you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's a good question, but there's a good song out there called "Walking on Sunshine." That's a good one. It's called,
Oh yeah.
I think it's by Katrina and the Waves or whatever, and it was cool because we had that Katrina hurricane come through Virginia or whatever, and like it wrecked New Jerusalem and all that stuff. So they had to clean up for weeks. It was bad.
Wow. Yeah, I've never been through any natural disasters. I've been pretty blessed. Um, but I've traveled all over the place, and it's like we've missed things, we've happened right behind us after we left. But I've always followed the spirit, so
Yeah, I hope
when I
so.
feel the wind at my back, I just pack up and go. Drug my children all across the United States.
Hey, now my
I kind of miss going on road trips, but I don't miss sitting in a car.
Yeah, they're gonna set up like a farm out there or whatever, so you could come out. It'll be cool. They do the festival out there every year.
What festival?
It's the Festival of the Lights and all that. It's real big.
Where's this at?
Virginia.
Oh, I'm quite a ways away from Virginia. I'm in Arizona.
I mean, dude, if Jesus was in Virginia, bro, I'd be packing my shit and leaving.
Why is that?
God on earth, dude. I mean, I'd be going to give God a hug, dude. Fuck
Oh, right.
Arizona.
I'm not worried about that. I'll be called to wherever I'm called to, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be heaven or hell, I'll go to my place and I feel sorry for the devil if I get sent to hell, because I will be a thorn in his side.
It doesn't work that way.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that, man. If he can bring about a rebellion, I think I can too.
Well, he doesn't want to be there. He's been sent there, imprisoned. It's not his place.
It's his job. You know, without him, we couldn't all be tested. So, I don't know. Just saying.
It's part of morality wouldn't exist.
It's part of our walk. We have to.
It's part of creation.
Yeah.
Creation implies non-creation. Things brought into existence and things which have not been brought into existence.
That will be.
No, quite many. They are nature impossibilities.
Oh, like what? What are you talking about? I was thinking, I guess I was on a different mind track than
Yeah.
you. Well, what were you?
There are things that exist in virtual reality, imaginary. You know, mathematics is diving quite very quickly in it. From rational, it goes to irrational in no time. That's what mathematics is. We can use it to quantify physicality, but it can easily go into the, speculation and uncertainty and all that stuff. Irrational, infinite numbers, infinite big, infinite small.
Yeah.
Infinite doesn't physically exist except life, I would say, is one eternal thing, has been created to be so. And I think that's actually where infinite is being derived from and shaped into all these other things. Our world, physicality, is not infinite, it's very limited. And there is a fence to it contained.
Yeah, Bill Nye even said it. One thing I want you children to understand is we are in a closed system. You
Closed.
cannot go anywhere. Bill Nye said that.
Yeah. He couldn't be more correct than that. Yeah. Closed system.
Yep. And you're not going anywhere. We are stuck here. That's what he said. And I don't even know why he would say that, but he did say it. It was him.
Yeah.
Maybe he was talking to the rich and elite's children, and somebody captured it and posted it.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, because I'm sure they tell them the truth. You know, I'm
Yeah.
sure that the elites, their offspring, they know, or the chosen ones that they've chosen to know.
Well, actually, to understand those words of Bill Nye, I mean, it's not his words. That phrase is much, much older. He's only re-quoting it, reusing it. But to understand very well that phrase, that term, closed system, is a term in physics. And is very specifically defined. There's no way around it. It has a specific meaning. It doesn't have more meanings to it. Yeah.
Yeah, closed system to me means like my fish tank, and once I put the lid on it, it is a closed
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
And only I can open the window on the top and put food in. But other than that, it is a closed system from the environment around it. So that's the way I look at that. And I'm
Yes.
an idiot, so
Yeah, but it's very hard for us, for example, to create uh, closed systems which can maintain life, sustain life.
yeah, and it's just so happens to happen to the Big Bang happened, and it just happened that we were just perfect Goldilocks bullcrap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't.
for that probability for matter to arrange itself into amino acids, the required amino acids, and the DNA, proteins and DNA. This is 10 to the 119,000. One chance in 10 to the 119,000. And what this means is that mathematics actually explicitly forbids this kind of theory of life emerging from chaos or from randomness. It
You
forbids us.
know,
Yeah.
growing up, my mom, every time they changed the textbooks at school, she would say, "Well, if they can't baffle you with, or if they can't dazzle you with brilliance, they
Yeah.
will baffle you with bullshit." And
Yeah. Yeah.
because they'd come up with new numbers all the time, and
Yeah.
I remember her saying that a lot. You know, every time we came out with a new
Yeah.
textbook and brought it home, she'd be like, "Oh, they changed it again."
Yeah. The story. Mm.
That's a true story, man. The changes all started in 1971 when I was in first grade. That was when they
Yeah.
tore down our
You
old school
know,
and built a new school and gave us all a globe in every classroom, because before that we didn't have a globe. We honestly, the little town I grew up in, we did not have we might have had a globe in the classroom, but I don't remember it. I
yeah.
only remember the map with the red border around it.
Uh-huh.
And I was told that it was so we could tell the time zones.
Yeah.
Because the hour hand on the clock always points at noon in whatever part of the world it's pointing at. And that's what I remember. That was one thing I remember from school.
Yeah, I remember the same. We had the rectangle map, which I was supposed to go to the geography
You're talking about the Gleason's map. I'm
class.
talking about the other one, the EA map. That's what we had on our
AE
wall.
map?
Yeah, the AE map is what was
Oh.
on the wall, and they said it was so we could tell time zones. You know, because the hour hand on a 24-hour clock
Yeah.
always points at noon. You know, I mean, always points.
It's funny because it's kind of hard to learn on that map on the AE.
But that's how they taught me time zones and time, world time. I remember. I just
Well,
remember that.
also
Actually,
on the rectangle one, uh, you still have the longitude and latitudes, you know, but
right.
it's using square boxes, you know, like straight lines. Yeah. On the AE, you have a circle, the world in it, and yeah, those radiuses, like rays
The
from
one
the
thing I
center.
could never understand on that AE map, all right, if that is how our world is built, right? If I'm just saying if,
Yeah,
because I don't know for a
yeah,
fact, I have no clue, but I know what I've observed, and that the world is flat everywhere I've ever been. Any bodies of water I've ever been around, they lay flat. So
yeah.
that's my observation of my whole life. So anyhow, but on that, the time in Australia and the time in Alaska, the time in Alaska is only less. 15 minutes is like 2 miles, where you go to Australia in 15 minutes is 200 miles.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like on a piece of pizza, Australia's the crust and Alaska's the point.
Uh,
You know, that's one thing I could never wrap my head around.
it will be interesting to actually measure um, the way the shadows move between these two places in Australia and Alaska.
Right? But you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying, right?
yeah, I do. Yeah,
It's always
but you
baffled my
know,
mind.
yeah, exactly. When it's in Alaska, a shadow uh, in 1 hour will be moving a certain amount of distance, you know?
Right, 15 minutes,
And
which would be,
yeah,
the degrees.
exactly. A short distance. It will be moving very slow. I mean, the same speed, but the speed relation to distance will be different than Alaska from Australia. In Australia, it will be moving
Finally,
uh, the same
somebody would get
speed,
it.
but on a larger distance. Yeah.
Yeah, it just boggles my mind, and I don't understand anything about physics. And, I mean, my
Yeah.
only knowledge of geometry is building houses. I started working when I was 15, and
Yeah.
and I learned on the job how to build roof and how to build stairs, and I didn't even know that
Yeah.
I knew geometry until I took a college course after I was 30 years old.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they were
You
like,
can't
"Wow,
build a house without geometry, without this geometrical view. You know,
I
you
graduated
can't.
the 8th grade without being able to
Yeah.
read and write because of dyslexia. So
Uh,
I was uneducated by the school system, basically.
well, actually, your mind was more like virgin and not corrupted, you know. To actually have less information, you know, knowledge does not mean to be stupid. it actually means that it's most likely that you don't have a messed up mind. At least,
I
you know?
don't consider myself smart,
Yeah.
but I am intelligent because I can learn
Yeah.
anything pretty much.
Well, intelligence is actually your ability to manipulate that knowledge that you have, you know, how to make use of it.
I can do that.
And
Well,
yeah,
except for how to
exactly.
fix my own life. I can help everybody else, but I can't help myself.
If I tell you, look, I want to build a house and um, I want the floor to be curved, but when I pour water on it, I want it to stay still like it's flat. Yeah.
Well,
So
I'll have to whip up a batch of
it's gonna
gravity
be
for
a
you.
problem for you. You're gonna say "fuck off," you know,
No,
right?
I'd probably tell you, well, it's going to cost you some money because I'm going to have to whip up you a batch of
Yeah,
gravity, and I don't know how long that'll take.
yeah,
So it might take 20 years, you know.
yeah, yeah.
But as long as you're paying by the hour, I don't care. I always try to give the customer what they want.
Exactly. Or you know, when you make these floors for bathrooms, they have to be at a slight angle, you know, and you are using a level to do that, you know. Raise the floor on one side, yeah,
Yeah.
and if I tell you, well, I want a floor where you make it to be level, you know, when I put the level on it, I want that bubble in the middle. But when I'm gonna use the bathroom and I pour water on it, I want it all the water to flow to that sink.
To
What's
the
it
top.
called?
To the
Yeah,
top of the hole.
yeah. So you can't. On a level surface, flat water will just stay there. You know, it will not be flowing.
So I've been finding out some really interesting stuff about um, graphene. I
Yeah.
was looking into investments,
Uh-huh.
and um, in 2013, well, oh my God, you know that oh, I don't even know where to start on that one. I don't even know if I should talk. I probably
Yeah,
shouldn't even.
they were going wild. It's the magic thing they discovered. I know. There was a lot of craziness about it.
1950 was the earliest one I found here. Was it
Sorry?
1950 or 53? I was talking to my wife. Okay.
Oh,
So the earliest date I found on them testing graphene for medical was 1953. They say that they just patented graphene in 2004. But graphene oxide was actually discovered in 1837, I think it was, something like that. So how could they
yeah.
patent something that was discovered so far back? I mean, that's freedom of that's like no copyrights on it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so old.
Well, the graphene oxide is a powder, as far as I know.
Yeah, but they've been
And
experimenting with it as a robot. That one from 1950 was something robotics. It was not geo, bio robotics in 1953. Okay, was doing a study on graphene oxide for medical purposes. And it's very
If I
magnetic.
can answer this, graphite or graphene, enriched graphene, is considered one atomic layer thick, and they only had the technology in the late 2000s to layer it in one molecule or one atom thick to create graphene or enriched graphene that they use for various applications. Graphene oxide was simply oxygen reacting to a subset of graphene. Graphene is carbon, like you find in your pencil, HB pencil. So graphene has always been around. That's what pencils were always made of. But in terms of using enriched graphene in the way that we understand it now since 2000, it's one molecule thick and then it rearranges itself into a hexagon pattern. So one molecule thick of hexagon is what they call enriched graphite or graphene.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't matter. It's scary shit.
It's a powerful molecule. We use it in batteries, in solar energy or renewable energy production. There's supercapacitors and ultracapacitors, and it's a fantastic storage medium. But we have to have a really enriched version of the graphene to be able to store the charge in the null space. It sort of stores power in the counter space area of the battery.
Maybe I'll have.
But in terms of it being injected, it's definitely deadly. So if that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, maybe I'm going to have to share some of these research papers. I'm going to have to go in there later today. I'll go in there. But I'll go back and see if I can find them, because what I was doing was I was looking at investment options, and I was looking at where their money was coming from, whatnot, doing a little research into their background. And it just kept going. My wife was sitting there, I was reading it to her, and she was like, oh my gosh, that stuff, they've been poisoning us with that for years. It's in a lot of medications as what was it called? Because they changed the name of it back in 78, the medical side of it. They changed the name of it to I'm going to have to look that up. Anyhow. And so
I just want to contend with that. Poly implies polyurethane. It's normally a plastic-based product, and graphene, carbon-based, is not a poly base.
No, but they mixed it. They made it a compound, a poly compound, so that they could make it more so it can travel in liquids. All right, so it stays supported in liquids, and then they can use it as a carrier. And mostly, what it's used for is DNA and RNA, not sequencing, but what did they call it? Anyhow, man, a whole lot of scientific words, okay? But you start reading these papers and all this research that they've been doing for years, and it's really scary. I'm telling you, man, and it's undetectable.
Yeah, well, with the CRISPR technology of gene editing in the mRNA and RNA sequences, that has been, I would say, also experimented on since the late 90s, early 2000s. So I would say that it definitely correlates with the same sort of timing as the discovery of graphene. But in terms of RNA injectables, it's not been commonplace. So
look into it. It has been. Look into it. Man, I'm telling you, this goes back to the 50s. It goes all the way back to the 50s. Them doing studies and research on it, and even though it was determined to be poison, that's when they changed the name of it to that. Man, I wish I could remember the name of it, but it's a long name. And poly is just the very first word, which just means that it's a compound. From what I understand, when I looked up what poly meant, so it's just a polymer compound, a compound of more than two agents or something is what it says. Something I can't get technical about it, so I don't know. I'll just have to find the papers and post them. That's what I'll do is post these research papers all these research papers I came across, because I'm sure they're in my browser history. I was just astonished by it all. I was just sat there in amazement as I was reading it. Explains a lot.
Yeah, I too I work in this industry where we use graphene and enriched graphene for supercapacitors. And when I discovered graphene in about 2009, to me it was the miracle substance. It's got twice the power density of any other electrolyte like lithium ion, or lithium iron phosphates, your calcium batteries, your sodium batteries, your lead acids, your gels. All those things are completely insignificant with the discovery of graphene. And what they were starting to say is that graphene could become a wearable. And I was promoting this since 2009, telling everyone this is the future.
It is a
Samsung
wearable.
consequently put a graphene battery into their cell phones. Lamborghini has now put supercapacitors into Lamborghinis in their acceleration drives. But then when I started to realize that not only can it be wearable, so like you were saying, the polymer base that allows it to be either printed, so you can now use graphene in ink, you can use graphene in various applications. They made it out like you could print a battery on your arm, and then that could power like your shirt to change continuously throughout the day. But I
That's what I
never
was
thought
just
about
getting ready to say.
the recombination of when it starts to go inside the body. That was the part when I really started to sit up and say, wait a sec. For me, having a battery on the exterior, fantastic. Put the battery in my shirt, put the battery in my pants. I don't mind. It's washable. You can basically never destroy it because it's carbon. It's made of the same stuff as diamond. So to me, it sounded like this miracle solution for our new digital lives that we needed to encounter. But the moment it starts to be injected inside, and when you go and look at the Microsoft patent, the 0202020, what is it, 6060606?
Yes.
That patent describes using this graphene base, and that's the power source for the cryptocurrency, the body activity driven currency future. And when I saw that link, I suddenly became very suspicious of the material, because I know
That
all
was
of its
one of the
beneficial
studies. They
properties in
call it
a
a elliptoid. They label it as a elliptoid, and I don't know what that is, but that's what it's labeled as. And they say, well, it's not in it's not in the jab. So, but when I was looking into it, it's there as a elliptoid or something like that.
ellipted. Yeah.
A carrier of some kind. That's what it is a carrier. That is, they attach whatever they want to it, and then they can control it with 5G. And just one of the articles I came across said that that concert, they said that somebody dissected the audio feed, and they ran they were running the whole spectrum of 5G in the background, and that's what drove everybody crazy, and people were dying and all kinds of things hallucinating. And anyways, but just something else I came across. I don't know if that's true or not, but because everybody at the concert had to be vaccinated, that was one of the requirements to get a ticket. I apologize about saying that. The wearables. Yeah, I came across a shirt. They put it into a thread, and then they sew the threads into the shirt, and then it can read all your bios. While you're working out and whatnot. So yeah, they've got it in wearables already. PEI. Polyethylenediamine. Okay. Molecular structure C2H5N. Polyethylenediamine, PEI, is a class of cationic polymers proven to be effective for gene delivery. However, PEI is non-biodegradable, and the molecular weight of PEI affects the cytotoxicity and gene transfer activity.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
This is the conspiratorial view of history, as opposed to the accidental view. And it is the conspiratorial view that we shall present in this program.
There is a conspiracy theory that a shadowy elite of international bankers are secretly controlling the governments of the world.
They say that the people that control this world could sit around one large table and have lunch.
The theory goes that these elitists plan to create an all-powerful new world order, a world government that will destroy anyone who disobeys them. It is a theory shared by militiamen and neo-Nazis, and also by an increasing number of mainstream Americans. The message spreads through underground videos and anti-New World Order talk shows.
Is there a new world order? There's a new world order. Is there a new religion coming? A new religion's coming.
This is the story of a family who wanted to escape from the clutches of this tyrannical elite by moving to a mountaintop in Idaho. It is also the story of how their paranoid fantasies came true. Randy and Vicky were conspiracy theorists. They believed that an evil elite of international bankers and media moguls was secretly controlling their increasingly tyrannical government. The move to the cabin was their way of opting out. The Weaver family moved to the mountains because they were panicked by the underground videos they saw portraying their government as out of control and destroying the lives of simple people who wanted to live free.
When the guns are gone and your freedom lies shattered at your feet, 'tis when it will be far too late to say, why didn't I fight instead of sheepishly retreat?
Oh! The family called this shadowy elite the New World Order. They thought that if they couldn't be left alone on top of a mountain in Idaho, where could they be left alone? Some of the things they believed up there might seem crazy, but they were a long way off. It was as if Randy and Vicky's conspiracy theories were coming true. They had moved to the mountains to escape a tyrannical government, and a tyrannical government was now coming to get them. The family took to carrying guns at all times, even the children. They became increasingly convinced that the army of the New World Order was watching them from the bushes. In fact, they were being watched from the bushes.
The marshals were up there doing the same thing they'd been doing off and on for the last 3 months. They had cameras up there. Of course, Randy had found one of the cameras and had destroyed it. And they got too close to the cabin. And the dogs got a scent of them, and the dogs started chasing. The deputies started running down the hill, and then the shots were fired. The deputies started running down the hill. Randy, Kevin Harris, and Sammy Weaver started chasing them down. The dogs started coming down. They got to a Y. The deputies stopped, and shots got fired. The dog was definitely shot.
One of the agents shot Stryker in the back and hit his spine, and little Samuel, who raised the dog from a pup, saw him run around in circles yiping and then fall dead. Sammy opened fire on the agents that had shot his dog and said, "You guys, you killed my dog," and he opened fire and shot several times. And as it turned out, he didn't hit anybody. But then when they of course fired back at him with military rifles, these automatic fire rifles, and almost cut his left arm off. Now remember, he was about the size of a 10-year-old boy, you know, small. So he got his left arm to where it was just hanging by the flesh, and little Samuel turned around and ran up the mountain and screamed to his dad, "I'm coming home, Dad." And at that time, my fellow officers took a MP5 machine gun and just sprayed him right up the back as he's running away and murdered him right there.
I think it was right after that, Mom said we got to go get him. And so Mom and Dad went down, and Kevin went with them. And I went in the house and got Elishba dressed. And I never saw him. They put him in the guest shed, and Dad and Mom went in and cleaned him up and wrapped him in a sheet, I guess.
So Vicky goes to the door while she's nursing little Elishba, pushes the door open frantically because she hears the gunfire, and here comes the whole family running in the door.
The bullet had come through the window in the door, would have went through Vicky's face here and come out this, or let's see, she was facing that way, would have come in here, out here, right over the baby's head, and into Kevin. Kevin's coming in, it went in his left arm, and the main part of the bullet broke two ribs and stopped about this far from his heart.
So that was an excellent shot, but a very sad day for America when one of my fellow officers and soldiers has to shoot a mother holding her little baby.
I turn around, there's Vicky. She's kind of down on her knees and her head.
I think it was Dad picked Elishba up out from underneath Mom and handed her to me. And she had blood and stuff all over her head, and we were afraid that she had gotten hit too, but she was okay. It was just Mom's blood. And that's when we went around and drew the curtains on all the windows.
The family locked themselves in the cabin for over a week. Nobody but the Weavers and the FBI knew that Vicky had been killed.
Baby killers! You're all baby killers! You're a bunch of senseless bastards! All of you!
2 miles down in the valley, the protest at the roadblock had swelled to thousands. People travelled from across America to support the Weavers. Jack McLam and Bo Greitz were in the crowd. Jack and Bo are both ex-military officers who've jumped ship and become heroes to the anti-government activists.
It was surreal. It was incredible. What we had was, I'd never seen so many FBI, DEA agents, U.S. Marshals, local police, state police in one place in my life. We had armored personnel carriers, and then they were all dressed in military uniforms with Kevlar. This is America. What is going on here? We're trying to calm them down, get them to stop crying, and to focus on something else other than their mother laying up underneath the kitchen table in a pool of blood. And so basically we spent the morning talking to them about the need to come out and take it to court. We knew then they had one fantastic case in court against this government. Oh my goodness. There's something in law enforcement called jury appeal. And when you machine gun a little boy running away from you and shoot a mother holding a baby in the head, you got jury appeal.
Later that night, Jack and Bo came back down the mountain to tell the protesters what they'd learnt.
I want all of you in the vigil to join your hands. I want you to get close, and I want you to get warm. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is that we went right up to the top of the hill and established an immediate dialogue like I knew we could with Randy. Wasn't any problems at all. This communication is going to continue. I want your hands joined. That's an order. I got a reason for it. The bad news, and get a grip on yourself, is that Vicky was killed. Damn. And most unfortunate thing, apparently she was killed on Saturday. Wonderful mother has had her life taken, and she's in God's hands as we speak.
It was 11 days into the siege that Bo and Jack finally convinced the family to take their case to court.
Well, the door opens and they come out. Oh, I tell you, boy, I just about get tears in my eyes now thinking about it. It was wonderful to see these little girls take off their weapons, little tiny little girls, you know, wearing weapons against their own government. I mean, where should that be proper? And it was The saddest days of my life was spent on the top of that mountain when I realized that my fellow police officers and soldiers are capable of that, you see, that I served with. I never would have believed that, never would have believed it, you know. And so it was a great awakening for Bo and me and many of the officers up there, because when we walked down through that crowd, big guys with their military rifles and the tears coming down, streaking the face paint, you know, they were all crying, you know, that the family had come out. So it was a great experience. And that's why there's so many people today in America and people in uniform that are speaking out against this damnable world system that's being set up that will do that to people at will.
The Weavers moved to the mountains because of their fantasies about a shadowy elite coming to get them, and in a sense their conspiracy theories came true. The American militia movement was formed that week at the roadblock at Ruby Creek, convinced that a shadowy elite plans to do to the world what they did to the Weavers.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Hey, is it quiet or is it me?
Oh yeah, it is quiet. I thought something wrong with my headphones or something.
I was just going to do some work and listen to you guys, but it's just like silent.
I know. I was like, what's wrong with my headphones? I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to play music in the background. The earth is a ball. Prove me wrong.
You prove me wrong.
I just want to see if anyone jump in.
I know. Somebody.
So anything happen in the Super Bowl?
I didn't finish it. I think I got to the first quarter, is it? And then I was too tired. The Rams were winning at the time.
I know it's hard to care less of the whole, but the whole satanic thing, supposedly the halftime, that symbolic or something like that, with the earth or something. Uh, yes.
Hello, hello. Has it gone quiet or is it wrong with my earphones or whatever?
It's so quiet.
Oh.
Much quiet.
So we've got proof of the globe here. It's nice that we've got proof of that finally. I think it's time to just pack our bags, shut the server down.
Trying to find an article. Trying to find an article that right now doesn't, so I can bring this topic up. Try to read this article right now. The recent news about space and Earth. Someone bring an article like things that proves the Earth is round.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there. To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs, and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible, because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we're going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last, the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide, which had closed the ice in around us, finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean. And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. It seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. We therefore had to unload from the bay ice. We had to put our tractors overboard with the engines running to safeguard the lives of the drivers as the ice was constantly breaking off. We had to get the tractors quickly away from the edge of the crumbling ice. We came within an ace of losing overboard our principal plane of exploration, the William Hawley. It was a critical moment. At times, as the ice broke, then all supplies would fall into the water. We kept a man on watch with a life preserver on line as a safeguard for the men working on the edge of the ice. We were working against time to finish unloading before the fall freeze-up, when the ships would have to return to civilization. You can see what a tough job we had to transport 400 tons of material through this area. The bay ice was constantly shifting and cracking. We call this period the White Nightmare, and a nightmare it was. The hardest work of all was this man-hauling of sleds, Eskimo Huskies, still the backbone of polar exploration. They can go where no tractor could ever go. You can't do without them. The Rupert must go back to civilization because the bay would soon freeze and she couldn't stand the ice. Now, the only person out of 150 men to get sick and who would have to go back on the Rupert was the doctor. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. We found it chilly working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition, but it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if you ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Seibel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
and get the hell out of the clubhouse.
Well,
take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
When the shadows interrupt, I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is full of shit.
Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger. We're wrapping in on Earth.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue gas, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen.
Mr. Seibel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Seibel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
the
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Seibel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
we're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
We'd ask you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before. Mm. And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's
Well,
very extraordinary, one of a kind,
Okay.
behind the scenes type
Yeah.
of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
Of what?
of July, 1969.
Apollo 11, Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over.
Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we were seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth. Roger, the ATC's working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, did you copy, over?
You copied, Charlie.
Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over.
Okay, how do you read me now?
Roger, 5 by now. Coastline. Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had.
What is your proposition? That we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you did. I know for a fact that you did not.
You know for a fact that we did not.
That's correct. And you'll see this tape proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off.
Through the other windows.
You're full of shit.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th?
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my reaction?
I know for a fact
that's slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
If
you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
If you read the document that I have in here, you'll find that it's not. That this is a personal plea to do what is right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
Just have the
time.
document that you want to see.
Place the camera at the back of the spacecraft.
I know for a fact.
But what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
It is completely
No, I do not.
with the Earth in low
Then we have a difference of opinion.
The circumference of the window.
This is where you're using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you when to speak.
You believe in UFOs?
No, I
You
do
believe
not.
we've been visited by? Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this stuff?
I know for a fact. We've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and it's dated by an atomic clock talk to the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not.
I know for a fact that it didn't. And this tape would prove it in a court of law.
Subsequently, this
It would.
tape was never used.
Why don't you try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one has
Is your
laughed.
camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the
No, but you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window? It's shot to make it look like.
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
This
these
is
things.
straight. This isn't manufactured.
Sure.
You know that it
to
isn't.
that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
Will you give me your
Here's
business
the light.
card?
It's all in there.
Camera controls,
It's all
but
in there.
not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front of
You're
the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Howdy, Buzz.
Who's that?
How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just
That's called being a
focus
thief.
on it?
Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get
Will you
in the middle
tell
of
him
anything,
to get
but
out of
this
here?
This is a hotel.
We'll call
Right,
the police.
we paid.
Come on in here, we'll call the police.
Solicit on
You like
Why
that?
don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I
Will you
misrepresented
get
myself.
away from me?
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program. It's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and moved the camera of the Earth and moved the camera back away from the window, turned off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were given an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that kind of thing.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to
Get
God
away
on the
from me.
Bible that you
Get
walked on
away
the
from
moon.
me, okay?
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left
hand,
raise your right hand,
okay,
and you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future, and if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay, say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason, no, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon, I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't treason.
Under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason?
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
Okay, sure.
pop that one out.
Is that? Can I get the eject button? Good. Oh, that was stopping.
Yeah, take it again.
Yeah, we can edit this that way. We don't have to worry about not doing that. So we can. Well,
Yeah, just hit play.
well, it goes in. This way.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out. I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth. Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this? So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems
I think
to be.
it's shot a little bit halfway to the moon. Now it's kind of, now I guess the cloud cover looks.
That's what you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front
Now
of
I
it.
thought that was the arm of God moving
Right.
across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that
I
out.
suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There
About
it is
like
again,
that.
130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it's pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That, I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press us, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see it. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. And as an independent producer...
Okay, we're heading out.
doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get.
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You're going to get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Dancing in the street, there's nothing left.
everybody. Tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we're starting right now.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. If this is your first time here at Modern Day Debate, want to let you know we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And want to let you know as well, no matter what walk of life you're from, folks, we really do hope you feel welcome. We're glad you're here. And it's going to be a fun one tonight, you guys. I am thrilled. So what we're going to do is I'll let you know the format first. We're going to have a flexible, roughly 10-minute opening statement from each speaker. And again, that's flexible to meet the speaker's needs. Then after that, which by the way, we'll have Paul going first and then Whitsitt doing his opening as well, followed by open conversation. So kind of a civil discourse followed by Q&A at the end. So if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat, and you can tag me with @ModernDayDebate. That makes it easier for me to see every question so I can put it in that Q&A list. And what we're going to do is introduce our guests. We're thrilled to have them with us, and we also want to give them a chance to share about their links, which I have put in the description, folks. So if you want to hear more from our guests, you certainly can by clicking on those links, and that includes if you're listening via podcast, which, by the way, folks, I have to tell you, we are thrilled. People have apparently found the podcast useful. We see a lot of downloads, which is encouraging that it's useful. And so I want to encourage you folks, if you haven't checked us out on podcast yet, well, hey, pull out your favorite podcast app on your phone and find us on there. But with that, we're going to introduce our guests. We're thrilled to have them. And so first, Paul, we're thrilled to have you here. Folks, I want to let you know, Paul is a experienced pilot. He's got how many years is it, Paul, if I can ask?
I started flying in 1999. I started flying gliders, and then I progressed onto powered aircraft. I wouldn't class myself as an experienced pilot. I'm not a commercial pilot. I just have my national private pilot's license. I fly small aircraft.
You got it. Well, thanks so much for your humble spirit. I appreciate that. And so what we're going to do is, I want to say, actually, Paul, if you can share what people can expect to find at your link in the description. Thanks again for being here.
Yeah, if you have a look on my link, you'll find some videos of flying. I don't have a great deal of contacts out there. Like I said, there's some flying videos, there's little bits and bobs. I'm hoping to build the channel up a little bit more. Hopefully, this will encourage me to maybe take part in a few more debates and things like that.
You got it. Thanks so much, Paul. And kicking it over to Whitsitt Gets It. Good to have you back. He's been here a number of times, and here he is again with his link in the description. What can people expect to find at that link, Whitsitt?
Well, we do talk about the Earth here and there, and of course, upload videos where I go out and I, tell people the truth in real life. Show people it's not really as intimidating as it may seem. You just have to go do it because we're being censored on the internet, so might as well go do it. And then, basically anything under the sun, man, anything that needs to be questioned that we've been taught that seems to be lacking in empirical evidence, we think for ourselves, and that's pretty much it. And they're censoring me, so, stay up to date, and I'll let you know where we go from there.
You got it. Well, we're thrilled to have you back as well, Austin. And so what we were going to do is, as mentioned, jump into those opening statements. So, Paul, the floor is all yours for your opening statement.
Actually, it was Austin that was going to go first because mine is going to basically follow on with what Austin has to say.
That's right. Thank you very much for that. So we'll start with Austin. The floor is all yours. And thanks so much again, both of you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on tour telling everyone around the nation that they've been lied to about the Earth. It's called the Clown World Tour. So I don't have a presentation per se for you, but of course, being a pilot is really of no value when it comes to or pertinent to this discussion. This is one for, of course, you cannot see the curvature admittedly from one of the main scientific communicators, Neil deGrasse Tyson, from over 128,000 feet where Felix Baumgartner jumped. Commercial flight flies a fourth of that altitude. You admitted you weren't a commercial flight, so you weren't even flying our pilot, so you weren't even flying that high. I used to work at an airport, a private airport, know hundreds of pilots on a first name basis. Every single time I asked them, do they account for curvature? They chuckle, say, of course not. And the horizon's always horizontal, and that's how you actually acclimate your flight. Nothing about a plane or flying one has anything to do with a presupposed convexity of terra firma. Of course, it's literally called a plane because it flies over a plane. Assumes a flat non-rotating surface, as in every single patent of a plane ever assumes that. Pilots are trained on a target generation facility, which assumes a flat non-rotating surface and it negates the gravity vector. So really, bluntly, being a pilot in no way does anything but gives firsthand testimony to physical evidence of the Earth being flat. This is because the efficacy of the use case of flying a plane is actually physical evidence whenever it is successful, because it assumes a flat, non-rotating surface. You have to account for convexity and terra firma. You have to account for movement. You'd have to account for this mystical Coriolis that's pseudo-scientific nonsense. And none of that's the case. So yeah, it's pretty much, like I always say, the globe Earth actually has the burden of proof, right? So they're making a positive claim of where we live, contrary to all empirical evidence. So when I say the Earth's stationary, I have literally all empirical evidence to back that up. You actually claim something antithetical to all empirical evidence, as that we're moving. So you have the evidence, or you have the burden of proof, right? Because you're making the claim antithetical to empirical evidence. It's the same thing with the movement. It's the same thing with the convexity rate. It's the same thing with space being a vacuum that we can go to. So objectively, in an intellectual forum, the globe Earth proponent has the burden of proof. And there is no physical empirical evidence of even the potentiality of any of these things. Water bending convexly around the exterior of a spinning object in a vacuum with pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, void of physical containment. Water bending convexly in and of itself is an impossibility because of fluid statics. So where the debate goes from here will be kind of, it'll be on the globe proponent, because again, they have the burden of proof. So that's pretty much it. I guess in conclusion, I will say presuppositions and reifications don't mean anything. Telling you a creative fairy tale as to how it could work or how you think it works doesn't mean anything. So like, oh, we don't feel it moving, but this is why. Well, that's just a pseudoscientific presupposition, a begging the question fallacy. Reification fallacies are insufficient when discussing something as big as a definitive natural claim. You're making definitive claims about the natural world. We need natural empirical evidence. So yeah, that's about it. The Earth's provably a geocentric stationary plane until proven otherwise.
You got it. Thank you very much. Witsit gets it. We'll kick it over to Paul for his opening as well. Thanks so much, Paul. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, thanks, Austin, for that. I do agree with you that flying a plane doesn't make any difference to the globe. It'll all work on a flat surface, and it'll work on a globe surface as well. I just need to put my headset in because I just want to do a little presentation, and sometimes when I share my screen I'll lose the volume, so I won't be able to hear you. So I'll just put my headset in and then I can still hear you. Right, can you hear me still? Right, lovely. Right, I just need to go to share screen. Right, can you see that?
I think, let's see, the window that we're seeing is the Zoom window. I think you might have clicked on the auxiliary Zoom window instead of the PowerPoint.
Right,
or it might be your browser, actually. So I think, let me try this really quick. What I'll do is pop you out of screen share, and then I think if you try the same method you did, I think it might just be a different window that you were trying to show us.
Right, so I click on the share screen, yes?
Mm-hmm, yep. That's I think that's still just like the Zoom.
Yeah, just a minute. See if I can.
Here we go.
What's that like now? Should be a PowerPoint window.
Not quite yet.
Right, just a minute. We close that. Right, so I clicked on share screen. What's that like? It's the PowerPoint I'm trying to share.
Yeah, I think that what you'd want to do is, so like once you click on the old green screen share button, then you'd just kind of look, like Zoom will give you like an option to choose from all the different windows that you have on your computer. And you
it's not giving me unfortunately, it's not giving me the PowerPoint window.
Is it, and the PowerPoint window is for sure up?
No, it's not come up. All right, let me just have a look. I wonder if I open the PowerPoint. And then go to share. All right, so that now should come up with the PowerPoint, yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, brilliant. We got there eventually.
Yep.
Right, so as Austin said in his opening statement, he doesn't feel that he holds the burden of proof. And I actually agree with him. He doesn't hold the burden of proof because he's not claiming the shape of the Earth. What he's doing is he doesn't accept the globe Earth. And I've also noticed in a few of his debates, he said that he would like one single piece of evidence that follows the scientific method. So what is the scientific method? You start off by asking a question, do some background research, construct an hypothesis, test your hypothesis by doing an experiment, analyze your data and draw a conclusion. Report your results. Was your hypothesis correct? So we're going to shoot back in time a couple of thousand years, and I know you've heard this one before, Whitsit. Ask a question. Aristophanes, whilst working as a librarian, learned that during the summer solstice, the sun cast no shadow in Cyrene, but in Alexandria, at the same time, the sun did cast a shadow. Why? Do background research. Aristophanes knew the distance from Alexandria to Cyrene to be 500 miles or 800 kilometers. Aristophanes measured the difference in the angles of and the shadows in Alexandria and Cyrene. Construct an hypothesis. With the information he had collected, Aristophanes, using simple geometry, hypothesized the Earth was a globe. Test this hypothesis. Let's shoot forward now 1,000 years. At this time in Europe, shipbuilding had come a long way. Navigation needed to improve as ships travel further away from land. You could never cross the ocean unless you have the courage to lose the sight of the shore, said the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus. Latitude and longitude. By using latitude and longitude lines on a globe, we can split the globe into sections that can give positions on any part of that globe. Latitude lines go from the equator north and south in degrees. The equator is 0 degrees latitude. So this is the equator, you can see my mouth. And the latitude lines run south and north in degrees. Longitudes move west to east from the prime meridian, which is in Greenwich, England. And that is the 0 degrees latitude. So you've got 0 degrees latitude and from the equator moving upwards. These degrees can be broken down even further. So we can have degrees, minutes and seconds. For example, 41 degrees north, 24 minutes and 12 seconds. East, 2 degrees, 10 minutes, 26 seconds will put you in Barcelona. Finding latitude and longitudes. Sailors find their latitude by using celestial objects such as the North Star. Finding longitude was more difficult. To find longitude, you need to know the time in Greenwich and the time where you are. We know the sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. If it's midday in Greenwich and only 1000 hours at your location, you are 30 degrees west of Greenwich. If it's 1400 hours at your location, you are 30 degrees east of Greenwich. This was a problem for sailors. as they didn't have an accurate way of telling the time. Along came John Harrison, who invented the marine chronometer, solving this problem of finding longitude. And just for the UK viewers, if you look at the picture to the right, and you remember watching Only Fools and Horses, this was the watch that they found, which made them millionaires. Analyze the data. Modern navigation charts used by sailors and pilots use charts with latitude and longitude. We know these charts work as they are used successfully by thousands of people every day. These charts only work on a globe Earth, as the longitude lines get closer together the further north or south you go from the equator. Navigation charts don't fit on a flat Earth. All the latitude and longitude lines need to all join up and remain the correct distance. If you look at the flat Earth map on the right, which is quite often used by flat earthers, you've got the longitude lines running from north to south, and the equator would be around about here. So they fit going north because the longitudinal lines get shorter the further you go up. But if you look, the further south they go, the more they get wider apart. That does not fit with the navigational charts. All navigational charts correspond with the globe. So this model would not work. Can the globe be falsified? Fundamental to science is the concept of hypotheses being falsified. How can my hypotheses I've just presented be falsified? Number one, show how navigation charts fit on the flat Earth without any alterations to the charts. Number two, show how the navigational charts don't work in the real world. And number three, show how navigation charts don't fit the globe. And if you look at the picture on the right, this is what I've drawn up myself. So we've got the equator here, and this is the northern hemisphere. And as you can see, all the longitudinal lines from the equator going up get narrower. Going south of the equator, the longitudinal lines also need to get narrower. And this is the only way I could make it work. And as you can see, if you were to follow that model, you've got gaps here and gaps here, which will not fit with the natural world. If you remove these and look at that shape and then fold these backwards, guess what you've got? A globe. That's demonstrating that the navigational charts used by sailors and pilots with the longitudinal and latitude lines would not fit on a flat Earth and would only fit on the globe. Report the results then. After looking at all the data, the only conclusion is the Earth is a globe. I'll stop sharing that bit.
Thank you very much. And also want to remind you folks, forgot to mention it earlier, we are pumped as in the next month, we are scheduling it for sometime in March. Matt Dillahunty will be returning to debate Samuel Nassan on whether or not Jesus fulfilled prophecy. You don't want to miss that, folks. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and be sure to hit that notification bell so you get all notifications, because you won't want to miss that one live. And that's coming up in March, as mentioned. So with that, gentlemen, thanks very much for your openings. And what we're going to do is open it up to open conversation. The floor is all yours.
All right, so I'll just go ahead and start. So your first PowerPoint slide, you said Austin likes to talk about science, and I like to see one piece of scientific evidence for the globe. And yeah, that's correct. I do say that. And science is not some subjective thing that you can type it on a PowerPoint and change the definition of it, right? It's called the Socratic method. We have agreed upon defined terms so that we actually are, productive. And science has a very, definable parameter to it, right? So you have your naturally occurring observable phenomena. That's your first step. So if you don't have that, you're not even in the ballpark of science, bro.
Yeah, Austin, I'm not here to actually debate you on science. I've basically done the PowerPoint, putting out a presentation to why I think that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
I've demonstrated, I believe, why I believe that it's a globe. can you debunk what I've just said? Can you make the navigational charts fit on a flat surface?
Sure. Well, for one, I was going to go through your PowerPoints one by one, but we can skip around. And you just basically conceded. You believe the Earth's a globe. Yeah, well, I did too, bro. I was taught the Earth's a globe. This isn't a belief. It's about empirical verifiability and falsifiability. You touched on that. Something must be falsifiable in order to even be considered to be viable. Right. But if you want to talk about the navigation chart, sure, whatever. They use Cartesian coordinate systems, and every map that exists is flat, and they all go based off of Polaris and then the sky. In fact, longitude and latitude are derivative of the motion, the cyclical nature of the sky. The sky moves. The Earth doesn't move. You just say that the sky isn't moving, the Earth is moving, and that it's a ball. Then you take the Cartesian coordinates at a z-axis with the presupposition of sphericity, and then you map it out. And so in addition to that, there is no such thing as land layout in a globe projection that isn't disproportionate. So, basically implicit in your claim is that traveling using a globe is real efficient, and that's patently false. And there is no such thing as a globe projection that isn't disproportionate. And whenever they actually navigate, they assume Cartesian coordinates with X and Y coordinates to their local positioning system. So, that's just, once again, I preface by saying just presupposing the Earth's a ball and then telling me, look, we traveled and we mapped it down on a theoretical ball doesn't actually do anything but beg the question.
Well, no, because if you look at any navigational charts, like I explained before, when you look at the longitudinal lines on these charts, they correspond exactly with the globe.
Because the globe, sir, was designed based on that.
Right.
So, of course it does.
Yeah, so they follow exactly what's on the globe. These do. If you lay all these charts out flat, if you had a big enough space to lay all these charts out, that is the shape that they will follow.
Is that where we live? Do we live on that?
Well, if it's flat, yes, that's what we'd have to live on.
That's inaccurate. There's no such thing as an accurate map because
but if you put these together, you get a globe, which follows. They all follow exactly what is on the globe, and the globe's behind you. They all follow exactly.
Speaking of these, we're getting people to sign these and we're selling them, but you know what's on the bottom of all of them? Not for educational purposes. This is not an accurate representation of reality whatsoever, and it's actually admitted by the people that produce them, manufacture them.
You wouldn't use these for navigation, no. You wouldn't ever use
up then.
No, you wouldn't use them for navigation, but because the detail is too small. I mean, you look at this here. You've got the UK there. How the hell could you use that for navigation?
No, sir. That's not why they're not good. They're not accurate. They're admittedly disproportionate.
What these say. When I look at this and I look at the longitudinal lines on here, they match up.
Do you know why?
Go on.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why they match up. Because again, longitude and latitude are derivative of, meaning derived from the sky's movement. So they took the movement, then the sky, locations relative to their positioning throughout different times of the year with the sky, and then they reverse engineered a model assuming the globe Earth, and then mapped out the longitude and latitudinal lines with an assumed z-axis. So then to take the model mapped around it and say, it works, of course it works. It was made after the fact, reverse engineering, derivative of the sky's cyclical nature. So this is a presupposition. This is a begging the question fallacy.
But if all navigational charts, like I say, like this one, for instance, I can't open it because it's massive, but all these navigational charts correspond to what is on this globe. And like I've just said, if you lay all these charts out on the ground and you correspond all the longitudinal and latitudinal lines together so they are all touching, you will get that shape. That shape is the flat shape of a globe, because like I said, if you fold these back in, guess what you've got? You've got yourself the globe.
Is bending that piece of paper somehow giving me empirical evidence that the Earth's a ball, sir? Because they say 70% of it's water and water finds its level. We've measured the Earth. It's not a globe.
If this is accurate and you could successfully navigate around the globe with this.
That's flat, bro.
Yes, I know it is. And that's what it will look like if you join them all together, which corresponds to this. And that's
because there's no such thing as a completely.
If you lay them all flat, they will all join up. When you get to the southern hemisphere, it will look like that.
Is the globe map accurate?
Is the what? As in the globe
map accurate?
The globe, you mean? Or the navigation?
Yeah, is the globe accurate? Is the land layout on the globe accurate?
It's an accurate representation of the Earth, but you wouldn't use it for navigation.
No. but I'm asking you a pointed question, right? Is the land layout on a globe accurate?
Yes.
It's objectively not, sir. It's not even close to being accurate. You can go to actualsize.com. It will show you the true sizes of the continents as you drag them over. So there's a disproportionate nature of land layout inherent with any map in the world, including
there is errors in all maps, but the errors isn't that bad that you can't navigate by it. That's what I'm saying. There is errors, but it still perfectly works fine for navigation. And
a flat map doesn't work? Is that what you're saying?
No, the flat map doesn't work. That's what I'm saying.
It does work. Okay, so this proves nothing. This goes in the basket of, works on both models. So
it doesn't work on both models because on the flat model, the Earth must look like that. It must do. It can only look 1/2. Wait,
do you know?
It must look like that.
Wait, do you know where the Earth ends? Where does the Earth end? We're not even allowed to go past the 60th south latitude. How can I accurate layout of proportionate land masses if I don't know the actual proximity of the Earth?
How do you mean we can't go past this?
It's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude because all the world's major nations got together and said that it is, sir. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, in 2014,
you can book a trip to Antarctica now.
That is not what I said. I said freely and privately explore it, bro. Not like go on a tour because I called and got approved and paid $20,000 to go see one little section. They told me that's a joke.
Yeah, I mean, for a start off, it's very cold. It would be a very dangerous place just to turn up on a whim and start wandering about.
Bro, I can climb Mount Everest.
It's also one of the last places on the Earth that has been virtually untouched by man. So no, they don't want thousands of people just mocking, turning up there. But you can go past. Well, for a start off, each year, I think it's done each year. They do a race round the Antarctic.
Yeah, sailboats. Yeah, I know all about it. I've done the math on all of them. Have you looked into it?
So where are they going then? The route? So where I have seen the route. Yeah,
the route doesn't go around an ice cap, bro. It comes down and comes back up north. So that's non sequitur to proving the Earth's a ball. So we can try again. It's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. It's called the Antarctic Treaty, and subsequent legislation has been signed. What?
That, if you look at the picture, that is the route that they take.
Okay. Have you seen it mapped out on a flat projection with the northern continent above it? The actual route mapped out. Have you seen it? It comes down and pops back up north. So we can't verify that little ice cap, bro. You're asking me to believe stories, dude. I don't believe stories, man. I want empirical evidence. I thought this was where we were getting evidence for the first time. We haven't gotten any. We've gotten stories of how that the route actually goes around an ice cap.
The evidence I presented, my argument basically is, and the evidence I've got, is that if navigational charts work, which they do, we all know navigational charts work. People use thousands of times each day.
For thousands and thousands of years.
Right.
Okay, well, everyone knew the Earth was a geocentric
station. Hang on. No, the navigational chart that I'm talking about hasn't been used for thousands of years.
Is it more accurate than the old ones?
I'm talking about navigational charts which have longitude and latitude lines on them.
So do the old ones.
They correspond with what the globe model is.
But the old ones had it too, and they
work. If these work, and they're proven to work, and if you laid them all out flat, that is what it would look like. Now,
why do you keep saying that?
Both agree, because that's what it would look like. If you laid them all out flat, so all the longitudinal and latitude lines join up, that is the only shape that you are going to get. If you
but you don't know the true proximity of the land masses, bro. We can't privately explore the Earth.
Basically, like I've just said, if you lay all these maps out, that is the shape that you will get. And that.
Why do you just keep saying that, bro? You're just saying that.
I don't understand how you cannot see that is correct.
It's a baseless assertion.
You can buy all these navigational maps. You can look and you can go and get all these navigational maps and join them up and find out yourself. They all join up and they all marry up with this.
So for one, are you saying that we know for a 100% proportionate land layout and the proximity of the entire Earth so that we can make some type of depiction of it from an orthographic view? Or are you just making baseless assertions, skating past the fact that I can't privately explore that area, bro? So you have to know the whole Earth to be able to project.
Just because you can't privately explore Antarctica, I don't see how that's relevant.
I don't blindly believe the government.
It's one part on the Earth that is undisturbed by man, and they would like to keep it that way.
Yeah, so for thousands of years, for all recordable histories, humans have fought over every square inch of land, every resource they can get their hands on, every village they can rape and pillage for every single type of power motive in the world. But when it comes to a huge land mass with tons of resources that are completely untapped, not one of the world's superpowers decided to go try to take it over. They've all agreed to put all their sides or all their differences aside, even though they hate each other and are supposedly geopolitical adversaries, and then agree to not let any of us little peasants go privately explore because, well, they can tell us what the Earth is. We shouldn't be able to verify it for ourselves. I don't blindly believe the government, bro. They set up wars and admit that they fake false flag attacks. I don't trust the government, bro. We need empirical evidence.
Right. Okay. Do you want to move on to something else then, apart from the
Sure.
navigational charts?
Because navigational charts have been used for thousands of years, sir, and everyone knew the Earth was flat, and it uses the North Star, which has stayed in the center for all recordable history. And you brought up Aristophanes
charts,
too.
like I say, that's the shape you get, which turns out to be a globe.
Okay, no, it doesn't. That globe means nothing. So Aristophanes, you brought that up in your first. Do you actually think Aristophanes is sufficient empirical evidence that the Earth's a ball that defies physics?
No, I mean, some people don't actually believe that Aristophanes did it. I just use that as an example, as in the asking of a question. So whether he asked the question or somebody else asked that question, it doesn't matter. The question was asked.
So you agree Aristophanes is just some fairy tale people made up to push the pseudoscientific Jesuit religion that says that we're spinning in a vacuum?
Who actually did it, I think, is irrelevant. The question was asked of why do you get shadows in one area?
He didn't even do it.
Well, if he didn't do it, somebody else did it. The question
Who did it?
Asked. The question is why at a certain time of the year do you get shadows in one place and you don't get shadows in another place? Or if you're in one part of the globe or the Earth and you move to another point, at the same time, shadows will be different between them two different points.
They would be different on a flat Earth too, sir.
That's what?
They would be different on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say, if the sun is closer.
Yeah, so I said in my preface, if you just presuppose the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics, that isn't evidence of it.
The hypothesis that I mentioned is that he assumed that the Earth was a globe, and then he put it to the test by going through what I've just said, by having longitude, latitudinal lines, mapping out the globe, putting it onto navigational charts. Then navigational charts fit with the globe. The navigational charts are successful, they work, therefore the shape of the Earth must be the globe, or it's a star shape.
Bro, what in the world kind of logic was that, bro? You just ran off the railroad tracks there.
No,
Aristophanes, can I respond, sir? Hey, can I respond?
Sure.
Aristophanes wasn't even a real person for all I know. There's no primary documentation of this at all. There's not even primary documentation. You're telling me a fairy tale, sir. And then you keep on saying, but he did this and it proved it was a globe, but it's literally a fairy tale. Then when I press you on that, it doesn't matter if he did it, someone else did it. He assumed a distant sun and parallel rays.
It doesn't matter who did it. It's whether the question was asked, and the question has been asked. We all asked that question. We've then built up a model on the globe. We've mapped it out. We've developed navigational charts which follow the globe, and they worked. They work.
So navigational charts were here already, bro.
Don't worry. I love your guys' enthusiasm, but just to get to hear the rest from Paul, I think Paul was maybe mid-thought. If you had any more you were adding to that, Paul.
No, it's the same thing. I think we might as well move on to something else because he's not going to accept the navigational charts. Like I say, I'll just end it by saying if navigational charts work, if you lay them navigational charts out onto the ground and join them all together, that is the shape that you've got, which is basically a two-dimensional representation of a 3D object, which is the globe. Join them that way, it ends up being the globe again.
Sir, I'm really trying not to be disrespectful, but I don't care about your origami, bro. Like, it means nothing. So we need empirical evidence. Dude, navigation using the celestial alignment of the cyclical nature of the stars has been going on for thousands of years. Polaris has been in the center the whole time. You claim we're spinning and revolving, shooting 500,000 miles per hour around the sun through space while the galaxy shoots 1.3 billion miles an hour.
I was actually just claiming. I came on here basically to argue about the shape of the Earth, not what the Earth's doing or whether it's rotating. But if we want to go down that route, you can do so.
Well, you keep saying there's a globe.
We're rotating. We're rotating. So
yeah, for you to have gravity, it has to be spinning. So you can't have your globe Earth fairy tale that defies physics without it spinning because it creates the centripetal or centrifugal, which they changed their mind because they're pseudoscientific psychopaths, based on the attraction of mass particles relative to the center of mass. And its movement is what causes the gravitational resultant of the bending and warping of fabric to concepts, which is a reification fallacy. So you have to be spinning, my man. That's what your model says. That's why the stars look like they move. So That's it. There's no pick and choose here. But we can get right to the heart of the issue if you want to. The Earth isn't curving, dude. I mean, I've been testing it all over the coast for like the last 3 weeks. There's no curvature anywhere. So
why do you think you would see curvature from actually with you being stood on the Earth? Why would you see curvature?
Because
the size of you to the size of the Earth, you're not going to see curvature.
That's inaccurate, bro, because it's geometry, right? So they didn't just claim the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics and that you came from nothing. They actually claimed a specific size. They claimed dimensions. They claimed a radius value. They claimed a circumference value. Do you know what the claimed radius is?
About 3,900 miles, something along them.
Yeah, 3959. So based on that, which is of course the distance from the center to the edge, right? The circumference of a circle or a ball, right? Center to edge. So that's the maximum extension of the Earth's dimensions. So it has to curve at a certain rate. And that's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that means at 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1. I should see the Earth curving from 1 foot off the ground at 1.2 miles away. Well, we have an observation off the coast of Cali, 1 foot off the ground, the horizon's over 10 miles away. So the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. It's not even
because
close.
on the Earth, you obviously are aware that we do have a thing called refraction. So things can be refracted back up into view.
So you're saying that was a result of refraction?
Yes.
Okay.
And I take it you will do you not agree that refraction takes place?
No, refractions obviously takes place. That's the only reason that we have the phenomena.
So then I wouldn't use that as an argument for the globe, because depending on the globe or whether the Earth is actually flat, because refraction occurs. So some days you might only see 4 or 5 miles, some days you might see 9 miles, some days you might see less than that. It's going to vary each day depending on the conditions of the weather. So
welcome to flat Earth, bro.
So you can't use that as an argument for.
That's a flat Earth argument. You just made a flat Earth argument. See, this is the difference. I know that
I wouldn't use that as an argument for either.
But you're wrong, because I know that the horizon is just an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's an optical effect based on observer height, atmospheric conditions, etc. It's not a real place. It constantly moves. It's an optical effect. But in your globe Earth religion, it has to be a real place. It's a tangible physical obstruction of convexity of terra firma, or Earth curvature. Totally different. You have a physical, tangible place that has to stay there based on the radius value. I know that the horizon constantly moves throughout the day.
So what you're saying is there must be a geometric horizon.
Yeah.
Yes, I will agree. There must be a geometric horizon. But
where's it at, bro?
It's not the horizon, but the distance is going to change depending on atmospheric conditions.
Only on a flat Earth. Only on a flat Earth, though.
Why would that change only on a flat Earth and not on a globe Earth?
Because on a globe Earth, there's a physical, tangible location, a convexity rate of terra firma that does not change, right? So based on atmospheric conditions, right, you can have terrestrial refraction that brings it closer to you. It cannot extend it, and it cannot lift it up and bring it behind oil rigs 10 miles away, because looming, an optical effect that's resultant of refraction that we do know about and have quantified quite thoroughly, is actually relative to the horizon. It's an object relative to the horizon. The horizon cannot loom relative to the horizon. That is retarded. So like the main problem here is you're saying, yeah, there has to be a geometric horizon. We just never see it. Is that do we ever see the geometric horizon? Because if not, how do we know it's there, bro?
If we got rid of the atmosphere, yes, you would be able to. With it, if we lived on a planet with no atmosphere, yes, you'll be able to see it.
Okay, but that's just
atmospheric refraction. It moves.
Okay, and if we were able to go fly at 3,000 meters without any intervention from a plane, Superman would come visit us. Like, it doesn't, dude, you're just telling me a story. If we had no atmosphere, you mean if we died? So we live on Earth with atmosphere, bro. And so you're just making your claim unfalsifiable, which goes against your PowerPoint.
Refraction. So because we live on the Earth with an atmosphere, we do experience atmospheric refraction. Okay. So the apparent horizon that you're looking at is going to change depending on what the refraction rate is for that day.
Okay. It's called terrestrial refraction. If you're saying that the geometric horizon optically moved over 10 times too far,
the geometric horizon doesn't move. The apparent horizon that you're looking at moves.
Well, apparent horizon's redundant. That's all we ever see. You're claiming geometric horizon, but we never see it. So we're just supposed to believe you. And you're making your claim unfalsifiable. But you said in your own PowerPoint that science and any type of empirical claims must be falsifiable. But you just made your claim unfalsifiable.
How have I made it unfalsifiable?
You said if there's no atmosphere on Earth, you'd see it.
Yes, you would do. But
that's making your claim unfalsifiable.
Because we live on the Earth with an atmosphere, you're always going to experience, no matter what time of day it is, some sort of atmospheric refraction.
Welcome to flat Earth, bro. That's my point. We know that, but you claim there's a physical curve that we're spinning on. So like, we're trying to get to that point. Where is the curve, dude? Like, is the horizon physical or is it just apparent?
To you as the observer, it will be apparent because depending on refraction.
Okay. So do you agree that if you're claiming that the horizon was extended back 10 times too far optically, then that would be terrestrial refraction, right?
Yeah, it isn't going to be a lot of refraction, because 1 degree on the Earth is 16 nautical miles or 69 miles. So 1 degree of curvature is only 69 miles away. So to refract something up over the horizon of 9 miles is only a very small percentage of curvature. It's not even half a degree of curvature that you're looking over.
Degree, what does it matter? It's like plenty of feet that should be blocking your view.
It doesn't matter about it doesn't matter about the feet. It doesn't matter about the distance. It matters about how many degrees of that curvature is being brought back.
How do you determine the degree? How do you determine 1 degree? Oh, you have to know the Earth's dimension. So you're presupposing what you're claiming to prove right now. Once again, I'm telling you, that's all this is, bro. Every single quote unquote evidence is a presupposition of the globe. All of it. I've been researching it for 5 years, bro.
Yes, I'm obviously my argument is always going to presuppose that the globe exists. Yes.
Well, that's stupid, man. Because like,
but if
that means you could be wrong.
If the globe does exist, if we do live on a globe, then 1 degree of refraction would actually, which isn't a lot, would be 69 miles. Now you're talking about this refraction that you've seen, which is 9 miles away. This oil rig that's 9 miles away, that has been refracted back up above the horizon so that you can see it. 9 miles in degrees, if we live on a globe Earth, is a fraction of a degree of refraction.
Okay, but all you did was reiterate your presupposition, bro. Like, what does that mean, man? Like, really be honest. You're just presupposing the model, telling me theoretically how it would work and how somehow we don't ever observe any physical empirical evidence of your physical empirical claims. You're claiming to empirically know and to physically know that the Earth's a ball with certain dimensions and a certain speed and within a certain type of fabric, yet you can't even substantiate that it's a curving surface. Like, I don't see how I'm on the unfounded position here. The only thing you have to rely on is NASA. The governments of the world. Like, that's all you have to rely on. When you fly your plane, you fly over a flat Earth, bro.
We believe that the Earth was a globe well before NASA came on the scene.
That's not true. Actually, a few decades before that was the first time it was even taught in the U.S. So it's like 100-year deception. Whenever you fly your plane, do you ever account for a curvature?
No.
Do you ever account for Coriolis or Earth spin?
No.
Do you ever see the Earth curving?
No.
So you see why we need some empirical evidence, man. I can't believe NASA, man. They brought Nazis.
I don't know why you think we would actually see, or why I would see curvature. When I'm flying, I'm only flying at roughly about 4,000 feet. That's all I'm flying. Above this globe here, 4,000 feet above that globe is literally going to be virtually touching it. So I'm not going to see curvature. I'm going to be literally right down here. If you look at the height of the International Space Station, I think it's something like about 240 miles-ish.
252.
To what?
252.
Right, so it's 252 miles up. That is going to be about that high. If it was flying around the equator, that's how high it is off the equator.
That's super high, bro.
That's not super high.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Because if I go up off of a surface that's curving in any and all directions around me, omnidirectional, yeah, it's going down and away from me. As I go up, I would see it go down and away from me and physically obstruct my view. This can be replicated 1,000 different ways. But when it comes to this globe Earth that defies physics, brought to you by Jesuit priests, apparently everything changes and we don't see the Earth curving as we go up above a ball that bends down away from us. That makes no sense. We would objectively
you would
see
need to be
it's all geometry.
A lot further away than that to see a distinct curve. I mean, I've never been up into the International Space Station. You might be able to see.
No one else has either, bro. You're not alone.
No one's been there, haven't they?
No, not at all. They have glitches and VRs and what, like, you know how many people have even claimed to go past low Earth orbit in the history of mankind? 24 people. Do you think that 24 people could lie?
Yes.
Of course. Especially when they're compartmentalized on a need-to-know basis in the military, right? That's what the military does. It's called need to know. So
yeah, people could lie, and you're right. These people could be lying, but to get the rest of the world to lie along with them. There's not just the NASA as a space station. There's all these other space agencies. You've got Russia. They must know. They've sent people into space, so they must know what the shape of the Earth is.
Is
So,
it possible Russia's government lies?
yes, but are they going to collaborate with the USA? What about China? They've got a space agency. They're all lying as well. So all these governments don't get along, but for some reason they're all deciding to lie over the shape of the Earth.
Well, they told you they didn't get along and that they all live on this magic spinning ball that defies physics, but they seem to all get along enough to say that we can't privately explore past the 60th south latitude. They seem to all put their differences aside for that.
You can go past there. You just can't turn up willy-nilly and just decide to turn up there. You can arrange a trip to go there.
You can't bring mechanical equipment, water supply, fuel supply. If you can be arrested without due process, they can search and seize any vessel. I'll send you the 2014 legislation from the U.S. You don't get due process. They can search and seize anything. If you try to warn someone that they're going to seize them, you can get arrested.
I've got
That's
it.
from 1950s, yeah.
No, that is from 2016.
Well, okay. Okay, not the original NRA treaty. What about it?
I'm just saying, I've got the copy of it.
Oh, well, 2014, the U.S. legislation tells you that you can't go, bro, that they'll seize you. And my question is, dude, why? Because you do agree that if there's a ball, it'd be really easy to prove it, right? We just come up over the other end of the ball,
Is that actually written in the treaty then, is it?
No. What I said in a 2014 subsequent legislation. So it's like the U.S. just adds rules to it on throughout the years. And I can send it to you, but the NRA Treaty says, yes, this adheres to all land or water beyond 60th south latitude, including the ice shelves, and that you can be intercepted. And then they come with all kinds of nonsense reasons to save the penguins because no humans touched it. We could melt the ice because of global warming,
It's not to save the penguins. It's to basically, like I've said, Antarctica is one of the last untouched places on Earth, and we want to keep it that way.
So you think it's just a coincidence that the one thing that could definitively prove the Earth was a ball was circumnavigate it north to south over a south pole, but we're not allowed to do it? You think it's just a coincidence that all of the world's nations have
according
conspired?
to that sailing race, they do go around it.
No, they're allowed to go on a predetermined, approved route where they come down south and go back north. I know their route photographically. I've had this conversation so many times. They do not go over an ice cap on the bottom of the ball.
They don't go over it. They go around it.
They say they go around it and they go down south and go back up north, and you can see the literal route projected based relative to South America right above it. So that's what you have to see, the full map and where they go, not just a picture of an ice cap presupposing there's a ball with a circle drawn around it. That means nothing. They go down south and they come back up north. It's very provable. They release their route openly. So their own website shows you that they go south and back up north. So, dude, the thing is, man, the Earth has to be curving, bro. They say the Earth's 70% water. How is the water bending all over the Earth, but we never see it anywhere, bro? I don't get it.
That's gravity, but you don't agree with gravity.
Do you know why?
Go on. Why you don't agree with gravity? No, I don't know why you don't.
Yeah, well, the theory of relativity, which is what superseded 1915 Newtonian physics, right? It's just a reification fallacy. It's pseudoscience. It claims that space and time have physical properties of bending and warping and dilating, right? Those are physical properties, but space is a concept, conceptual privation. It's the idea of an area void of material. And then we attribute dimensions, descriptives, dimensions to it, which is also conceptual. And then we have time, the conceptual quantification of passing, derivative of the sky and its motion, and then the sun and the moon and their motions. So we've come up with numbers to quantify passing. Those are all concepts. Literally, those are both concepts, literally. So how can concepts have physical properties of bending and warping and dilating? They cannot. That's called a reification fallacy. So it's inadmissible on its face. So yeah, I don't believe in pseudoscience, bro.
Do you agree that if you drop something, it falls down?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
typically
gravity,
no, not a balloon.
What you just said.
Does
That's
the helium
what I mean
balloon
by gravity.
What if I drop a helium balloon?
Sorry?
What about when I drop a helium balloon?
Yeah, that will go up.
So then not everything goes
it's
down.
lighter than air.
Okay.
No, there's still gravity affected it. The gravity will slow its ascent because of gravity, but it will still go up.
How can you say slowest ascent unless you have a parameter or a standard to compare it to its original speed, which you do not? This is just another baseless assertion. So not everything goes down, but yeah, things equilibrium, they're inherently electrostatic, and density is the primary causal agent. It has nothing to do with the magic fabric that bends and warps of concepts. So yeah, things go down, they seek natural law. Pressure mediation.
So if things go down because they're just seeking equal, well, I mean, if that's what you want to call why things go down, you call it that. I'll just call it gravity.
Well, it's not. Why do things?
As long as we both
why?
experience the same experience, that's all that matters. What you call it is irrelevant.
Well, no, but see, gravity claims all this nonsense relative to the center of the pseudoscientific fairy tale ball, where people think that now they came from rocks and then they don't know the creator's real. So it's not just like, whatever, we got to figure this out. So it's not adding up. Are you not seeing my point?
Not at all, no.
Okay. Let's do this. So if the Earth is actually a ball that spins around in a vacuum and we have 14.7 psi at the surface, do you agree that there would have to be something that contains that pressure?
So, to some extent, yes, something is holding that pressure there, yes.
Right. And you would say that's gravity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to point out one of the millions of things wrong with gravity. I already told you very specifically what was wrong with it. It's a reification fallacy. It doesn't even hold intellectual viability. But so if I take gas out of a container and take off the top of it on the surface level, which is closest to the center of mass, which means gravity is the strongest there, and gas will seek equilibrium instantaneously, omnidirectional, infinite vectors, bam, everywhere, where gravity is the strongest. Am I supposed to believe that if I go hundreds of miles above the surface of the Earth, where gravity is way weaker because it's much further away from the center of mass, all of a sudden it's going to be able to prevent the natural law of seeking equilibrium of those gas particles, even though it's weaker, and didn't do it where it was stronger?
So how would you explain the fact that the higher you go, the less pressure we have?
Well, there is a plethora of potential answers there, but really what you just did is non sequitur, right? So that's a red herring, because you're asking about delta X and we're asking about X, the antecedent relationship of gas pressure, not like the quality of it, or more so the quantitative nature of it, right? But it doesn't matter. I can answer you. So the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is physical containment. So we have a physical container that has pressure. And then we have a dissipation of gas relative to many things. One of the primary things is that gas is constantly being cycled predominantly at the surface level, because we have almost really all vegetation on the surface, and humans and animals inhabit the surface. And so there's a cycle of gas, and it's constantly going at the surface level. You can actually replicate this with a vacuum chamber, putting it in gas at the bottom, they'll have a higher concentration. In addition, there's electrostatics. We'd have to actually know the nature of the firmament and its electromagnetic nature. And then we have the sun and the moon, which would play a factor. Then we have temperature changes. So heat transfer would actually affect the dissipation of gas as well. So really there's a variance, and really I could get more technical, right? Like, but people spiral about this stuff, but there's an ether and it has a vortexual movement around it. And every single thing that we perceive in the material world is relative to that, and the pressure mediated from the center. So really falsification is independent of replacement, but I gave you plenty of speculations there, but I don't claim those definitively. That's what the globe earth does, just makes up fairy tales and claims they're reality. I don't know, sir, but I do know that what they claimed is impossible.
Right, I'll try and address that. If basically what you're saying is to have gas pressure, it must be in a container, correct?
Correct.
Basically pressing against all sides.
Yep.
I've got gas container. Mm-hmm. So the pressure in that is pushing on all the sides. Agreed? And that's what's giving that pressure.
That's correct.
If I was to release this, obviously this pressure would then shoot out into the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. When we look at the globe, or let's say the flat Earth, if there's a dome over the top of it, we, like you said, we experience atmospheric pressure on the Earth. If we live on a flat plane and we've got a dome over it, then the pressure at the bottom should be the same as the pressure on the top, just as the same as it is on here. Why would we have a pressure gradient? And also within that system, you must agree that we've got low pressure and high pressure weather systems. So you can have low pressure and high pressure alongside each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what happens? The low pressure system migrates to the high pressure system, or the high pressure system migrates to the
low pressure system.
Every single time. Every single time.
So why doesn't the high pressure then go up?
Because it's relative to the positioning of the low pressure system. So its directionality is relative to the low pressure system, where it has.
If you're arguing to have gas pressure, it must be in a container, so that the gas pressure is pushing on all sides of that container, causing the pressure.
That is the definition.
How does that work if you've got a pressure gradient where if you go higher and higher and higher, you get to almost zero pressure at the top, and you still haven't touched the dome yet?
Okay. Yeah. So effectively, what you get to do is not answer.
Even on your model, the pressure we've got at the surface must be coming from somewhere. Now, at the top of that pressure, it's not pushing against anything because it's There's virtually nothing there by the time you've got to this dome, if there is a dome there. What is causing that pressure?
Gradient or the pressure? Because the only way you can have pressure is with a container. We just covered that, man. It's the definition of it. And you just went. So basically, what you're doing right now.
Yes, but the
hand
higher
wave
you
is
go,
missing your
you've got
burden
less
of proof,
pressure.
bro. Your hand
But
wave
you've
just
still
missing
got
your
less
burden.
pressure. The higher you go, you've still got less pressure.
But
Until you
less
almost
pressure
get
is
to
still
zero
pressure, dude. It's still, you still have pressure. The question is, how do you have the pressure? What's the antecedent relationship of pressure? You're trying to skip over that hand wave, dismiss your own burden of proof, and then ask me a non sequitur about the gradient, right? Which is a qualitative relationship of the gas. But we're asking, how do you even have the gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum?
You was trying to match up the atmospheric pressure to the same pressure that's inside a container, but the models aren't both the same. If you've got gas pressure in a container, you've got equal pressure throughout the whole of that container. But what we experience on the Earth, within the atmosphere, we've got different pressures depending on altitude and also depending on weather conditions. That doesn't match the container pressures that you originally talked about. The two don't match.
Okay, so basically what you're trying to say is that it would all equalize if the Earth was contained. Once again, and I think this may be the dead end here, I'll reiterate it. Your hand wave just missing your burden of proof, which is the necessary antecedent to gas pressure. You claim that you claim that there's a gas pressure system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Of course, we can't even replicate that on Earth. You have the burden of proof.
No, it's a gradient. It's not a pressure system next to a vacuum. What you've got is a pressure gradient which gets less and less and less the IA to go. You go until you get to almost a perfect vacuum.
Okay,
at any point,
what gradient?
High pressure next to a vacuum.
A what gradient? What type of gradient?
A pressure gradient.
Where did you get the pressure, man? What's the antecedent to pressure?
It gets less and less and less as you go up until you get to almost a perfect vacuum, and you still haven't reached that dome yet. So what is that pressure below that pushing on? You're saying to have gas pressure, it must be in a container which is pushing on all the sides. We do not experience that on Earth. Even if there is a dome, let's say there is a dome over the top of us, that top part of that dome is not creating the pressure below us, because the higher you go, that pressure gets less and less. So that dome's not doing anything at the top. You could open the dome at the top, and that gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, would not rush out.
How do you know what's going on at the top, man? You're just saying things. We can't go that high. Do you believe Am I supposed to believe NASA for your point again, bro? Like we can't go 252 miles where they claim all these readings of damn near no pressure, but it doesn't really matter because there's still pressure. And so you're still whistling past the graveyard.
You must have seen the Mage flight that was done by Mr. Sensible, where he sent up a weather balloon with the cameras on, and which was also reading barometric pressure, which got to almost zero pressure. I can't remember.
Almost?
Yes.
Well, that doesn't help you.
Even space isn't zero. If they don't claim that space is a perfect vacuum, so there's still some pressure in space.
There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. It's conceptual because there's at least a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter in your fairy tale. But that means nothing. That's not my point.
All it is just a pressure gradient just going further and further up.
The differential is drastic, sir. It's called entropy. Entropy will increase. It's a natural law. You're making a claim antithetical to natural law. You can't even provide empirical practical demonstration on the Earth that I can go verify could even possibly happen. And then you're telling me, no, I don't have to answer how we have the pressure because we have a gradient. And if you can't answer exactly how we have it, even though we won't let you go up there and try to figure out what's up there for yourself because we control you.
I've answered why. I've answered why you just won't accept it. What the reason? The container is gravity.
Okay, and then
the container is gravity.
Okay,
and with your model, right? You're saying that we have a container over the top of us. You've still got the same problem, that you've got different pressures next to each other. You've got high pressure at the bottom, and at the top of Mount Everest, you've got less pressure. Why isn't the higher pressure at the bottom rushing to the top of Mount Everest?
Well, once again, there's a plethora of reasons, predominantly electromagnetic phenomena within the vortexual movement of
which basically that's just your word for gravity. That is just what you call gravity.
No, I don't claim that concept.
I call it gravity. You call it whatever you've just said.
No, because gravity claims that everything's relative to the center of mass of a magic pseudoscientific fairy tale ball that defies physics. I don't claim any of that nonsense. I don't have relative to center of mass. There's no pulling phenomena. It's none of that nonsense. Everything's inherently electrostatic, establishes equilibrium. Density is the primary causal agent. And if you don't have empirical evidence outside of that, you're just making claims. And so I asked you a question about
well,
the
you,
pressure,
because you've
bro.
got no evidence for that. What you've just said, you've got no evidence for that.
I have all empirical evidence that everything that exists is electrostatic until you can provide one thing that cannot transfer electrostatic charge.
So what you're saying is due to the fact that everything is as electrostatic, it's attracted to each other. Them two masses.
No. Electrostatics don't like solely attract. So
you're gonna have to educate me on this one because I've not heard this one before. How does the electrostatic model that you've just said work?
Yeah, it's just simple. Like the Earth's the dielectric plane, which is an electromagnetic field, which is a toroid, and the dielectric plane is where we live, right? And that's the only place that could sustain life. Everything's inherently electrostatic, more specifically dielectric. If you take a balloon, rub it on your head, stick it to the wall, it sticks there, right? So gravity is nowhere to be found, just like when butterflies fly away and bees fly through 50-mile-per-hour crosswind. Then eventually, the balloon loses its charge. It finds its equilibrium back on the dielectric plane. So this is what we can empirically validate. You're making additional claims, but you can't negate for electrostatics, which is known to be 10 to the 39th power stronger than even the claim of gravity. So you can't even isolate electrostatics.
So what you've just said there, then is if I was to get electrostatically charged, then would I weigh less?
Would you weigh less?
So if you just said if you rub a balloon on your head, it becomes electrostatically charged, so it will stick to something. So if I become electrostatically charged, will I start sticking to something?
Well, you'd have to define weight. And yeah, you could effectively levitate using magnetic levitation or quantum locking, which is inherently electrostatics, and this is provable also. Magnetic levitation, yeah. But you have to define weight. They say weight is mass time gravity, which is just mass is a reification of gravity quantifying matter, and gravity is again a reification fallacy. But weight's actually relative to vector, medium, coherency. It's not just a distance. It's not relative to just two masses, which is just a fairy tale reifying gravity. So you have to define these terms, and weight is misdefined. But like my question still remains, bro. Like, am I missing something? If I take open a container of gas, dude, it's going to fill the available space at the surface where gravity is the strongest because it's closest to center of mass. How can that not happen where it's weaker?
You just said there, gravity.
I'm from your worldview. Like from your worldview, gravity is the strongest, closest to center of mass because gravity is relative to center of mass, right? Actually, there's a gravity well that bends and warps and dilates relative to the center of mass that spins around, and then it creates a gravity well, and then everything basically falls down in towards the center of mass, free falling around it. That's what your religion says. And so if gravity is the strongest, closest to center of mass, and I let gas out at the surface closest to the center of mass that is attainable or accessible, and gravity doesn't do anything to the gas, it goes everywhere immediately like it always does. How could it stop it from doing that where it's way weaker, way higher above the earth? That makes no sense.
I didn't follow any of that, to be perfectly honest.
Fair enough. The gravity strongest at the surface, it doesn't stop gas from filling available space. It couldn't do it way higher where it's weaker. It's a pseudoscientific fairy tale in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So just is what it is. I need empirical evidence, bro. I don't believe the government. They admit they lie to us, bro. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. You ask me, why would everyone lie? Why, like, all these people have to lie. Almost no one's lying, bro. Like the teachers don't believe, they believe the lie. They're not lying to children, bro. Like I don't have any beef with those people, but I don't have to like just blindly believe NASA because everyone else does. Like everyone used to think slavery was cool, bro. Like a built majority is stupid, right? We need empirical evidence. The government sucks. They lie all the time. People are wearing masks scared of air right now. So we need to regain a little bit of intellectual responsibility as people, I think, before it's too late.
The problem is though, you don't actually have a flat Earth model.
You're right, and because it would be intellectually
the flat Earth model. Once you start believing in the flat Earth, you go down all the different rabbit holes that you basically said there. You then stop believing in gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. You don't believe that we went to space. That's all a lie. You don't believe. Yeah. I don't know how you're going to make navigational work because you've got no navigational aid. Because on the navigating with the charts that we've got now, they do not fit with a flat model. They only, again, back to the same point. They only fit with a globe. They only fit with a globe.
You keep saying
that.
I don't know
how you make that fit your model.
But sir, if you rewatch the debate, I told you how. So navigation using celestial charts has happened for thousands of years. They use Cartesian coordinates, X and Z axis relative to the origination in the center. You add a Z axis, assuming sphericity, then you take the points of longitude and latitude derivative of the cyclical nature of the sky, which they've been using for thousands of years before assuming the earth was a ball. And then you reverse engineer a theoretical model with the Z axis based on the movement of the sky. Then, touting the efficacy of the reverse engineered model is lunacy.
You could design a navigational charts that would work on that model that you've just said. I totally agree, but there would have to be different charts to what we've got now, because like I've just explained to you, the longitudinal lines get narrower the further south you go, and they get narrower the further north you go.
Yeah.
And that would not work on a flat plane. It will not work. You'll get
Wait, so you would have to go all the way to the south to verify your claim you just made, right? Or all the way to the north. Oh, too bad you can't legally do either of those. So, bro, it's simple, man. Like you're telling me the right story.
You're saying we can't
but
go all
I've
the way to the
already
north
researched the stories. They're not true, sir. They're dumb. They're dumb. They're lies. They lie.
I've not heard that one before, though. So we can't go north now as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not very easy to go to the North Pole. You can't fly within 500 miles of each direction. You can't just fly over the North Pole. You can't just go there. I'm actually the kind of person that wants to know the truth, right? So I was wanting to go. But you are looking into Greenland, bro. It's not like you can just waltz up in Greenland. That's not how it works at all. And you can't get to the North Pole, bro. You can't just show up there. But now you can go Google and see some composited bodies of water, and that must mean there's nothing there. And it's too dangerous. We want to. I can climb Mount Everest, bro. I can climb Mount Everest. You think the government's trying to save me? I can climb Mount Everest, bro. But they won't let me go explore the world that they're not lying about. That makes no sense.
I had a friend that went to Greenland 2 years ago.
Yeah, but did he go all the way through Greenland, all the way up to the north, and then head to the North Pole? Of course not. No one does.
No.
I mean, we've been lied to about the Earth, sir. Like, I didn't lie. You didn't lie, right? Like, we're on the same team. So I'm just going out there. I mean, I had to lose a good job offer just to tell people the Earth's flat, bro. Like, trust me, I have no motivation to do this. It's just the truth. And it changes everything, man. The Earth is the center of everything. So it had to be put here, which means you were put here, which means you're special and there's a creator. So that's why I do this. And I need empirical evidence. I need empirical evidence to throw out all observable phenomena accessible to mankind, because
you don't seem to have any evidence to back up what you're saying. I
have all evidence.
All evidence that is presented to you. You just will not accept any of it.
No. Okay. How about this? Does water find its level?
Yes.
Does it always find its level?
Yes.
Okay, so water always finds its level. Does water conform to its container?
Yes.
Okay, so water always conforms to its container and finds its level, but yet level means curved. In this one scenario, that is the Earth being a ball, 70% of the surface is covered in water. It bends convexly, adhering to the exterior of a spinning object in a vacuum. I can't show you that it could happen, but I promise.
The water conforms to the shape of the Earth, and it's level to the Earth.
Wait, how is this level?
Level doesn't necessarily mean straight.
So level doesn't mean level?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean straight. It can be level. Right. If you've got
equal
something
height.
that goes around this globe, it can be level all the way around.
No, that's wrong, sir. Level means equal height.
From the surface, yes.
Yeah, level. So
if it's on a globe, it would be equal height around that globe.
So the globe has its own definition of level. You see a reoccurring theme here. We have to keep making exceptions for the globe Earth. That's weird. Because when I built a house, whenever I was working construction and building decks and helping with construction, and we used a level, we didn't bend it, dude. We didn't say, oh, well, if it's curved, it's still level, because the house wouldn't work, bro. We wouldn't have elevations without assuming that the Earth is flat, because we use sea level, assuming a horizontal level, and then we take the distance above and the altitude above the sea level to get elevation. We wouldn't even have elevation. So literally all evidence says the Earth's flat. I have all the evidence, all of it. So I need some empirical evidence to suggest antithetical claims. You're not just saying like, oh yeah, I know it doesn't feel like it's moving, but here's how it is. No, you're just making claims.
Why would it feel like we're moving? The only time you experience movement is the up and down, left to right, or acceleration or deacceleration inside a vehicle. If you've got a completely smooth ride and you are traveling at a constant velocity, why would you feel movement?
Is that in a closed system? Yeah. So if you're in a closed system in a car, that's cool. Take the top off a convertible, you're going to feel your movement. Also, you have something called semicircular canals in your vestibular system, which is in your ears, which help you establish equilibrium and spatial awareness and reasoning, right? And that these detect the most minute change in angular motion. So if you tilt your head that way, that's your semicircular canals that detect your motion. They're very, very sensitive. And literally, you would die without your ability to utilize your vestibular system. You would have no spatial awareness. You would actually go insane and die.
They actually sense change in movement or change in direction. They wouldn't sense a constant velocity.
No, angular.
That's why when you're sat in a train or in a car or in an aeroplane, you don't get the sense of moving forward, especially in an airplane if you're traveling at 300-400 miles an hour.
That's a closed system.
Get the sense of moving at that speed.
That's a closed system.
If the aeroplane or the vehicle you're in changes direction, slows down or accelerates, that's what you will feel.
You mean like an elliptical orbit they claim that the Earth's on? Because the change of direction, you'd feel the bank, but that's not analogous when you bring up a plane. That's a closed system.
But it's a gradual bank. It's not something that happens.
Change of direction.
It's like going round and roundabout in a car.
What's gradual about bank?
Traveling orbiting the sun, that takes a year to make that journey. It's a year to do that journey.
It doesn't take a year to change direction, though.
No, but that direction changes within that year.
No, it happens instantly. There's an elliptical orbit. The direction changes.
It doesn't change direction instantly. No.
As soon as you turn on the elliptical orbit, your direction has changed.
No, it's not. It's not doing. It's not turning 90 degrees to the left or anything like that.
No, I know it's turning. It doesn't matter.
In a massive.
That right there, you would feel it.
No,
and do you agree that a plane isn't analogous because it's a closed system and they claim that the Earth's in a vacuum?
Right. So yeah, the aeroplane is a closed system, so you don't feel it. Us on the Earth, everything on the Earth is all moving at the same speed, so you're still not going to feel it.
Okay, so you're just once again
when you get out into space, you've got nothing out there. It's not like there's wind in space. It's going to be blowing into the Earth as it's traveling along. There's nothing out there, so it's moving through.
There's nothing out there. What does that even? There's nothing out there, sir?
As in the way you were saying there, that if you took the top off a car, you're going to feel the wind blowing into you. Obviously, out in space, you don't have that.
But we're on Earth. I'm talking about feeling movement on Earth. So if we're spinning and revolving and shooting through space and the galaxy's shooting, right? We would feel it. They say that there's a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the -17 torr around us, bro. We're in an open system that's spinning.
Speed. You're traveling at a constant speed, so you aren't going to feel the movement.
Oh, I thought the speed occasionally changed.
Sorry?
Oh, I don't know. NASA changed their pseudoscience. You should keep up. Apparently, there's a differential in speed over the time, but it doesn't really matter. It's just made up pseudoscience.
Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. The Earth's orbit around the sun is something like 67,000 miles, but at certain points it's something like 64,000 miles. There's 3,000 or 4,000 mile difference. Yep. Which is
they gave themselves a window of error because they're making up stories.
Which is done over a year. That change of velocity is over a period of a year. It's not like you're going to change velocity 3,000 miles in a 24-hour period.
No, I said change of direction. You would feel the bank. Dude, pilots got to be careful on Earth, dude.
It's constantly in that bank. It's orbiting all the time. All right, it's elliptical, so there's a slight it's an elliptic orbit, but it's still a constant journey you're traveling on over a year. You are changing over a year.
You have a change of direction, sir. So anyway, I'm just saying, dude, we don't feel any motion. You claim that we do. We don't observe any curvature. You claim it's there.
Motion. I said
no. I'm sorry. You're right. We don't feel any motion, but you claim it's there. We don't observe any curvature, but you claim it's there. We just never see it. So do you see how that I am not really inclined to just blindly believe you, because your worldview is literally coming from the authoritative figures that have already lied to us about pretty much everything else? I need empirical evidence. Dude, when I open a soda, I debunk the heliocentric model. Literally. As soon as I open it and it goes, shh, bye-bye heliocentric model. The pressure always mediates. Always, bro. So if you can't answer the antecedent relationship
in the atmosphere. Except in the atmosphere, which you've already agreed to.
So the globe Earth makes all the exceptions.
The atmosphere is less than it is at the top.
You know that natural laws don't have exceptions, right? So
okay.
There is no except for when we're talking about natural law. That's why it's a natural law, bro. So, natural law, the second law debunks the heliocentric model, man. Like, I don't know exactly what the Earth is. I don't claim a model. A lot of people that are talking crazy in the chat, like always, oh, there's stupid flat earther. Here we go with no model. Yeah, it's called being intellectually honest. I don't know what the Earth is. We can't privately explore it. We can't even privately explore the highest altitudes to see where the firmament is or what the dome is or what the true land masses are. That is irrelevant. Falsification's independent of replacement. They're lying to us, taking $60 million a day and lying to children, and they're telling everyone the air is going to kill them, and the government's trying to take over. So it's time that we wake up and realize that there's a creator and that the Earth was made for you. And, maybe people don't want to accept it. I don't care. But this is just getting kind of ridiculous. Like, the only evidence is that the globe Earth makes exceptions to every natural law, and NASA proved it, and we have to trust them. Like, you got to be honest. That's kind of preposterous that I would ever do that.
To be honest, I don't think you would accept any evidence that was given to you.
It would have to be empirical and verifiable, sir.
You would accept any evidence for the.
I would accept, dude. I'd be able to go get a 6-figure job, bro. I would love
a lot about this Earth that we live on, that you don't know the shape of it. You seem to know a lot about that Earth.
I know what shape it isn't. It's not a globe with a convexity rate consistent with a radius value of 3,959. I know that for a fact. It's not. It's literally not a debate. We debunked the radius value, literally. So basically, what you're now saying is, I have a model that was made for me through thousands of years of updating it with reverse engineering and presuppositions. It was made for me. It was given to me with all these fake answers. So until you can replace all my answers, somehow my answers are still true, even though you falsified them. That's lunacy. Like, falsification is independent of replacement, man. I got to be intellectually honest here, because if I'm not, and if we are not moving forward from here on out, we're going to get in the same mess that got us here. Blindly believing things, not trying to test them or verify them, and standing upon empirical means. So I honestly, I'm trapped here if I want to be intellectually honest. I'm not going to make up stories. It doesn't matter. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Yeah, but your denial of the globe Earth actually opens up more questions to you and sends you down more rabbit holes that you've got to believe. If you believe that the Earth is flat, you've got to believe that gravity isn't real. If you believe the Earth is flat, you've got to believe we didn't go to space. If you believe the Earth is flat, you've got to believe that the space station.
Wait, can I pause you real fast? No, sir, you're saying it wrong. If you believe the Earth's a globe, you have to believe gravity's real, because it explains omnidirectionality if you're on a ball and everyone's not falling off of it. So the only reason gravity is even a thing or proposed.
Why would you fall off a ball? If gravity exists and you're on a ball, why would you fall off it?
No. That's what I'm saying. The fact that you believe in a globe is the only reason that gravity is a thing, to explain omnidirectionality around the globe, or else you would fall off. So gravity was proposed to explain the theoretical postulation of the globe. There's not actual empirical evidence. Someone didn't go find gravity and bottle it up, bro. No one manipulated gravity and verified it. You can't even negate electrostatics, which is 10 to the 39th power stronger than that. How could you isolate gravity if electrostatics is way stronger and still there? But they said gravity's there because the Earth couldn't be a ball of gravity. So what you just said was the opposite of the truth. It's not, if I'm a flat earther, I can't believe in gravity. It's, since you're a globe earther, you have to believe in gravity with no empirical evidence, and helium balloons debunk it. So you see the issue here. We're not on the same wavelength. Like,
no, we're definitely not.
Your position takes blind faith, sir. I don't. So
no, I don't. It doesn't take blind faith. I mean, like I say, one of my main points for it is the navigational charts, which work and they model what the globe is. And I think that's a problem for you, and you haven't really addressed it.
Yeah, well, I have navigational charts, use Cartesian coordinates, X and Y. You presuppose Z with sphericity assumption. But I will say,
you're just coming out with a lot of word salad there.
Word salad means that what I said doesn't.
If navigational charts have longitude and latitude lines on them, and them lines are exactly what is on the globe, and you lay them all flat, and it gives you a star shape, but that star shape can be formed into a globe, surely the only conclusion you can have is that is the shape of the Earth that we're on.
Oh, so I should throw out the thousands of observations where we see way too far, and we have over a mile of missing curvature at the top of a mountain, and we have a radius value that would be over 250,000 miles.
But you've already agreed that refraction exists, so that distance will change all the time. You've already admitted.
No. I admitted that refraction exists, and that's the only way that we have the phenomenon called the horizon. I never in any way admitted that terrestrial refraction could lift and extend a horizon, because it literally can't. And the subject matter expert agrees with me.
But you agree that refraction will alter the distance you can see. You agree?
But not on a globe Earth.
Why wouldn't it work on a globe Earth?
Because there would be a physical obstruction that is resulting in you not being able to
see. But you understand that something can be refracted over that.
So you're saying that basically the curve gets bent down straight with refraction, and then gets lifted up and brought back over there. So it's simultaneously in two locations via refraction, and it flattens out, then lifts up, and then goes back. But this can't happen according to the subject matter expert. So I don't see where you're getting this information, bro. It's called terrestrial refraction, right? You have to use 7/6R, which begs the question of the R.
Looks like that.
You're showing me a cartoon. What is that? That's the best we have to prove the Earth's a globe, is a literal cartoon.
No, it's just explaining how refraction works.
Okay, sorry.
You've already agreed that refraction happens.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth, man. Like refraction happens. Refraction proves the Earth is flat. The horizon debunks the globe Earth. So yeah, refraction. That's welcome to flat Earth. When you say refraction back, you conceded the argument because you're invoking terrestrial refraction, which uses 7/6R, which is a begging the question fallacy, which is the very dimensions, right? The R value, that's in contention. I'm contending the R value, then you beg terrestrial refraction, begging the R value. That's insane. And it's a category error. It's stupid.
How is refraction working then? So if you're looking at something that is, I don't know, 10 miles away, and the next day you cannot see that distance, what has happened to bring that object close or into view? What has happened to bring that object into view?
When you can see further the next day, like you just have more. It's really simple. When it's clearer outside, you can see further. But the globe earthers want you to think that when it's clearer outside, you can't see as far. Everything's backwards. I don't believe in stupid fairy tales brought to me by Jesuits. They hate us. So, I mean, we covered the three basics, man. I've gotten no new evidence. So if we don't have evidence of the Earth actually curving that we consistently measure to provably verify and or falsify the R value, then it's not even a real postulation, but we did falsify it. So I'm still waiting on the Glober to come bring some verifiable information that there's a curvature anywhere.
Can I just share my screen again, James? Right, can you see the folder that I've just brought up? Right. Right, that's the picture that you're talking about, aren't you, with the platform?
Yep.
If you look at the platform on the left, obviously you can see all this curvature that's going on with the cranes. They're not straight. They're bent. That's caused by refraction, yeah?
Yeah, but the argument has nothing to do with the oil rigs, so.
It's what?
The argument has nothing to do with the oil rigs.
No, but what I'm saying is this image here is showing that refraction is taking place.
Yeah, no one ever disputed that refraction was taking place, though.
Right. So that picture there, if I close that one, that is the same oil rig.
Okay. Yeah, because refraction changes the optical appearance, which is redundant, of the apparent location of the horizon. Welcome to flat Earth. So how does this prove the Earth's ball?
So is that oil rig now not behind that the horizon?
Yeah, these are different atmospheric conditions, and the horizon appears to be closer in this picture.
Which is why you can't use these as arguments for it being flat. Or
unfortunately, we can, because that's where you're wrong.
For the globe, then
that's where you're wrong, sir.
Argument.
We're not claiming a physical location with the horizon. We're claiming the opposite of that. We know that it isn't a physical location. We when it moves, that's what we're claiming it does. Like every time it moves, that just adds to our argument. Our claim is that it is not a physical location. It's just apparent, just optical, and it just changes based on the atmosphere, bro. And that's provable. We've been looking at it every day for weeks now. But whenever we ask for where the curvature is, there's nowhere to be found, but it has to be there. It has to be physical location. So when you told me that the horizon moved, welcome to flat Earth again, bro. Like that's my argument.
And the explanation for the horizon moving is due to atmospheric conditions. So you're talking about the actual physical horizon that is there, but
that we never see,
which you aren't going to see, because every day you're going to have different atmospheric conditions, which will all bring that horizon either closer or further away, depending on what the atmospheric conditions are.
Okay, so bro,
it's going to move. So you're never going to experience the actual geometric curve. Horizon. You're not going to experience that due to atmospheric conditions. It's going to change on a daily basis. Conditions.
Can I ask you a question? If we never see it, then how do we know it's there?
Because it's where it would be if you could take away the atmospheric refraction. That's where it would be.
It's where it would be. How do you know that if you've never seen it?
Obviously, on the globe model, they can predict where it would be
But how can they predict that if they've never seen it?
Because they know the size of the Earth and they could work out where it would be.
How do they know the size of the Earth if they've never seen the curvature to reverse engineer the size claim?
You don't need to see the curve to know that you're living on a globe.
Okay, do you know how your globe Earth model got its radius value?
See the curve.
Do you know how your model?
That's on the surface of the Earth. Like, look at the globes that you've got behind you. Look at how big the UK is, and then imagine how big a person is stood on top of that.
All this is disproportionate pseudoscientific nonsense, sir. We're just signing these and talking about how stupid it is and selling them for the Clown World Tour.
Disproportionate, but it fits exactly with navigational charts. Exactly.
No, it doesn't. It's disproportionate and admitted so.
All these lines marry up with that.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we might be at a standstill here. You're not addressing any of the questions, man. You're literally not. So, the horizon is not an actual location. It's an apparent location that constantly fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions and observer height. But the globe Earth claims a physical obstruction that would be necessitated geometrically based on the radius value claim. We have debunked that. We have empirical evidence. It doesn't exist. They lied about the Earth. It's no big deal. It's 2021. We have a lot of stuff going on. Get ready for aliens. I mean, guys, let's just wake up. The Earth's flat. It's not a big deal. So unless you got something else you want to talk about, bro, I'm pretty ready to wrap up.
I mean, no, basically, I don't. The only thing that I originally came to talk about was the navigational charts. That's my main bit. It was
rebuttal is Cartesian coordinates.
Is what? Sorry.
Cartesian coordinates within it. So the difference, we have the same exact thing, only your version has a z-axis down the middle of it, assuming the Earth's a ball. So that's all there is to it, bro.
Juicy.
But these work.
Yeah. Flat maps are the only type that exist.
And they fit with the globe. They correspond with the globe.
Hey, bro, if the Earth actually was flat, would you want to know?
If it was actually flat, would I want to know? Yeah, of course I would.
Check it out, man. Look into it without bias, and if you actually want to know, because it's provably flat. So
very juicy.
There you go.
Yeah.
We are going to jump into the Q&A. We appreciate your questions, folks. I also want to say, I had reached out to somebody recently, a person who used to host a fellow debate channel, and I said, has anyone seen Debbie Duran? We are looking for Debbie. If anybody can help us connect with Debbie via email, let me know. We are at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. And so we've been trying to track her down and hopefully to get her on for a debate. So please let us know if you happen to have a connection with her. And these questions, we appreciate all of your questions. And let's see, I don't know what Austin's doing. But thank you very much for your questions. So 2 seconds, just loading it up here. Chris Gammon, appreciate your question. Chris says, I asked this before, but I have seen video and photos of a round Earth. Lots of them. How many hundreds or thousands of people does it take to produce all this media? Come on, man.
Well, as early as like the 70s, the CIA declassified and admitted that they actually infiltrated and run the media. It's called Operation Mockingbird, and 6 corporations own all of the media. And NASA admits that the most infamous picture of the globe Earth ever, the blue marble, was just a cartoon. So there's really not much there to answer. Pictures mean nothing, and the Earth shows us a very different story.
Very juicy. And thanks so much for your question. This one coming in from, and I want to say thanks everybody for your questions. This one from Evan Stein says, if flat Earth is true, the Christian God is fake. No omnipotent deity would allow his handiwork to be so readily hidden and misrepresented for so long.
Well, that's crazy that some dude on YouTube seems to have better understanding than the creator of all things that made him and his cognitive ability, which is very limited to anything outside of time and physical confinement. So there you go. Yeah, things happen because there's free will. There are people with evil intentions, typically derivative of a nihilistic, materialistic worldview, and they think they have a bunch of power and juice on the earth, but little do they know they lose in the end and they're on the wrong end of things. So yeah, the creator is very real, and this is a deception that's only taken really a stronghold over the last 100 years.
Gotcha. And thanks so much for your question. This one coming in from our dearest friend, Truth Nerds, who says, coordinate transforms still don't move a point. Or coordinate transforms still don't move a point.
I'm not sure even what she's trying to convey there, but Cartesian coordinates have been around for thousands of years, man. So you just assume a z-axis and map it out on a theoretical ball means nothing. The use case is the same. In fact, it only works on a flat map projection. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Magellan says, navigators work by latitude, longitude coordinates, not XY coordinates. That's reality, Whitsitt.
Yeah, well, Cartesian coordinates utilizing X and Y is where you get longitude and latitude derivative within that and derivative of the sky. So that's reality. It comes from the cycle of the sky. That's what longitude and latitude is.
Gotcha. And Elijah Freeman says, here to support Whitsitt. Proponent invoked reification and affirming the consequent formal logical fallacies in his beginning statement. I'm confused. Just because they say they're here to support you, but then they're
I think he's calling out. He's saying that he did that, maybe, right? Like that his opening had fallacies in it, which.
I see. I think they meant opponent instead of proponent. So I think yes. I think they're coming at you, Paul. They didn't name specifically what the fallacies were, though. So we will go to the next one. Magellan says all flat maps are projections. Whitsitt and therefore will be distorted. The globe itself is not distorted.
Yeah,
that's patently false. The globe
distortions.
Yeah, the globe is distorted. So sorry you spent money to say that.
Mike Arroyo, appreciate your question. Said, question for Whitsitt: if the world is flat, why do planes not fly in straight lines going from any direction on the planet from point A to point B?
Well, first of all, there's no planet, and yeah, planes literally do fly from point A to point B all the time. They assume a flat, non-rotating surface with a horizontal horizon in front of them to keep their level relative to their artificial horizon. So if you're asking about plane trajectories, yeah, I don't know why they go way out of their way all the time on the globe Earth, but then you look at it on a flat projection and it goes in a perfectly straight line. So to try to claim that flight paths prove the Earth's a globe means you're just being disingenuous or you haven't researched it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I might be able to hopefully answer that one. I think I know what the question was. What they're saying is when you look on a map, instead of going from point A to point B in a straight line on the map, it will have a curve on it. That's when you're doing long distance flights. You use, I believe, I don't need to use this because I don't fly that distance. I think it's the Haversine method. And what that does, that gives you the curvature. So on a flat map, it will look like you are traveling in an arch to get from A to B. But when you look at that arch and you actually if you married that back to the globe, it would be straight on the globe.
Yeah, so because the curve is derivative of the presupposition of the globe. So that's dumb. Yeah.
Gotcha. This one coming in from, appreciate your question. Magellan asks, brain snip, stop it with the big words. You are using them all wrong and sound like a wannabe. You aren't intellectual. You are a fool. Jeez.
Sorry, the vocabulary made you spiral. What a weirdo.
Who's brain snip? Is that, how do you know that who they're referring to? I don't know what that means.
That's just, they're saying that I use too big of words, word salad, that I'm not saying,
I must admit, you do use a lot of word salad that makes it almost impossible to understand what you're saying.
That's not true. I talk to people that are very bright with all kinds of credentials all the time. They understand everything that I say. In order for
I'm sure that in a normal conversation that you're having on a day-to-day basis with somebody, you don't talk to them like that.
No, but I have to make my point very specific.
I hate to interrupt, but somebody I'm guessing you have talked to recently, Whitsitt. The rumor is that you are traveling in a flat Earth team around the United States right now with someone that we happen to know of at this channel. I don't know if he's there, but I'll
get him to come in here.
Jay Mixon, thanks for your question, said, Whitsitt, what would be your response to an astronaut who has been on a space exploration mission and confirms the Earth is spherical?
I would ask him, what are the mental side effects long-term of MK Ultra?
Gotcha. And P. Barnes says, Whitsitt, if Polaris has never moved, why does half the world never see it? Do you have a credible citation that it has never moved?
Yeah, the megalithic structures all around the world still line up with Polaris, still lines up with the Georgia Guides model the other day. There's the homie.
Love you guys, dude. Support what you like or goes away. James, you're doing a great job.
My goodness, there he is. Okay. Thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from P. Barnes says, oh, we have that one. Titanicus Andronicus. Thank you for your question. Said, what does Witsit think about the Velociraptor Earth model?
I don't know. Dinosaurs are pseudoscience. Although I will say, it does appear that maybe things were bigger and lived longer and suffered from atrophy, and they told you evolution, which is inverse, which they always do. But I don't even know what that means, obviously. I don't know if that's a troll question.
Juicy. And B-Ball for Life, thanks for your question. Said, Witsit, exactly how have you measured the non-curvature you claimed in the last 2 weeks? What tools and methods did you use?
Yeah, you just make long distance observations. Like we have a P1000, so the strongest zoom commercially available to people. That would probably be a good start. We make long distance observations all the time that debunk the globe Earth. I don't know what's confusing about that. We also made a time lapse around centralized Polaris and the Georgia Guidestones, and the efficacy of the Georgia Guidestones debunks the heliocentric model. So we do all kinds of things. It's just about, if you want to go test it for yourself, you can go look at a long body of water yourself too, bro.
Gotcha. And this question coming in from B-Ball for Life, appreciate it, said, Witsit, actually got that one. Chris Gammon, appreciate yours, said, Witsit, I wish I could afford to launch you into space safely. And if you personally witnessed the globe from space, would you change your mind?
Yeah, as long as I didn't have to eat or drink anything that they gave me for like a week beforehand or something, because they try to drug me and tell me I went there. But yeah, I'm not scared of death because the creator's real and his name's John, not God. So yeah, I would go. I'm not scared of that, but that can't happen. So the medium they claim you're going to defies natural law. We did see the SpaceX launch though, James. I don't know if you knew that, but we watched the SpaceX launch the other day and it was pretty funny. We flash smacked the whole crowd live as it launched. People were spiraling.
That is very juicy. And we also, let's see, appreciate your question. Mike Billar says, Witsit, how does an equatorial mount telescope work on a flat Earth? Don't hurt yourself trying to think through it.
Okay, well, good thing it's super easy to understand that. So I won't have to worry about any pain here. But it follows the stars through the sky, then it tracks it to the horizon. Then with the presupposition and the engineering of the mount, it assumes it's a ball. So what it does is just continue to go down towards the ground until it falls back up to where the star is visible above the horizon again. That doesn't prove the Earth's a ball. It just proves you engineer with the presupposition of sphericity. It's stupid. You're tracking the star to the horizon where it's no longer visible because it reaches its perception limit.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Andy M says, Austin, do you think that if you repeat enough times, 2 seconds, guys, boomer problems here. They said, do you think that if you repeat enough times that the globe Earth defies physics, it will magically become true?
I just think it's hilarious to say that. And it objectively does defy all physics that we can replicate on Earth. So, fluid statics, it claims water bends convexly around the exterior of a spinning object in a vacuum, defying the second law of thermodynamics. So yeah, it defies physics.
Gotcha. And next up, Elijah Freeman says, Paul Larson, planetarium director, explains that mathematically you wouldn't see curvature from the International Space Station, but that's what the International Space Station feed shows. I think
that's because the space station feed, it'll be using a wide angle lens, so that would give you a distinct curve.
Why would they do that?
Why? To give a better field of view.
Oh, to make it look like it's curving even though it's not.
That's to give you a better view.
Okay,
the same as you use a wide angle lens yourself.
I want to give Paul the last word because the question was challenging him, and then there's another one for you, Paul. This one says, for the claim of scientific evidence for gravity, can we have the hypothesis from either Newton or Einstein's papers as they are the original claimants?
No, I wouldn't have a clue.
Gotcha. And Truth Nerd says, the formula for buoyancy containing G, or local gravity, and AB science absolutely destroyed flat Earth alternatives mathematically and by experiment. I think that's for you, Paul.
That one was for me?
I think so. They They said, so the formula for buoyancy contains G, in parentheses, local gravity, which,
Yeah.
and then they say, and AB science absolutely destroyed flat Earth alternatives mathematically and by experiment.
Yeah, so that's for the flat Earth then. It destroyed flat Earth, they said.
Oh, but they said it destroyed flat Earth alternatives. I think they're saying like alternatives to flat Earth, like such as anything other than a flat Earth idea, like were destroyed.
Right. I don't know. I don't quite understand the question.
Gotcha. It is. I'm a little bit confused by it myself. And Elijah Freeman says, vacuum also requires a container. I think that's for you, Paul.
On Earth, it would require a container, yes.
Thank you. And then P. Barnes, appreciate your question, said, just so we can hear him. Let's see. We'll wait until there he is. Just so we can hear him not answer again. Witsit, how does the dome-covered flat Earth explain the observable, testable pressure gradient?
Yeah. There's a vortexual ether on the Earth. Don't care if you spiral. There's no other way. But it doesn't really matter. Again, gas is constantly cycling at the surface level where there's vegetation in animals and humans, which is where the prominence of the gas cycle takes place. Then we have temperature changes within weather patterns. We have electrostatic and electromagnetic phenomena, including the dielectric nature of the sun and the moon, and whatever the firmament itself is made up of, and the electromagnetic nature of that relative to what's below that. Some of these are capped off into speculation because we cannot verify them. So again, that's a non sequitur red herring fallacy to talk about the gradient when we're asking about the antecedent relationship of pressure.
And if you understood any of that, good luck, because I didn't.
Next up, Joe Knowles.
Well, it all made sense, my man.
Did it, really?
Oh, yeah.
Joe Knowles, thank you for your question. Says, Witsit lots of words to string together, and he can say them rather quickly. If only he knew what any of them mean. Sad little fella.
Wow, dude, that was really creative, man. You're going to have to work on your delivery, bro.
Next up, Truth Nerd says, entropy is a quantity. Ever quantified it? Witsit?
Sorry, say it again. What?
He said, entropy is a quantity. Ever quantified it? Witsit?
No, see, quantification doesn't really mean much to me if it's just built upon presupposition. So the point is that entropy will increase. It's the increasing bit that is the crux of the argument. So to try to divert into if I've personally quantified entropy is literally irrelevant to the fact that entropy will increase. So the high pressure system will migrate to the low pressure system every time. It's natural law.
Thanks. Mike Billars, for your question, said, he said, Wits, regarding your dielectric world, let's see some equations or model. I want to do some independent validation to see if you're completely full of wits.
Well, sweet. I got you. Yeah, I can send you all kinds of links. So just email me at witsit@protonmail. If you're some gamma mail, just say the time. We don't care. Don't email.
Gamma mail? Is that the new term?
Yeah, like, dude, every time I give my email out to someone, I'm like, if you really want to know, I'll tell you. I get like 10 messages from like gamma males that just talk crazy. So just, guys, no one cares.
What are gamma males? I've heard of beta males, but what are gamma males?
Pretty much the same thing, bro. I just think it's hilarious. Basically, secret kings, they think they got all the juice, you know?
That is fascinating. So... appreciate this coming in from Farron Salas. Thanks for your support. It says, thanks for all you do, Modern Day Debate, crushing it with nonstop debates. Fist bump. Thanks for your kind words and all credit to the debaters. We are thankful for them. They make this fun. And so, by the way, they're linked in the description, folks. Want to let you know that. And Magellan, thanks for your question, said, Witsit, you don't have enough money to pay for your place to live, let alone a trip out of the country. Oh, getting personal.
Well, for one, we're staying in the country right now. And for two, I've literally lived on my own since I was 18, and I'm paying bills back at my house while we're on the road. So you're the gamma that we were just talking about. Next.
Oh, my. And Standing for Truth jumps in, says, great work as always, Modern Day Debate. And again, all credit to our speakers. We are thrilled to have them. And they say, Global Flood Debate channel right after this debate. Come join us. So Standing for Truth apparently is having a global flood debate on his channel after this. And Rob Kin, thanks for your question, said, my question's for the globe. Is non-Euclidean geometry practically used in reality or Euclidean geometry?
No idea.
Gotcha. Frankly, me neither. And
is-
Mike Billers, thanks for your question, said, Wits, do you think images of galaxies are baloney? If so, have you tried photographing Andromeda? I can give you a really good how-to on YouTube.
Wow, you can tell me how to take pictures of the sky and then make up fairy tales about them being millions of light years away. Oh my gosh, I could figure out how to do that myself. I could just drop some acid and make up stories. So yeah, you can see what we see in the sky from the Earth, bro. It does not mean that it's millions and trillions of light years away. It's retarded. So yeah, we observe what we observe in the sky, but not what they say it is.
Gotcha. Let's see. This question coming in from Rob Kin says, my question for the Globe. Got that. Mike Billar says, General E. Shady, thanks for your question, said, Witless, your sister is calling. Go back to bed. I'm sorry for laughing. They say go back to bed. Okay, I think they're trying to insinuate that you have an incestuous relationship with your sister.
Wow, that's pretty funny. I guess if you, I mean, you helped the joke out though. It wasn't well written. You know, you added the context, so that's kind of funny, I guess.
Next up, let's see. Oh boy, we've got so many juicy questions here. Let's see. Thank you for your question from Mike Billars. Says, Wits, what causes you? Okay, this is just weird. Some of these are like too personal, but they say the buoyancy equation is only a scalar value. It doesn't have a vector associated.
Okay, but it results in a vector. It results in directionality. So,
gotcha. And Mike Billars, thanks for your other question. This is for Paul. Thanks for your patience, Paul. He said, Paul, when you're flying, do you ever see the sunset at a measurable angle below your altitude? If so, please ask Witsit to explain why.
Yes, I do see that, and yes, Witsit, why?
What do you see?
When you're flying, you see sunset at an angle, as in it goes behind the horizon. He's asking why.
Okay. Well, the sun sets because the sun moves away from you, and you can't see it anymore.
If the sun's, I've heard this before. If the sun sets because it moves away from you, why doesn't its size get smaller as it moves further and further away?
Angular size does change throughout the year, but again, we'd actually have to know what medium it's in. Or we're seeing
only a very small amount. But if an object the size of the sun, or that we see the sun getting further and further away, surely that light would get smaller and smaller and smaller rather than just disappear over the horizon. It doesn't make sense.
That is a cool assumption that you're making, but we would need to know the medium that the sun's in. Is that the actual or the apparent location? Literally, you would have to know all three of those things. If you didn't, you would just be making up very low IQ, stupid stories. But simply, we know that there actually is a change, just like with the moon, and it moves away from us. And when I go out to the beach and I look at the sun set, the sun moves away from me in the sky and it sets. I'm not falling backwards, making it look like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's very simple. The sun goes farther away from you. It's smaller and local, and it ceases to be visible at one point. It reaches the perception limit, and you're just making claims about what it should do on something you don't even think is the truth. So it's quite irrelevant, to be honest.
Next up, thank you very much for your question. This one, 2 moments while it loads. A little slow over here. Mike Billar said, on one axis, Witsit?
I don't know what that means. On one axis, I don't believe in fairy tales of us being on an axis that wobbles at the devil's number of 66.6. You know, that's just stupid.
Elijah Freeman says, in both Black Swan images, the horizon is still beyond 1.2 miles. I think that's for Paul, though I don't fully.
Yeah, in both images, there's still refraction taking place. Yes.
Gotcha. And
just on one of them that they call the Black Swan, it is more refraction taking place in that.
He's just saying the other one debunks the globe too, anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Pick whichever one.
I'm not saying it debunks the globe. What I'm saying is that due to the fact that the distance changes, you can't use it as
right. I was saying that the super chat was trying to say that even the other one that you brought up also debunks the globe because the horizon's too far in that picture too. That's what he's saying.
Ah, right. Yeah. Got you.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from John Hymes says, Witsit, keep it up. You're doing great, kid.
Thanks, bro. Much love.
And Truth Nerd says, spaces are about points and their distances. Coordinate systems describe the location of points. Cartesian coordinates and spheres work fine together.
Yeah, once you add a z-axis, we've covered it numerous times. So
next, Egypt says, how does a helium balloon debunk gravity? Helium, which has a mass of 4 grams per molecule, has a density of 0.164 grams per liter. Thus, a 1 liter balloon of helium can lift a mass of 1.18, basically 1.02 grams.
Yeah. Well, mass is a conceptual reification of gravity to try to quantify matter, and basically all you just did was make the flat Earth argument by bringing up density. So yeah, again, the primary causal agent is the density relationship of the object relative to the medium.
Next up, think outside the box. Appreciate your question. Said, great job, Witsit. As always, at this point, I'm sure even James is a secret flat earther. Okay. Well, I must remain neutral. Magellan, thanks for your question. Says, what's it meaning? They're saying, Witsit, what does it mean when you say, quote, morphing of fabrics and concepts, which is a reunification fallacy, vortextural, vestibular system, which affects reasoning, omnidirectionality. The pressure always mediates.
That's pretty funny. They just combined like all of the words that had a few extra syllables from all my arguments. So I'm not going to really entertain that one. It was an incoherent like attack. So whatever.
Juicy. This one coming in from Anthony Dickinson says, for Paul, will you please read the day for creation in Genesis and then tell us what the earth was revolving around the first 3 days?
Don't read the Bible.
Gotcha. And this question, Mike Billars says we got that one. Lack of Eunice, appreciate your question, says, doesn't the natural curvature in genitals of animals and humans, and especially in males, prove the effect of gravity and the curve of the earth since it occurs naturally? Is this a serious question?
I'll be honest, James. I seriously am not surprised that a globe earther would say something like that. You know, it seems to be a reoccurring theme. But no, actually, because, well, they're more dense than the air and they seek equilibrium over time.
That is interesting. But thanks for your question. Ox says, flat earth, can we flip it and shake the stupid off?
Well, if you want to respond with any substantive specificity to any of the actual empirical evidence we've been compiling, that would be cool.
Next up, thanks for your question. Truth Nerd says, AB science destroyed flat earth explanations of buoyancy.
AB?
Whoever
Antonio Brown? I don't know.
Who it is?
I don't know what AB science is. I don't know what that is.
P.S. You were right before, Paul. Earlier, there was a question that I thought was for you, but you were right. It was actually for Witsit. So now it cleared it up for me. Sorry about that. And thanks for your question. This one coming in from Truth Nerds. Oh, we got that. Mike Biller says, Witsit, the sun is setting, quote unquote, below. Paul, why is that?
Because we live on a globe.
Gotcha. And Daniel Knight says, Witsit, how can you know the sun is moving away from you when setting? How are you measuring the distance?
I never claim to measure the distance because if you try to use triangulation, you need an actual location. It would be pretty foolish and unfounded for me to assume that the apparent perceivable location of the sun is the actual location. So I don't claim a distance. I claim that the sun moves away from me in the sky and then it sets when it's not visible anymore. But you claim that the sun didn't move at all, and I'm just falling backwards, and it looks like that. So,
Juicy. Thank you for your question. This one coming in from Daniel Knight says, Witsit, how can you know the sun is moving away from you when setting? How are you measuring the distance?
Just answer that one. You have to have the actual location.
Next up, Michael Lyon says, Witsit, what's up, homie? It's sad that people can't understand your cognitive explanations. LOL.
Yep. What's up, bro? Michael Lyon's a legend. And yeah, you just got to keep it pushing, dude. Plant the seeds and let the dead bury the dead. Yeah.
Next up, Mark Reed. Thanks for your question. Says, if the Earth is not spinning, how come there's a 15-degree drift on a ring laser gyroscope? Thanks, Bob.
I'm glad you asked. Well, because that's called the Sagnac effect. The actual person that discovered it, Sagnac, said that it was the vortexual movement, the vortex that moves within the ether that he was measuring. The person that discovered the Sagnac effect that the gyro still utilized. So basically, you just presuppose that the deviation is derivative of the Earth spinning as it creates its or establishes rigidity in space. But of course, that's not what happens. We've actually gone out and we've tested the same latitude, which on the Earth, that means that the deviation should be the same. The precession should be the same relative to latitude. We went to the same latitude, it changed altitude, and we got over a degree in variance at the same latitude, debunking the fact that people claim, or debunking the claim that it's actually the precession deriving from Earth rotation. So there you go.
Gotcha. And thanks for your question from Magellan says, Witsit, you didn't get it. What does all that gibberish mean? Quote, morphing of fabrics and concepts, which is a reunification fallacy, mean?
Okay. Yeah. So morphing of fabrics and concepts, I don't think I said that, but it is taking conceptual abstractions, concepts that human constructs that humans have come up with, like time, quantification of passing based on the sky, space, the idea of emptiness, taking those concepts and giving them physical properties, like when you bend something physically, or it warps physically, or your eyes dilate physically. You cannot give concepts physical properties. It's called a reification fallacy. That is where you give a concept misplaced concreteness.
Very juicy. And this question coming in from, appreciate it, Joe Knowles says, Witsit, I have something dense that's naturally curved and defies gravity that you might... I'm just not going to read it. Next up, you guys are nasty, nasty guys. All right. And thank you for your question. Magellan says, Witsit, a lot of what you speak is actually incoherent gibberish. Your misuse and misunderstanding of words is Olympic. You sound like a fool.
The funny part is that all they can ever do is give some vague little gamma recollection of how what I say doesn't make sense, but they can never specify it because typically it actually goes over their cognitive grasp in the moment and they can't retain what I say. So it's pretty hilarious. You're self-projecting your own intellectual insecurity.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Esteban Ilobaka. Appreciate your super chat. Says, Witsit, about the sun from a plane looking down. Considering perspective and geometry, how can an object that's above your eye level ever go below it? Shouldn't it just get smaller towards eye level?
Shouldn't it just get smaller above eye level? What? Dude, the sun's small and local and it moves away from you and then you can't see it anymore. But if you go to the top of a building, you can see it a little bit longer because you increase your angle of view. So the globe Earth is just this unfounded additional claim of terra firma bending convexly, blocking and physically obstructing your view of the sun, which doesn't happen. The sun moves. We don't fall backwards. We need evidence for claims antithetical to observation. Very simple.
Gotcha. This question from Mike Billar says, he's like a dog with a bone. He says, I'm going to need an answer to my question, Witsit. Why did the sun set below Paul when he was flying? Is the sun only 4,000 feet up?
It's a perceptive optical effect relative to the atmospheric conditions, your location, and the distance of the sun away from you during the day. This isn't complicated. The sun sets, it's an optical effect because it reaches the vanishing point of your limit of perception.
Gotcha. And this one from Truth Nerds, appreciate it, said AB Science is a YouTube channel worth watching. Thank you. Well, and Anthony Dickinson says, as a pilot, Paul, if you traveled in your plane in a straight line at 1,001 mile per hour, will you eventually be above the sun if you followed it?
No.
Gotcha. And thanks for your question, Trevor Mishler. Another one of your buddies, Witsit, right? It says, Witsit, you're awesome. Do you have any special plans to celebrate your debate victory tonight? Oh, snap. Oh, you got a fan out there, apparently.
Yeah, it's Trevor. He's our boy, man. He kicks it with us. He's on the tour. Clown World Tour. Witsit gets it, but they're going to kick me off of there, I'm sure, because stupid flat earthers have to get censored forcibly. But yeah, that's my homie. And probably just kick it with the base flat earthers that came to kick it here. So That's what we'll do tonight.
Interesting. A lot of kicking. And thanks for your question. Magellan says, Witsit, quote, vestibular system which affects reasoning. It doesn't, you clown. It affects balance. Omnidirectionality is also not a real word.
Okay, it literally is a real world. You should have Googled it before you spent money and made yourself look like a douchebag. So I don't know what else to tell you. What was the first part? Can you reread the first part?
Yes. They said, this, quote, vestibular system which affects reasoning. They said,
Okay,
it doesn't.
Yeah, I said spatial reasoning. Dun, dun, dun.
You got it. And yes, thank you. Let's see what we've got here. Want to make sure I don't have that. One last one. This one from Esteban Ilobaca. Thank you for your question. And then I do want to wrap up pretty quick here just because we are super thankful that Paul is with us. Paul is actually in England. What time is it there right now, Paul?
3:15.
Okay, holy smokes. So we do want to let Paul get to sleep by a decent time. So it's like Esteban Ilobaca says, please ask Witsit to answer my last question. Why does the sun go below eye level from a plane? If it's refraction, there should be a temp inversion.
Really? So refraction is not even a fully understood phenomena. Actually, Snell's law is the one that tells you how to quantify and understand refraction. And that's about the change between two media, right? From one medium to another. So the atmosphere is, of course, a singular medium that isn't homogeneous. There's changes within. So you have to use a differential of Snell's law equation. So you're trying to invoke refraction and claim that you have some type of full bulletproof understanding of the phenomena when you literally cannot, according to subject matter experts. I don't know what to say. But please stop super chatting the same question over and over, man. The sun moves away from you and it reaches its vanishing point. You can't see it anymore until you have empirical evidence otherwise. It's just a fairy tale story you're trying to tell me, man.
Next up, question the answers. Got a last one and says, Witsit ever look into pendulous veins? And also, the inverse square law barbecues the moon mainstream narrative. Hope everyone has an excellent Saturday.
Yeah, pendulous veins is the little thing they say that supposedly helps them to establish the rigidity in space and use gyros around this magic spinning cartoon ball where Coriolis is here but not here and you can't see it and all this other nonsense. And the inverse square law barbecues the moon's mainstream narrative. Yeah, they claim it's 238,000 miles away. Of course, the inverse square law debunks the entire claim about the vast distances of the stars that we see for thousands of years, and they claim that we see them, but they're not there. But yeah, the inverse square law necessitates them be much more local.
Gotcha. Very interesting. So, folks, I'm going to be right back with a post-credit scene where I will be telling you the upcoming debates. You will want to stick around for that. It's going to be exciting. But want to remind you before we go to the break where I say goodbye to our guests, they're linked in the description. If you want to hear more, folks, now is a great opportunity to click on their links at the very top of our description box. And so, thanks everybody. And thank you so much, most of all, to our guests. We appreciate you guys. You guys make this channel fun. And so, Paul, thanks so much. And Witsit, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for letting me on. Brilliant. We enjoyed it.
Our pleasure. Thanks, guys. And as mentioned, I'll be back with that post-credit scene in just a moment, folks. Stay put.
Awesome job with it. I would not get on an airplane with that pilot.
Right? That's pretty funny.
I want to know what adjustments he's making. Should be at 500 miles an hour, 2,790 feet per minute. What happened to that, Mr. Pilot? This brings up a lot of good points, though, about the ring gyro. They don't have a clue as to what it does or to how it would relate to motion on Earth. Just ask those simple questions. Now they'll probably come in with something else. They still don't know. They have no clue what they're talking about, man.
There was a lot of big words that I don't understand. I've heard them many times, but I don't fully understand their meanings, but I get the gist of them, I think.
Yeah, actually, that's all that's necessary. You don't have to be some expert. All you have to have is logic. If you use logic, you don't have to know highly technical specifications for freaking ring gyro lasers. All you got to do is ask the Glober, how does that relate to a direct measurement of Earth's motion? They cannot answer those questions. So they're disconnected. It's like these disconnected statements. They just blurt out words and think that it means something. They have no meaning for it. They're just empty syllables. Like, it's astonishing that there's humans. It's literally like someone mentioned the babble. I think we're witnessing people that are babbling. They are saying things that the words have meaning, but the words put together, the way they're putting them together, does not make any sense at all. It's completely illogical. And I think part of our problem is we've all kind of lived with this for so long that we just kind of like pass it by and don't really pay it much mind, like except on here. But we still have this ability to forget that somebody's talking gibberish and we're just allowing them to continue. Like, oh, like it's no big deal. Yeah, I'm going to start stopping them.
Yeah, Woodsit was right when he said that, like, when the Globers attack him, they really can't be specific on anything because they really don't know what he's saying.
They're not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not. Yep. They don't. And it's very rare that any of them, like know what they're talking about on any of these subjects.
Yeah, that's a classic problem. That's a classic problem of the ego or young adults or children, where they heard the word and they assume they understand what it means, and they build everything on these assumptions. They just grasp in the moment.
But yeah, the working any working understanding of what it actually means, like that's what you need to start asking those questions to these Globers. Well, more the anti-flat earthers, actually.
Yeah, but when someone starts talking about something, he sounds like he doesn't know what he's talking about. Just asking questions about it, it breaks down pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Unless they want to just start lying to your face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but, all we have to do is just take the initial premise that was made, and it's always their claim. So if you just take their claim, then they start saying these things. Just ask them, how does that relate to the original claim? There's going to be a problem most of the time, somewhere along the line. Well, we know there's a problem with all the presuppositions that they make in one sentence, So they get up into space really, really quick, don't they? Get away from Earth. Get away from Earth. Don't talk to the flat earthers about... Go on the flat earth server, but don't talk to the flat earthers about Earth, whatever you do.
Yeah, no, I think part of it is we're like, let's talk about the Earth, and that means we have something there, so let's not go there. Let's go somewhere else. That's why I sometimes like destroying them up there, and then they're like, oh, what else? And then you go back to the ground.
I know. What I really love how Whitsitt approaches this whole thing. It's not that he's doing it. He's just doing what he does. He does a very good job at speaking, and he's very intelligent. And he makes these adults that are coming in with this globe fallacy look like babies in adult clothes, like they're adults in adult bodies by the goo goo gaga. Literally, that's what it sounds like to me. It's hilarious. So keep it coming, because we need more entertainment. Joshi, you're hot micing a little bit.
Yeah, like you heard the moderator, he was like kind of horrified at the levels of just what they'll stoop to, like in the comments. Like, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, and even though he's a gamma himself, he has some he had some couth about it. He's like, well, I'm not gonna read that one. Like that was pretty good. So, he's got an audience that he has to think about.
Yeah, he's a bit of a gamma and he's a glober,
Mhm.
and he's not exactly moderating the debates. It's kind of
Mm-mm.
like he provides a platform for people to speak at each other, and then
Yes.
takes money from the people who want to ask them questions at the end.
Gamma Raider. That's a good
I unmuted Yoshi, guys. If maybe he has any questions, he doesn't have any roles at the moment, but maybe he's looking to ask questions.
Josie, welcome to the server.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of neutral. I'm just listening
Okay. But nobody's neutral. But okay.
in. No, I mean, I'm just not opinionated at the moment. I'm in the middle of work. I just wanted to listen in.
So you're just neutrally buoyant, just floating around, not falling or rising.
No, more flat than not, I would say. I just enjoy listening to things being debunked. So
I get you.
Well, if any of you have any questions, feel free to ask. It's like a quiet Monday morning.
Yeah, I've just been working on making fallacies or making the text required for the wiki.
That's a great job. I like all those.
Yeah, we're gonna be uploading more later.
We can all learn a lot about that because every single one of us are using some kind of logical fallacy somewhere, unless we catch it, Like, there may be some areas where I would use a logical fallacy and not realize it, Like, still hanging on to some kind of, like, supposition somewhere. I don't know. Like, so it's, the good news is that we can always improve on being more logical.
Yeah, it's very easy to use logical fallacies. For instance, I was working on appeal to emotion earlier, and for instance, appeal to emotion on its own is fallacious. But if you do a logical argument and then appeal to some emotion, that is considered pretty strong because most people aren't purely logical. A lot of people are emotional and they care about things. They care about their children, they care about their future. And so when you tie that into the logical arguments, all of a sudden it has a lot more persuasive power.
Well, that sounds like I forget the name. The Socratic method. That sounds like the Socratic method. Like using a logical argument to appeal to someone's emotions. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
If you're trying to explain something and plant a seed or just make a statement or share information.
Yeah. It's kind of like when they go into why would they lie, they're looking for some emotional appeals to because the logic is destroying them and they want some out, so they appeal to emotions themselves and they appeal to the motives and that kind of stuff. But they're just trying to find some emotional comfort.
they're like a way out. They're trying to find
Yeah.
an escape route. Because the real stuff gets pretty real, and so that makes sense. That's a trigger when we start telling them the actual data of our world. I think it's so frightening. They have to go to something that is more anomalous, like motive, something that can't have such a exact meaning.
Yeah, something
It has
lacking concreteness.
Yeah, like the concrete part about Earth not measuring. Like we measure flat every single time, and when they see that right in their face with the black swan, that could be hard to take for someone. I don't know. I never saw. It's like this question I ask sometimes. Like we go through all these conversations for hours with some of these people, and then you ask them like, what is your percent? And they're still like 98, 99% with zero proof. And you ask them what other thing in their lives do they have 99%, like, they're that sure of it, 99%, but have zero proof. And I've gotten, there's nothing. They all say nothing else. Oh, that's, so only the globe Earth in most people's is the only thing that they can have 99 or 100% confidence in with zero proof.
Yeah,
It's
it's pretty
amazing.
crazy.
It's astonishing.
Well, Sonny, bad news.
What's up, Kippy?
More bad news?
Yeah, I have Mr. Professor Phil sent me proof for gas pressure without a container.
Okay, how many containers did they use to show that?
Well, he showed me a GIF with an aquarium with sulfur hexafluoride in
Oh,
it.
the aquarium is a container. Okay. And they brought the hexafluorochloride, whatever it is, into the room or lab in what container?
Yeah, in the aquarium.
In another, they had
But
another container to bring the gas in, to put it in another
well,
container.
the aquarium is an open container indeed. But the problem he doesn't get is that what we have there is just layers of different gases of different densities. So
if it,
denser gases will be at the bottom, and on top the less denser gases.
Yeah, it's also
And
it's also due to the
yeah,
concentration of the hexafluoride gas. It was all uniform, concentrated in the flask before, poured into this open container, and as soon as that hexafluoride gas was released out into the open, it started diffusing with the air, and it will continue to diffuse with the air until there's no sulfur hexafluoride in that container. So
right.
this container cannot contain it.
I know. Well, in real world, when you release it, it falls down to the ground, and it because the ground is porous, and it will just go in the earth where it will chemically react.
It also goes up. It just diffuses slowly because there's also a different medium there that is of a different density and concentration to it. So it because of the density difference,
Yeah.
it takes longer for it to diffuse.
Well, it will vent out, indeed,
Yeah.
when you leave it in the open.
And you're right. It will go into the ground if it's porous
Yeah.
enough. But then again,
How the
direction.
hell
Sorry.
how does he call himself professor?
I think he's got a little paper that says he's a professor with his name on it. That's where he gets that qualification from.
Yeah, professor of what? Woodworking or clay? No.
He claims to be a
Those
physics
people with
professor.
working with clays, those are real artists. They need brain cells.
Is Einstein a professor?
Retardia.
No, he's
I
actually
was
he's a
reading
clerk.
his
He's a clerk. He's
I
a
was
patent
reading his
clerk.
theory of relativity, and I realized all of a sudden that I need to start sleeping hanging upside down so my head will become as old as my feet.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Imagine that. I don't make fun of.
Wait.
Go
So,
ahead.
if there's no gravity, you're immortal?
No, maybe it's like the Van Allen belts. If you don't believe in gravity, then it has no effect on you.
Well, if your legs are older than your head, and that's because of gravity or the bending and warping of space-time, then when you go out where there's no gravity, you don't age, according to them.
Yeah.
Is that what's making the plumb lines warble in geodesy? Is the bending and warping of space-time? Making warbled plumb lines with bendy space-time. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Chick-poo.
Whenever I hear somebody or see somebody say personal dome, I always, I don't know, for some weird reason, go to that one song. I think it's by REM. I don't remember. Maybe it's not them, but it's Personal Jesus. The name of the song. Sonny, help me out here.
I'll have to go back and listen to that one, but I do remember the title.
Your own personal Jesus. Yeah, it's from the 80s.
That's a weird one.
I think. Or early 90s at best.
Quetzal is completely correct in that our thoughts create our visual perception of reality and how we perceive it, and everything we see outside ourselves is a visual hologram happening inside our heads, actually. But there is some basis to it. We're getting the data from our eyes, which the brain is constructing into this hologram. That's one of the reasons why hypnosis can hijack that, because you're not actually seeing what's actually there. You're seeing what your brain is interpreting as being there based on the data it's getting. And so
So are you saying Facebook succeeded after all? Damn it. Kidding. Sorry, go on. The metaverse. Sorry.
Yeah, I forget what I was going to say next.
I won't do that again. I'm sorry, Trace. I was trying to be quick.
It's all good.
I apologize.
You're talking about the hypnosis?
Well, no, I'm just meaning. Oh.
No, Drace was talking about how the hypnosis would bypass what you.
Yeah, I was just talking about how because we generate all this stuff in our minds and through hypnosis or strong belief, we can edit what we see in reality. That doesn't invalidate the objective reality that is there that we're all sharing. It just means that we have to be aware that our beliefs can influence our perception of reality.
Absolutely.
So, all right. That would kind of go into when people are on an airplane and they think they see curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's exactly how two friends can go up to a mountaintop, and one guy looks out and says, "Look, the horizon is flat," and the other guy's like, "No, I see it curved. It's curved to be."
They've done studies actually where they've taken these pictures, black and white pictures of landscape. And Drace might know about this. I'm sure you probably heard of it, especially if you know about neurolinguistic programming and dialectical type things. Where when you stare at this picture for long enough, it's black and white. After a while, your mind fills in all the colors itself. There's no colors. It makes all the green green. It makes the building gray. It makes your mind fills in all the colors.
Yeah, it's similar to how you can have the same color on two different sides of a dice, but if you color the tiles around that color, that same color, your brain will perceive that color differently, because it will think it should be in shade like the other colors and perceive it differently. It'll just edit it for you. Even though it's the same color, it's weird. Your brain does a lot of weird things just because it thinks it makes sense. Like this optical illusion, for instance, it's all straight lines, but if you look at the center of it, the lines appear to curve at your peripheral vision.
Messes with my eyes.
That one is pretty weird.
Yeah, it is straight, but has to be curved.
It's kind of like how they bend everything in the globe.
Mm.
When you're not looking at it, it sure feels curved, but when you look at it, it's not curved at all.
Wow, I see the curved lines and the straight lines all at the same time.
Oh yeah, the curve is in the gray part. You see that behind? Look at the lines as a meshed. What do you call it?
Crosshatch pattern.
Yeah. If you look at it that way, you can distinguish them easily now.
Yeah,
much easier.
That's when I first looked at. At first, I saw the warbly lines, and when I focus on the lines, then I see all the vertical.
Well, to me, it almost seems like it's moving. It's pretty freaky.
No, it stopped moving because I managed to lock into the
mesh. To the mesh.
The meshed one, yeah.
Me too.
It stopped moving now. Yep.
Yeah, but I still see the curved ones. It's interesting.
Yeah, the curved one is behind the ball. I will say behind it. Kind of looks like to me anyway.
Funny.
But yeah.
When you do that, you can actually see where the curved lines are.
Here's another one. This one was hand drawn by Nikola Tesla when he was trying to describe the ether.
Oh. That's awesome.
So what is this ether doing? Exactly.
Swirling, apparently.
Swirling, and then...
Yeah, this is basically how Tesla tried to describe the ether when he drew it out back in the day.
I wonder if that's a view looking straight up, or like what his viewpoint is. That's one thing I don't know.
Or, I mean, was it something he observed, or was it a part of his theory?
I think it was just how he visualized it, essentially, just based on what everybody was
So
talking
his
about at the time.
conceptual bit. Oh, sorry, Trace.
Just what, his conceptual idea of the concept.
Cool.
Wouldn't you like to be inside his mind to find out how he actually visualized those things before he created all
Definitely in the top
those
5.
those technical things that he created? Like, what kind of visualization was going on with, like, what that swirling is, and how would you turn that into an AC generator with the, you know?
Yeah, I just don't understand how you would just think of something like this and just draw it out, and all of a sudden
Crazy.
the image just starts moving.
It's not moving for me.
The second one's not moving for me.
It's moving a lot for me if I look in the center, or if I look around the picture. It feels like it's going into
I could probably make it move.
into the center for me.
Yeah, I have to really concentrate.
I think we're kind of like different people, because I notice some things they say will affect people, like it doesn't affect me at all. So I think that does have to do with perception, and I think a lot of us here of perception than most. We're like, I don't know, we're fortunate.
I thought I was trying to see another picture or something because, I didn't see anything moving.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'd have to. Yeah, I can't do the second one.
Yeah, it's essentially what I see moving is the little dots in between the things seem to be shifting either inwards or outwards in a spiraling motion.
Now, I've been able to. No, I've been able to make myself view two identical. Well, they're not identical, but they're meant to be viewed stereoscopically, and that's pretty cool. So you could either cross your eyes. It's been a while since I visited the topic. Sorry, everyone, but there's 2 different ways to do it. To move your eyes to look at something in 3D.
You like
It's
that?
pretty cool, but to see that move, like the dashes, that's cool.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Sunny.
Oh, what'd you say, Sonny?
Oh, Jenny, I've been.
I'm always putting stuff in the voice text, so if you're not watching it, you're missing like half the show. I'm putting a bunch of videos and stuff. Sex robot, globetrotting, cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, the amount of fallacies in that.
Hey, we can play the Charlie the Robot one.
But that guy was amazing.
Yeah, I'll send a DM to you, Jenny, because I know you're on a mobile, I think.
Oh no, I just meant usually Indio doesn't do very long videos. Is it very long? I mean, if it's a couple minutes, we can play.
It's not an Indio. It's not an Indio video.
Well, it says from his YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is an Indio video.
The second one,
Well,
Charlie the Robot.
Yeah, let's play that one. Hold on, let me copy this.
Thank you.
We'll play Charlie. It's hilarious.
Silly Sonny.
This stuff is this stuff is hilarious. How did it get in there? Wait a second. Okay.
Have you guys found a claim yet?
Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody here.
Well, I think you're trying to convince yourself, actually, which I don't think you are.
I think you're right about that, EXO.
Point out real quick, you didn't answer Roger's question from 20 minutes ago. Like, why are we ignorant? Why do you think we're ignorant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's self-apparent, but I can restate it. So the reason why I think that you're ignorant is because the notion that the Earth is flat is an archaic, debunked notion.
Spoken right off Wikipedia. Unbelievable. What a fucking robot. Unbelievable.
I know, isn't that funny? That's like what you see on the YouTube videos too. It's like,
Every
oh,
time.
I think you're ignorant because I can recite
This
something that's
guy
been
literally-
thrown in front of my face
Great,
500
great
times in
job.
the last year.
Robot.
I know how to recite passages from Wikipedia. That's why you're ignorant. Is that your best evidence for our ignorance?
Wait, that's in Wikipedia?
Archaic perception.
Dude,
Let's put
underneath every single Flat Earth YouTube video, if you mention Flat Earth in any video on YouTube, you'll get a little banner on the bottom that says, you know, it's a debunk thing from Wikipedia. That says,
So can you use the word debunked?
Yeah, bullshit.
I mean, okay, fuck it. Even if I was reciting it from there, I share that opinion
The
anyway.
globe Earth is what's been
wait, hold
debunked,
on,
my
hold on.
brother.
What's the point? Is that you're saying so you're saying the whole world depends on an archaic idea. The entire world experiences a flat stationary plane, so the whole world experiences this archaic idea.
What?
Yes. the
Everybody on Earth
archaic
experiences.
idea.
Yeah, everybody on Earth right now is only experiencing a flat and stationary Earth. I guess you know.
Right.
You're
Watch
just
this,
here
Sonny.
denying all reality on all your senses.
Charlie,
and
watch this,
everything.
Charlie. Watch. You'll admit right now that you don't know where you can experience the Earth curvature. You can't tell me when I can begin to see it.
So, what theory on shape is an archaic? Aristoteles?
Bro, you asked
That
me a
one's
question
not
why I
archaic.
think
No,
you're
that's not.
ignorant, and I did.
Oh my
Your
God.
number 2 and 3 best proofs of the
Okay.
flat of the globe
how
are
about the-
archaic. Guess
Yeah,
that
what
makes you
about
ignorant
Aristotle?
there, Charlie.
Yeah. How about the Copernican principle? Is that
What about
archaic?
that? Yeah, what about that?
I don't recall what that is. What is that?
Oh my gosh. Why is
Welcome to
this
Flat
number
Earth.
still here?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Fuck yeah! I love that ending with Helio. He's one of the top people in here to do that. Oh
Thank
my
you.
gosh.
Thank you so much for listening.
Wow. Nice touch. It is like velvet smooth, Drace. You are exactly right. It's like, woo wee. Drace has an awesome voice as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff, you guys.
What is the world now that flat Earth is winning?
Ooh, let's listen to that. You can't put that bug in my ear without playing it. Go.
I know, I couldn't help think of it. When I see it, I'm like, oh, play that.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition. Right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Yeah. I turned that up. Sounds so good, man. Might as well keep it flowing for a few minutes here. Play some music for y'all on this fine Monday. All out on the plane.
You have got to be kidding me, are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious. Keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants. Rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. The right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain. It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the Boule-Aid. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmudic Zionists, and when it comes to exposing them, shh, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit, that germ theory got you scared of invisible figments, but I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3
you being programmed? It was on CNN, it's true. I've seen it on Fox, it's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I've seen it on Fox,
You have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
Oh yeah, look at that. Smoke 'em out. Oh, I didn't know I had my mic open. Sorry about the noise. One moment, please. Doing some reshuffling. Let's play the one I teased at earlier. Surprise, surprise.
Don't play that one, Sonny. I'm just doing a mic check. I'm messing with you.
Did you just post something?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
All right.
All right,
You
I
said you're
got
going to play something. I was just saying don't play that, but play whatever you want to play.
Yeah, I'm playing something I planned on playing.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically,
Yes or
no? Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Globus yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's supposed to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
But seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is thing. Because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you gonna have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly.
think that model might be?
Yeah, so one possible model that it might be is that. So, she went onto Amazon, and there was one dude who has invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like it. So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look. But when I am looking at the thing, then I see, oh, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I kind of know it's just impressive. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor. But there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So,
you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flatter.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get up to
please, like, I can't finish the whole sentence. This is insane.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically,
right. So, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And
I'm sorry, man, but you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell. And so somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense.
Yeah, we can make a model for that. That makes sense to you. I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
Oh, yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree with that statement.
Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went.
This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is the fallacy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets shit on.
Robots fucking exist. and we've experienced them.
Then be another model. Then we know the old model was wrong.
Oh,
And then give him a new model.
wait,
which explains that he fell. Right?
Wait, no, this I need to get for Haggis, right? You check the battery is not there, it is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model, could you tell me what that model would be, please, Haggis?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell. He fell and well, actually, that's this side there. So, yeah. But
Haggis, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Haggis, I need you to be serious. Haggis, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, oh, it's very unlikely that he fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor and therefore I am the more I can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait.
We can't because we verified it. No, but to verify it, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah?
Yeah.
But
and now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
They can't see evil demons, but okay. Sonny, what were you going to say?
And then we look, oh, this model, it's an explanation. It's absolutely likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore, we don't look at
Sonny, go ahead. Paggis, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Paggis, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually. We can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really...
Oh yeah, I know it's kind of long and kind of ridiculous, but just goes to show you what we're up against.
Yeah, for sure. what was his name? Haggis or Asparagus? I forgot the name.
Paggis, Paggis.
Oh, okay. Right. Has he ever returned after that?
He has returned a few times. I've actually asked him again, and he sticks to his guns. He feels no embarrassment at all.
Yeah, that was incredible to be there and hear all of that. Like, I'm glad somebody captured that. Classic.
Do you know what's amazing though is that actually he didn't get the point at all. Like, I asked him about 4 or 5 times, but he didn't seem to understand. It wasn't whether the actual act had happened that was ever in question. But that was the thing that he was saying is, well, maybe the act didn't happen, or maybe I perceived it incorrectly. It's like, no, that wasn't what the question was based on.
I mean, they wouldn't be able to get rid of us now because we have the best entertainment. We're the funniest people on Earth. We're the best musicians, the best recording engineers, the best on and on and on. We're the builders of everything. Who did they think they're kidding?
I think the best bit in that whole conversation was where Chocolate was like, so if he said that he just slipped and fell inside your wife, you'd be cool with that. And he was like, yep.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
I wasn't expecting him to be like, yep.
Amazing. Yeah, so you guys will probably feel like having a conversation. So after the pregnant pause, or if anyone wants to bring up a conversation, it's good to hear you, Crypto. I don't always get to hear you, but good day to you there.
Yeah, man, good to hear from you as well. I haven't really been in much last few days, but I've been making an effort to come in more because I love you guys.
Yeah, we need you here. I guess you're probably busy, quite busy, yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, I've made it possible so that I can actually talk while I'm driving. Because I went through about 4 different microphone and headset combinations, and they're all awful. But I've settled on one that actually is kind of okay now. So.
You techie mofo, you.
Well, it wasn't me. It was other people were complaining. They were like, "Oh, your microphone's shit." Oh, okay. So I go get another one. Oh, your microphone's shit. Oh, again. I go get another one.
Hey, you know what? You'd probably be proud of me. I got a USB audio interface, and I got a really good deal on it with a condenser cardioid mic, the one I'm speaking through now. And it almost has the same exact specifications as like the what is that one called? The Scarlett. What is that? You know which interface I'm talking about? Scarlett 2.0. Yeah. So and the mic is fully suspended, and I got a good boom for it that's attached to my table. And
Nice.
got all the screens, like got foam screen and a wind pop filter. Like it's pretty cool stuff. So how does it sound? You're the engineer.
It sounds clear. It's nice.
Good, very good. Sometimes I might be too far away or too close, so I have to pay attention to that, but I think I'm getting that pretty well now.
Yeah. No, it's good. I think Discord's got some pretty good kind of built-in like a gate. There must be a gate because you never really hear background noise unless it's like really loud.
Mm-hmm.
So combining like a nice microphone with Discord's kind of reasonably good features, that's nice.
Yeah, that's probably why when I had my fan on before, you could hear it really loudly, with the snowball, but this mic. Tonor, Tonor is the mic. So it's pretty cool. Interface has got 48 volt. Separate controls for the mic. I can turn the mic on or off, and gain control for instrument or mic or monitor. And it's working really great with my Ubuntu system. Yeah, I plan on doing some music. Now I'm getting better equipment, so at least I'll have this as a foundation to work with. So I'll be able to lay down some tracks. I need to learn how to do my own beats and then get a bass guitar and do the whole thing. That's really what I want to do. Or even a drum set. Drum set, bass guitar, keyboard, guitar, and do all of it. Isn't that what you do pretty much, Crypto?
I mean, I used to do all of it myself, and then I just got very good at programming stuff. So now I kind of write everything. I write everything on a guitar, but then I just kind of do it. I kind of program everything on in Logic now. Like you can even get like, realistic sounding heavy guitars that are just MIDI instruments now, and realistic sounding kind of bass guitars and stuff. Everything's just, and the advantage to that is that once you've programmed it, if you want to change the sound of the bass guitar, it's just one click.
Right.
Whereas if you record something and then you come back to it, and because you always get ear fatigue when you're hearing something over and over and over again. And if you come back to a bass guitar and you're like, oh no, there's too much too much mid in there, and I need to take it out. If you can't EQ the sound to get it sounding better, then you have to literally just re-record. And that's really irritating. So it's nice to be able to do it all with a MIDI instrument, because then it's just one or two clicks and you've changed the sound.
So do you do that with a keyboard primarily?
No, I kind of do it on the piano roll in Logic.
I see. So it's just a software keyboard kind of deal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you only really need a mouse to do it all.
Right on. Yeah, there's probably a lot more that I could do, and I'm sure I'll be able to get a hold of some good software to do that. Just Linux takes a little more tweaking. You have to know a little bit of programming, or at least know how to copy and paste the correct commands into terminal and stuff. So it's a little more complex, but I like that because I like the challenge. So.
Well, the thing that I've learned about kind of recording music, it's kind of like when you talk about buying like quality, any kind of quality thing. You know the phrase "buy cheap, buy twice."
Yes.
It's kind of the same with like recording music. Like if you try and take shortcuts, you'll always end up just having to re-record it anyway. So you might as well just do a good job the first time.
Exactly. Yeah, slowly but surely. It's taken me this long to actually really get serious and buy some recording equipment and just go through the process. It's just like I want to be playing all the time, and I'm such an analog type person, old-fashioned. But I mean, I know a lot of technology. I've learned a lot of technology and so forth. I know a lot about computers. I used to build them, and
I mean, there's nothing wrong with an old school analog approach either, but I just think that you just use the best tools for the job, and what I'm finding is that for me personally, I prefer MIDI instruments. But if I need to, I can always just play guitar over the top.
Yeah.
Like there was that one, the first song that I did had a mix of MIDI guitar and real guitar, and it seemed to blend quite nicely. So I was just like, okay, cool.
Well, see, that's the side of it that I don't know is the MIDI part, and that's what I'm going to have to learn. So I would like to be able to use all the tools available, because when you mix the two, then you can get some really fabulous stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just about using the best tools for the job. Today's producers have got literally because MIDI stuff is so good now.
Yeah.
It's much even 5 to 10 years ago. Even in niche genres now, you can get really, really nice sounding MIDI for all sorts of instruments. So it's really good.
Yeah, I even have a pedal. It's not even a very new one. Maybe a 10-year-old pedal. Who's this one by? And it has all kinds of different sounds. But just the way the pedal is, because it's cheap, you can go up and down into the different programs, but it's not easy to go from one to the other to be able to use them usefully. So if you'd have to put two sounds together, but the sound itself, if used carefully, the certain sounds can make it sound orchestrated with my guitar, like just about any kind of sound, like make it sound like a organ or like a whole bunch of delay or reverb, different size rooms or different amps or pretty cool, pretty amazing stuff they have. So yeah, the MIDI now, I believe it is probably amazing. Not like the old days.
No, for sure. I mean, nowadays you even get some really good free instruments, like actually usable free instruments. There's there's a bass guitar by a company called, trying to think, Impact Soundworks, and they do a guitar called Shreddage. I think it's called Shreddage 3, and they do a bass guitar called Abyss. And it's kind of for heavier rock music, really, but you
Okay,
can
wait a
use it
minute.
for like
Okay, wait a minute. I want to take notes. Impact what? I'm going to write this down.
Impact Soundworks.
Soundworks. Impact Soundworks.
Yeah.
And so what was the guitar called? Shredder or
I
something?
think it's called Shreddage 3, I think the guitar. It might be that Shreddage 3 is the name of the series, but they
Shreddage.
do have a free guitar that's MIDI, and it sounds pretty good, to be fair. It's not like... I bought one or two of the actual, like, the paid guitars, and they're absolutely immaculate. They're amazing.
And what was the
But they've
bass?
got a free guitar.
What was the bass called again?
The bass is called Abyss, ABYSS. But you need the contact player.
You need the what?
From so Native Instruments is another company, and they do a sound file player. Again, this is free, called Contact 5, spelled Kontakt 5.
Okay.
And what you have to do is you have to download Contact, and then you have to download these free guitar and bass guitar MIDI files, and then you kind of play them through the Contact player in, say, Logic or Cubase or whatever.
So
and
play
once
it
you've done
through.
that,
You play it through the DAW, the
yes,
workstation. Okay.
yeah. So your DAW. Sorry, I'm used to calling it a DAW. Your DAW will load Contact, and then you'll load the sounds of the guitar into Contact, and then that will be how that works.
Okay, hold on. I think I got this. So, DAW to load Contact into DAW, right? Then through Contact in the DAW, I'll free the guitar or bass or whatever it is.
Yeah. You might have to drag and drop it, or I'm not sure how the free ones work. But there's plenty of instrumentation like guidance, and you can always ask me if you need to as well.
Cool, man. I'll start playing around with things like that because now's the time. So.
So yeah, that'll get you a nice kind of MIDI guitar and bass sound. I mean, it's not going to be like professional sounding, but it's going to sound nice enough for kind of a decent sounding demo, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I care about for now because, I want to be able to put down ideas and then they can always be refined. So as things improve. Let's see. How about, I know this is kind of probably boring for the rest of the audience, but maybe not.
Yeah, that's good.
I know there's hydrogen. You're familiar with hydrogen drum, but I haven't been able to get. Actually, I just need to look at that one more.
I'm not familiar with hydrogen drums, but I have used Easy Drummer for years, and that's really good. And I've heard very good things about another program called Superior.
Yeah. Wait a minute, you roboted. I missed the last part after Easy Drum.
I've never used it myself. Oh, there's another program called Superior Drummer that's apparently fantastic, but I haven't personally used it, so I can't.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah.
The thing is, some of these programs are a couple $100, but which seems like a lot when you're talking about software. But when you consider it means you don't have to buy a drum kit, it's quite a big deal.
And I have my pedal has a drum kit, several drum kits on there, lots of different drum sounds. So I can get a basic drum sound going anyway.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I can use that, like I could keep it separate from the other tracks, then at least I would have something that I could time from. So there's different ways. Yeah, it's a trip. Appreciate your time.
No, no worries. I like talking about this stuff, so it's fun.
Any new people on here? Mic check.
Coming in good.
You're not a new person. Don't see anybody.
You got a little crackle there, Dave.
I always have a crackle. I'll shut up.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
We have before the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
This is the conspiratorial view of history, as opposed to the accidental view. And it is the conspiratorial view that we shall present in this program.
There is a conspiracy theory that a shadowy elite of international bankers are secretly controlling the governments of the world.
They say that the people that control this world could sit around one large table and have lunch.
The theory goes that these elitists plan to create an all-powerful new world order, a world government that will destroy anyone who disobeys them. It is a theory shared by militiamen and neo-Nazis, and also by an increasing number of mainstream Americans. The message spreads through underground videos and anti-New World Order talk shows.
Is there a new world order? There's a new world order. Is there a new religion coming? A new religion's coming.
This is the story of a family who wanted to escape from the clutches of this tyrannical elite by moving to a mountaintop in Idaho. It is also the story of how their paranoid fantasies came true. Randy and Vicky were conspiracy theorists. They believed that an evil elite of international bankers and media moguls was secretly controlling their increasingly tyrannical government. The move to the cabin was their way of opting out. The Weaver family moved to the mountains because they were panicked by the underground videos they saw portraying their government as out of control and destroying the lives of simple people who wanted to live free.
When the guns are gone and your freedom lies shattered at your feet, 'tis when it will be far too late to say, why didn't I fight instead of sheepishly retreat?
Oh! The family called this shadowy elite the New World Order. They thought that if they couldn't be left alone on top of a mountain in Idaho, where could they be left alone? Some of the things they believed up there might seem crazy, but they were a long way off. It was as if Randy and Vicky's conspiracy theories were coming true. They had moved to the mountains to escape a tyrannical government, and a tyrannical government was now coming to get them. The family took to carrying guns at all times, even the children. They became increasingly convinced that the army of the New World Order was watching them from the bushes. In fact, they were being watched from the bushes.
The marshals were up there doing the same thing they'd been doing off and on for the last 3 months. They had cameras up there. Of course, Randy had found one of the cameras and had destroyed it. And they got too close to the cabin. And the dogs got a scent of them, and the dogs started chasing. The deputies started running down the hill, and then the shots were fired. The deputies started running down the hill. Randy, Kevin Harris, and Sammy Weaver started chasing them down. The dogs started coming down. They got to a Y. The deputies stopped, and shots got fired. The dog was definitely shot.
One of the agents shot Stryker in the back and hit his spine, and little Samuel, who raised the dog from a pup, saw him run around in circles yiping and then fall dead. Sammy opened fire on the agents that had shot his dog and said, "You guys, you killed my dog," and he opened fire and shot several times. And as it turned out, he didn't hit anybody. But then when they of course fired back at him with military rifles, these automatic fire rifles, and almost cut his left arm off. Now remember, he was about the size of a 10-year-old boy, you know, small. So they shot his left arm to where it was just hanging by the flesh, and little Samuel turned around and ran up the mountain and screamed to his dad, "I'm coming home, Dad." And at that time, my fellow officers took a MP5 machine gun and just sprayed him right up the back as he's running away and murdered him right there.
I think it was right after that, Mom said, "We got to go get him." And so Mom and Dad went down. And Kevin went with him. And I went in the house and got Elishba dressed. And I never saw him. They put him in the guest shed, and Dad and Mom went in and cleaned him up and wrapped him in a sheet, I guess.
So Vicky goes to the door while she's nursing little Elishba, pushes the door open frantically because she hears the gunfire, and here comes the whole family running in the door.
The bullet had come through the window in the door, would have went through Vicky's face here and come out this, or let's see, she was facing that way, would have come in here, out here, right over the baby's head, and into Kevin. Kevin's coming in, it went in his left arm, and the main part of the bullet broke two ribs and stopped about this far from his heart.
So that was an excellent shot, but a very sad day for America when one of my fellow officers and soldiers has to shoot a mother holding her little baby.
I turn around, there's Vicky. She's kind of down on her knees and her head.
I think it was Dad picked Elishba up out from underneath Mom and handed her to me. And she had blood and stuff all over her head, and we were afraid that she had gotten hit too, but she was okay. It was just Mom's blood. And that's when we went around and drew the curtains on all the windows.
The family locked themselves in the cabin for over a week. Nobody but the Weavers and the FBI knew that Vicky had been killed.
Baby killers! You're all baby killers! You're a bunch of senseless bastards! All of you!
2 miles down in the valley, the protest at the roadblock had swelled to thousands. People travelled from across America to support the Weavers. Jack McLam and Bo Greitz were in the crowd. Jack and Bo are both ex-military officers who've jumped ship and become heroes to the anti-government activists.
It was surreal. It was incredible. What we had was, I'd never seen so many FBI, DEA agents, U.S. Marshals, local police, state police in one place in my life. We had armored personnel carriers, and then they were all dressed in military uniforms with Kevlar. This is America. What is going on here? We're trying to calm them down, get them to stop crying, and to focus on something else other than their mother laying up underneath the kitchen table in a pool of blood. And so basically we spent the morning talking to them about the need to come out and take it to court. We knew then they had one fantastic case in court against this government. Oh my goodness. There's something in law enforcement called jury appeal. And when you machine gun a little boy running away from you and shoot a mother holding a baby in the head, you got jury appeal.
Later that night, Jack and Bo came back down the mountain to tell the protesters what they'd learnt.
I want all of you in the vigil to join your hands. I want you to get close, and I want you to get warm. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is that we went right up to the top of the hill and established an immediate dialogue like I knew we could with Randy. Wasn't any problems at all. This communication is going to continue. I want your hands joined. That's an order. I got a reason for it. The bad news, and get a grip on yourself, is that Vicky was killed. Damn. And most unfortunate thing, apparently she was killed on Saturday. Wonderful mother. And had her life taken, and she's in God's hands as we speak.
It was 11 days into the siege that Bo and Jack finally convinced the family to take their case to court.
Well, the door opens and they come out. Oh, I tell you, boy, I just about get tears in my eyes now thinking about it. It was wonderful to see these little girls take off their weapons, little tiny little girls, you know, wearing weapons against their own government. I mean, where should that be proper? And it was the saddest days of my life was spent on the top of that mountain when I realized that my fellow police officers and soldiers are capable of that, you see, that I served with. I never would have believed that, never would have believed it, you know. And so it was a great awakening for Bo and me and many of the officers up there, because when we walked down through that crowd, big guys with their military rifles and the tears coming down, streaking the face paint, they were all crying, that the family had come out. So it was a great experience. And that's why there's so many people today in America and people in uniform that are speaking out against this damnable world system that's being set up that will do that to people at will.
The Weavers moved to the mountains because of their fantasies about a shadowy elite coming to get them, and in a sense their conspiracy theories came true. The American militia movement was formed that week at the roadblock at Ruby Creek, convinced that a shadowy elite plans to do to the world what they did to the Weavers.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, when we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Hi, Ariel. Oh, I'm sorry. You ought to have it. Can you? Hold on a second.
I'm here, Sonny, with a shitty mic. But you got Lieutenant Ding Dong on the panel with no roles.
I'm wondering if I'm wondering if someone can moderator here can give Ariel back her roles. There you are. I unmuted you, my dear.
Thank you. Very weird thing happened with Discord. I was talking in a Discord channel and then I was disconnected. I tried to reconnect. Then I had to link my phone number to my Discord account. And I've had a Discord account for so long. Initially when I got it, the two-factor authentication wasn't even a thing.
Yeah.
So it looks like they tried to twist my arm to make me, use my phone number for ID purposes.
I believe it.
And then I wrote to them and I was outraged. because I just had to create a new account. And I said to them, it's quite outrageous because my nitro and, everything was just gone. So it was a real pain, and I'm not finished with that. I'm still waiting for a response to your email. Totally useless. I don't even know who looks at like the issues or the emails or anything. I remember Tencent. Tencent is and the Chinese have got something to do with Discord, as far as I know. And I know Gates once made an offer for this utility, but he doesn't work, and I just don't really trust Discord. I mean,
Yeah, I know it's hard to trust any of them. How do we know? Yeah. But how are things? How are things otherwise, though? I just wanted to.
oh no,
Things are
Sonny,
okay.
I'm in such a state. My work tried to force me to get
I know
the
the
magic
Kool-Aid.
juice.
Yeah.
So I've been so involved with like stuff like that, trying
Yeah, it's
to.
a
My
bummer.
barrister is going to sue my CEO because people don't realize that they still hold personal responsibility to their fellow men and women, and they can't hide behind the skirt of like a nameless, faceless corporation.
Yeah,
Or
and
other
because as representatives, they can be held liable as individuals.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I've been on this freaking treadmill. We're still not at the end of it, with everything that's going on, and I'm just kind of exhausted with it all. I have like two inclinations in my
I
head.
know.
One is just to get off the grid and fuck society basically,
I know
and
pretty much.
yeah. And the other one is to put up a massive fight and make myself really obnoxious and make myself heard, and because I have to really like choke down on the anger that I feel at times.
Yeah,
And
I understand.
it's not healthy. I feel that I can't put this rubbish behind me and just move forward. I feel like I'm going to have to strike out in a completely new direction.
Well, there may be a why, and there may be a crossroads for you at some point here, because
Oh, I am
right
cheering for
into
those
that.
truckers. I am cheering for them. If I had a truck, I would be
We
honking
all,
my horn somewhere.
I think that's what a lot of us are kind of like preparing our minds for, at least, if not logistically as well, getting prepared for have that why in the road where I have to
Yeah.
totally get off the grid and just cut all the losses and go, okay, well,
Yes.
okay, well, there may be things this may be really challenging. It may be harder than I think it is, but like any so-called benefits of being connected to this beast system is not worthwhile. Detrimental, as a matter of fact. So, I mean, might have to get out.
Yes. Yes. It's. I dream about all this stuff now. I
So
honestly
maybe you'll
do.
have to come sail over here or fly over here or something if you can get out.
I am taking. I am taking to the water. I don't trust any
Yeah,
unless I
yeah.
pilot something myself.
See,
I
like
will.
there's some things I like about that. Like in the old days, like then we'd like, oh yeah, you hurt my friend Ariel. Well, I'm gonna sail my ships over there, and I've got several cannon, and I think I'll make you reconsider. There's something about the old days that I like. Like,
By the
you know?
way, by the way, I heard an interesting. Just as an aside, I heard an interesting thing today about if you're in a truck, it's completely different than when you're in a car, legally speaking. So if you're in a truck, you don't get out of your truck because that is a vessel on the sea, whereas a car is a different kind of conveyance under common law.
It's like a ship compared
It's
to a dinghy.
it is. It's very interesting, and I'm learning so much about the law. I I should have been a lawyer. I enjoy it immensely, but I can see how far back the twisted, the mind fuck, how far back it actually
Hmm.
goes, and it's all it's all very sinister, really. It's taking advantage of people's ignorance, or not even ignorance, but their trust.
Yeah.
Same with everything. So I just basically want my flat earth roll back so that I don't have to come and get questions.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to do that. I'm only a
Okay.
gold plus, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, let's see. Wait a second. Hold on. What am I looking at? Yeah, limited abilities here. That's okay though. I'm sure everyone knows you. You know.
Yeah, I'll come back
Mhm.
later.
I don't know who's here
I
now. Let me
just,
see.
I'm just doing so many admin-y things, so I thought let me do this as well and get that behind me.
I don't see any mods in here right now.
How are you, Sonny?
I'm doing pretty good. The weather's getting nice, so I've been outdoors getting as much sunshine as I can for at least a couple hours, you know?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I go out and sit in the sun, and then I ride for an hour or so, and it's been so warm, I go out twice. Go out in the evening.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
Because
can
it's
start
like,
thinking about planting as well.
what's that?
You can start thinking about planting, like seeds and
Yeah,
stuff.
yes. Like I'd like to be able to. So that'll probably come out about scouting out areas outdoors. But I have a really nice little garden indoors. I have a pretty cool little plant. Like it's awesome. I could
Yeah,
send you some pictures of it.
I've seen.
I won't send them in the live stream anymore. That's not appreciated. I understand, the TOS and all. So I gotta mind my manners and think about
I'm
the
so
live stream.
envious of the stuff that you can grow.
No, I'm salivating because I'm watching these beautiful, let's just say beautiful flowers forming and filling in, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't wait. But everything's looking up quite well. Like,
Yes, we are coming to we are it's a Mexican standoff now, isn't it? Something
mhm.
has to give, and I mean, and now I know we've been saying that for how long,
Yeah,
but we're
but
right up to the wire now.
didn't a lot of things change in England there
Oh
as far
no,
as the
oh no, it's one thing you hear on the mainstream media, which then gets repeated by everyone. But things that have been put into an act or a minor law still has to go back and get voted on in the
Mhm.
parliament. So that horrible thing that they want to do, it hasn't completely been quashed or it's not off the books yet, so to speak.
Yeah.
And they're still using all their horrible tactics, coercion. It's blackmail when it comes down to it.
Surely is.
Because they are literally telling people they will take their jobs away from them. And we're talking about the industry that I'm in, highly qualified people, probably still paying their university debt off like 10 years later. So no, people are not acting honorably, but no, for the first time, it's very, very clear that the politicians are disgusting scumbags for the most part.
Mhm.
For the most part.
Yeah.
So I will be back. Nice to hear your voice again. Sonny, I have been listening on YouTube.
All right.
Obviously. Can't do that.
Cool. Well, it's good to hear you as well. Hope you have a great day. I'll talk to you later
And
then.
you take care. Take care. Bye-bye.
Mhm. The lovely Ariel. Oh shoot, she just had to go, but her account apparently she was disconnected by Discord, she said, old dude.
Mic check.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, thanks, Paul. No, I had to jump in there just as you were explaining, Sonny. YouTube cut out for me. So has something happened to Ariel's account?
Yes, that's what she told me. She said she was on a server, she got disconnected, and then when she tried to go back in, they said she had to do the two-step authentication, and she said when she started her account, she had it for so long that they didn't even have that then. So she said that they like twisted her arm and told her she has to do the two-step authentication or else she can't rejoin. So she lost all her
Wow.
so all her FE roles and everything are gone.
Oh, yeah, I've had bother with the two-step thing before and had to download another app and get a separate password. And
Yeah.
it's a glitch because I've also had to do it again and not had to do all of that. I don't know what's going on with Discord. Oh,
That's
that's
why
annoying.
that's why I've never connected with a phone with a mobile because of that kind of issue.
Yeah, so many phone accounts get yeeted. Where
Yep.
PC accounts seem safer somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a shame. I didn't even get her tag number to re-VC verify her, but oh well.
She'll be back again. She'll probably be back later.
Yeah, I hope so.
It'll get taken care of.
How's your day anyway? It must be about 12, 1 o'clock-ish for you.
No, it's only 10:38 a.m. I've been up early since about 5:30.
Eh, How can you be? That's hang on. It's
10:38 a.m.
6:30 here.
Not even noon
It's
yet.
6:30 at night here. So
So that means we're 6:30, so 8 hours
yeah.
difference.
Oh, I keep forgetting you're West Coast, aren't you,
Yeah,
bro?
West Coast, yeah.
You're a surfer. You're a way over there. I have to look at the
Way,
floor to see you.
yeah, way over
Yeah,
there, looking out to like
yeah.
Japan.
I don't look at the to see you. I look at my feet.
No, you don't. You're funny.
Yeah, I love that. I love asking people, "Where's America?" And they always turn and point west. Or where's China? And they turn and point east.
I know
Nobody
they
points
always
at the
point.
floor.
Yeah, all those signs that tell you where things are. All the signs are horizontal to every location. That's so funny, man.
Yeah, Australia's the only one that you can get the antipode thing where some people will say, "Oh, it's there, it's that way," or maybe China too, but in general, no. Everyone knows that it's that way, west or east, or
Exactly.
it's not down.
Yep, nobody points down to another place, to China. You don't point down to China. You point east. Well, depending on where you are.
Hey, Sonny and old dude, my mic working now?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
sir.
okay. It's
Have
pretty
y'all
good.
tried to converse with Lieutenant Ding Dong yet?
Is Lieutenant Ding Dong? Lieutenant Ding Dong. Here, let's unmute. Are you there, Lieutenant Ding Dong? With no roles. If you speak up, we can VC verify you here, or you can go to the VC1 check-in, and someone will be with you up there. But if you have a mic there, could you speak up and let us know? Lieutenant Ding Dong, are you there? Okay, if you don't speak up in a few seconds, I'm going to have to put you on server mute the way I found you. Let us know, like I said, go to VC check-in. Thanks.
Oh, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Exactly. We got Flatty in the house. Hey, Flatty.
I'm just cooking some food a sec. I'll chat with you in a bit.
All right. No worries. It's a good idea. Quetzalcoatl, good to see you here again. I won't mention that one. Got the Dave Hinkle. Hey, you know what, Dave? Listen, honestly, sometimes you do robot out, but your audio is never really that bad, so I wouldn't worry about that. Like, just I would say speak up whenever you want, and it's gonna be fine.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Nah,
I'll
not
speak when I have something to say, which is rare.
as a working man, so.
As far as I can tell, we do not live on the outside of a spinning oblate spheroid zipping around through nothing.
Do they have any
It
other
just,
examples of anything that is alive living on a spinning ball? I mean, we
think
can
we're
forget
it,
about
man.
the water for a while. We'll just like lead what is okay. You're gonna have to have water, but does anything alive, like even a plant, put it on a spinning ball, spin it around, and does the plant? Is that helpful for the plant to be
I
spinning
think we're
around?
the only species that occupies the outside of a spinning water ball. We're the only
Outside.
ones.
Think about that. The outside of a spinning water ball.
That's the deep fantasy right there.
There's nothing like that in nature anywhere. We don't see that anywhere. We don't experience that anywhere. We can't manufacture that even. So what kind of a model does the globe have? I mean, it has to be based on something from reality. Doesn't a model have to be based in reality?
As far as I know, all they got is a plastic toy that says not for educational purposes, but it's in every classroom for some reason.
Yeah, that's the only thing we can.
No, it doesn't. They got all the theoretical fields, and how much science fiction comes out of astrophysics.
Mm-hmm. Sci-fi.
No reality there.
So many humans deceived by the reality they think they live in. They're not even aware of it. It's kind of sad.
It's part of the plan, part of the psychology. To be honest, even the human part, I mean, really, that's just like some system term, human.
Yeah, it's just a word. Other people, whatever you want to call them, but I know what you mean. So how long you been in the truth game, Stormfire?
Probably since I was a teenager, maybe like 15 or so. But didn't realize the Earth is flat until, I don't know, 5 years ago.
Okay.
And then really didn't know all the good reasons why it was. I just knew that I was being lied to about it. But I mean, this server really, you got at least 1,000 good gifts you can pick from, tests. I mean, you got all the good stuff here.
Oh yeah. You remember when you were 15? What was the first thing that kind of clued you into we might be being deceived about some stuff?
I do remember as I was looking up ranting videos. I want to see one that was ranting about something decent. Guess who I found? Alex Jones. He was ranting about the police force, how corrupt it was.
They're turning the frogs gay, I tell you. That was my best Alex Jones. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it started. And just doing my own research, finding out about all the hidden secrets, hidden knowledge, secretive groups, and their intentions, things like that. And once you kind of put the pieces together, there's no going back. You kind of know what's going on.
You have no idea how the gay frogs are going to be changing the biosphere on Earth.
I mean, even the gay frog meme. I mean, shoot, he's right. Just look around, right?
Pretty soon the gay frogs are going to be having meetings of their own. This is horrendous, people.
I'm gonna go to Belt Bohemian Grove and I'm gonna shut all this shit down. Y'all wait to see.
40-foot owls.
At first glance, I thought the Bohemian Grove thing was legit, but he was obviously vibing to do that. So what's that mean? The reason it's gonna be nuggets with that.
I think Memis does the best Alex Jones interpretation.
Yeah, I agree. He nails it. Alex Jones is kind of interesting. Reacted and how he continues to react to flat Earth and killings. We all know basically what he's doing. Who knows for 100%? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's still going strong. In fact, all the censorship, I think he was the first big content creator to get censored. But, even that was
That one guy that works in his organization, Greg Reese, did a legit documentary about Antarctica. Take that for what it is, but it wasn't one-sided like.
Greg Reese.
It was, yeah, he did legitimate facts about how we can explore Antarctica and stuff. Brought up some valid questions about it.
Yeah, I mentioned that treaty to his warnings, and they laughed it off. It was like, that's big business. you're going to be looking up the flight path still. Every time I see a flight path on a flat Earth map, I mean, it just makes perfect sense. I don't get the problem there. People that have been in the server for a while trying to talk about flight paths. Flight path, it's straight lines. It just makes sense.
I don't know if it's just me, Stormfire. You're cutting out a little bit. Is it just me?
It's probably because I'm driving.
Yeah, he's a bit choppy for me as well.
We got the gist of what you were saying, but you're just kind of every other word kind of thing.
I got you. Thanks for letting me know. Coming in any better?
Yeah, that's sounding good to me then.
The other thing I would want to add to the story there is just Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo is the big flat Earth guy for me. Looked at a few videos and got a few ridiculous things out of the way, like Coriolis and all that kind of nonsense. It was easy. It's easy to see. And high altitude balloons, 120,000 feet, gives you, even if the quality is not that great, it gives you a good enough picture of where we are.
My bike check.
Yep.
All right. It's messing with me. I was unmuting and it was still keeping me on mute. I don't know.
I think I'll play this video from Taboo Conspiracy. It's a pretty good one. Flat Earth fact number 13, Marconi's 2,135-mile flat Earth proof.
Anything from Taboo Conspiracy, I fully endorse without even seeing it. And it's a long one, but he's got like 37 things where he sort of acts like he's a globe believer and says, but the flat earthers helped us discover this stuff. Anyway, go ahead and play the one you're talking about. Everybody should watch Taboo.
On December 12th, 1901, Guglielmo Marconi received a transatlantic radio transmission at a distance of 2,135 miles. With the transmission tower height and elevation added in, at that distance, nearly 640 miles should have been hidden behind the Earth's curvature. 640 miles is enough to hide the United Kingdom if it were standing straight up. That is a very tall shadow. In my previous Flat Earth Fact number 11 video, I described how the World War II German Knickbein bombing radio guidance system was not initially investigated because English scientists, including Churchill's scientific advisor, stated the curvature of the Earth would block the VHF beams, and so the targeting system could not exist. The advisors were mathematically right, but English lives were lost because the Knickbein system in fact existed, proving there was no Earth curvature. Likewise, naysayers told Marconi that it would be impossible to send a radio transmission over 200 miles, let alone 2,000 miles, because the curvature of the Earth should have blocked the transmission. Again, the naysayers were mathematically correct, but Marconi accomplished the feat and has been repeated many times at much further distances. Because of Marconi, the ionosphere theory was then fabricated, claiming that the radio waves bounced off of the ionosphere. For Loran, the explanation is that the radio waves hugged the surface of the water. For Knickbein, since the beams were VHF, the issue has been avoided entirely, as Wikipedia and others have simply lied about the math and said that the Earth's supposed curvature wouldn't have been an issue at those distances. Do you see the pattern here? Repeatable scientific evidence proves the Earth is demonstrably flat. In response, new pseudoscience nonsense is discovered, somehow justifying why the Earth's curvature somehow always evades detection and disappears without a trace. Marconi's 2,000-mile transmission is another proof of the flat Earth.
Being taboo conspiracy is correct there.
640 miles.
It's interesting they had to create the ionosphere. Shout out to Denmark, but that's an interesting word. Ionosphere. Ionosphere.
I never connected that before. That's hilarious. Ionosphere.
Oh, is this true? I heard someone say, it was yesterday, that you never see the moon before an eclipse happens. During whatever, I guess technically eclipse that would be lunar. Is that true that you don't actually see it before it happens?
I don't know that much about eclipses. Days right before an eclipse. I could be wrong.
I think I heard that the other day. Maybe someone we were both on was talking about it. But yeah, you don't see it until it fully blocks the thing. Yeah.
Doesn't that seem a little weird?
Very.
All that reflective dirt. It's good stuff.
You're a globe believer, you throw in a little gravity and refraction, don't worry about it. You're good.
Yeah, it's not even a full moon yet, and it's pretty bright at the peak of, or at least when it's right above you in the sky, the moonlight. It's bright enough that if it's that far away, if you were on the moon, if that was possible, which it's not, if you were on the moon, imagine how bright it would be. I bet you wouldn't be able to see anything.
You say you can see the moon right now?
No, it's.
Oh, right. I was going to say, that's a bit weird. Yeah. I was like,
I'll probably be able to see it around like 7 or 8, maybe. Maybe a little earlier than that.
So I missed a bit of what you're saying then, and I thought, I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. Oh, I don't know. So you do see them in the day, don't you?
I've seen it in the middle of the
Yeah.
day for about the last week and a half or so.
Yeah, exactly.
Going from about 30%, now it's past 60%. It's probably 70% tonight.
Yeah. And already illuminating really well.
How is it that it's the same face for everybody on the same day? Isn't that true? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same
Yeah.
face. It's the same face. So how is that possible?
Everyone only sees the same phases, no matter where you are.
Craziness, man. They
How
are
does that work?
totally like they're totally not lining up with anything the globe says, especially right now.
No.
It's all cockamamie. The moon is like lit in the wrong place, like it no relation to the sun whatever. It's just unbelievable. Like they don't want us noticing all of this. Those objects are very, very strange. I mean,
Well, the gift that has the, I guess it's like a solar system glyph, where it's just the sun shooting pretty quick and everything's kind of spinning around it. If you think for like even a minute on that, there's just no way any of that stuff could be going on based on what you experience.
exactly. Exactly. You would just see a swipe of light across the sky. It would just be, it would be going straight across if it was that fast. Oh, but we have excuses for why. Oh, it's so far away and we're so small. The earth is so huge. Yeah, not really. Kind of tiny. Your little ball is too tiny. Should have thought about that.
They're not wrong.
Before they put the numbers out there, they should have thought of that 16 feet of dip elevation
The
drop.
Earth is
5
very
miles.
huge.
5 miles, 16 feet of drop. Can you see that? Yes, easily. Is that measurable? Yes, easily.
The sun and the moon are the same size in the sky too. When you're looking at them,
Yeah.
and I mean they don't look very big. I mean, this thing that we're standing on is pretty massive.
Block it out with your thumb at arm's length, pretty much.
Yeah.
There's a relationship there.
And then, like I was mentioning earlier, 120,000 feet up, and the apparent size of the sun increases. It gets way bigger when you're that high. It wouldn't be possible if it was that far away.
Yeah.
And that's only, what, 120,000 feet. I guess that's probably maybe roughly 25, 30 miles.
Random thought, you guys ever, whenever it was, they came up with that number, that somebody in the room, you know, like, we're going to say the radius is 39 feet. Somebody in the room, like, we can't tell them how big it is. Ah, shut up. Wonder how that went.
You're right. That's good.
Reach out, touch faith. Your
Marilyn
own.
Manson.
No, Depeche Mode, I think.
Hmm.
Your own personal Jesus. Anyway, let's see. Oh, anybody seen this video? Check these out. That Columbus was a double agent for Portugal. Very interesting, eh? Oh, and that he was actually Portuguese in reality. There's some evidence to that effect.
Mic check again. And disconnect.
Yep. Sound good now.
All right, for a moment. You have atonement in here with no rolls. I don't know if you want to roll the dice on them.
Let's go take a look here. It looks like I'm
Interesting name, atonement.
server muted. Hey, Atonement, are you there? Hello, Atonement. You were server muted. Have you spoken here before? Let me look. No rolls. Hey, Atonement, you need to either put your mic on right now while we're here because you're in the live stream, or you'll have to go to VC. You know, it's fine if you want to hang out. You'll just be server muted again, like I found you. So come on back, VC check-in. Thanks.
Well done.
CB in the house.
It's a sad day with me and CB, the Bengals, on defeat the LA Rams.
Did they beat the Rams?
No, the Rams beat them by.
Oh, the Rams beat them. Well, a lot of money on that in their home turf. Yeah. They're not going to lose that. Huh.
Bengals will be back in the Super Bowl in another 30 years. You wait and see.
Crazy stuff. It's also like convoluted. It's also contrived.
Foosballs for the devil.
What?
Foosballs for the devil. Bobby Boucher. Come on now.
Yeah, Water Boy.
The water sucks. It really, really sucks.
Two positive things I can say about the Super Bowls. I didn't see anything obvious that was fixed in the game. It seemed like a decent game. And the halftime show was not satanic, pretty much. So that's
Pretty
good.
much not.
Well, who was in there? Wasn't it P. Diddy, or not P. Diddy? Wasn't it Eminem and all those other satanic motherfuckers?
Yeah.
It was
So, yeah, it was a
Eminem,
satanic show.
Eminem, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, those are all Satanists.
I know. They
Well,
did
they
have
played
the red,
straight up
black,
music.
and white stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's all geared towards this, like, you know what, like.
So there's
the fake race.
So if you're saying that there's a reason there was no pageantry, like that would be one of the things. Like, when did they start the pageantry during the halftime show? Like, it wasn't an always thing. It started like in the mid '90s, I think.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
And it all had one theme.
You could argue that it's always had pageantry, but that the pageantry did change though at a specific point in time. I agree with that.
Well, I know that, but like most of these shows, they all had like a common theme, common underlying theme. And now they don't have to predict about it or get people ready for it because it's already happened. What about last year's show? Did they have like a pageant, or was it just concert? Because I can't find any information on 2021.
I'm trying to remember last year. I think it was J-Lo and Shakira. I could be wrong. All they had was like they were nearly naked, but they just sang, I think. I don't know.
And see, that's the thing that I don't understand about football, particularly. Days like Super Bowl Sunday, everybody's going to be sitting there. They ask people, so what's your team? What's your team? And people will actually give them an answer. No, dude, you don't own any team. You don't own part ownership in any team. You're just a fan, right? So it's almost like these fans think that they actually own the team, right? It's like, oh, well, my Bengals doing this and all that stuff. Okay. It's like them also going with their Raiders, and it's like, well, they're not even like a football team anymore, are they? Do they even have a stadium? I mean, it's going to take another year and a half for the one to be ready in Vegas, I think. I say they just get rid of it completely.
They got to keep the distractions out there. That's a major distraction.
No, I mean the Raiders, just get rid of them completely. They suck.
Oh, may just get rid of.
Look, they suck so bad. California kicked them out. But let's put it this way, right? Football, yeah, it's neat and all that, but let's put it this way. You can never do what those people are doing. You don't have the steroids, you don't have the genetics, and yes, it is part of a eugenics type thing, the athletic type programs. I think what they're trying to do is create like a super athlete that they can use as a super soldier type thing. And like nowadays, most of these athletes, they're not really setting records, but they're keeping up with the record setters. So it's almost like maybe they created some sort of a regime, some sort of a regiment to get the physical output up, you know? I'm just thinking there's a hidden or a hidden agenda behind it. Like, let's put it this way. I've never really been a sports fan and couldn't really get into sports. But I see, it's national pastime, and I see my countrymen lost in it, to where when the game's going on, oh, don't you dare say anything or have me leave so I miss the game. They'll be upset at you. So it's almost like it's replaced entertainment in a way, because it's not really entertainment. Like, if it was entertainment, it wouldn't matter when you watch it. It just reminds me of the circus and all the gladiators. I mean, they are dressed up in like gladiator gear, smashing each other like shoulder to shoulder and stuff. I couldn't do that. I don't know about you guys.
Here's an interesting sound. Maybe not.
Oh, I thought you were talking about all the metal arcs in this damn tree.
No, when you have like stainless cups, things like that. You put a little bit of water and they make a ringing sound. Like bells that go wow, 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 like a wah-wah bell.
Yo, I seen this guy. He had a couple of wine glasses, one full of catnip and another one full of water. So he dipped his finger in the water and rubbed it on the rim of the glass full of water, and it sat there and started going, right? And he goes, "Now check this out. This is what happens when you do that with a cup full of catnip, and you start hearing like meow, 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 meow." I was just like, "What a fucking clown!"
I know how to do that with stem glasses. That's funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but it was catnip and it was making cat meows. It was funny.
Anyone else know how to play a saw? A handsaw?
With a bow?
No, with your thumb.
No, I can't do that. I can do it with a bow.
You like bend it to kind of change the pitch.
But you said play tune with a saw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've done that before.
It almost sounds like the old school, the second Legend of Zelda, not the Legend of Zelda, but the Adventures of Link, the one where it's all like different than the first one and than all the other ones. When you get the fairy, it'll pop up and you'll hear this. That's like made from a saw type thing, sawtooth pattern in B minor.
Trippy.
Oh, guys, be careful with Winchester rounds. Since Winchester just traded over their companies, there's been a lot of 9mm that's been squibbing. And some of them, they've even been packed backwards. So always check your Winchester rounds, or better yet, don't get Winchester if you can.
Yeah, I used to have friends in the Navy that would sit there and load rounds all like for hours.
How we doing in here today, everybody? Kind of quiet.
Yeah, it is.
No Globers.
How are you, Sonny?
Pretty good. Who's that? Sorry if I didn't recognize. Oh,
Says who?
says who? Hey, man. How you doing?
Not bad, brother.
It's been a while.
No Globers. Yeah.
Just start my day. I'm gonna try to get outside earlier and earlier in the day.
Well, we're enjoying some mild weather here in Missouri. It's about 50. It's pretty nice.
Okay, cool. It's already baking over here, man.
You're over in California. How cold is it? Like, what's cold for your area?
Freezing snow in the foothills above 2,500 feet. That's cold. But generally, the coldest it is at sea level here is mid to low 40s. Would be like the coldest
Okay.
we'd get, and that's cold for here. So on
Gotcha.
average, what it usually is around nighttime lows in the 50s, and the highs during the day like mid 70s. That's what it is most of the time. But usually if it's
That sounds wonderful.
day, like we have days where it doesn't get colder than 68 degrees. That's at night. Because it could be 100 degrees, over 100 degrees in the daytime. Like the other day, it was 72 degrees still. Sun had already set. It was like 6:30. It was already set. Still 72 degrees at night.
Wow. Sounds rough.
Well, you can only put up with so much of that bright sun like that, though. So you have to take breaks from it. You have to. So I'll go out for 3 or 4 days during the week. Then I'll take a day off and stay out of the sun.
I could see that, I guess.
Out here in Illinois, sometimes if it's like 40 degrees, we can wear shorts and a t-shirt. But other times when it's 40 degrees, we have to wear a coat.
Depends on the humidity.
But it's right. It's really cool and weird at the same time. Like it's 40 sometimes and it's nice, and it's 40 sometimes and it's really cold.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's it?
What up, bro?
Not much. How's it going in your neck of the woods?
It's all right.
All right. All right. All right.
How's it going over there?
Over there. He's like, it's going all right. You know what? I'm doing okay. Hanging in there. Haven't had to fight anyone, so that's cool.
Well, where I'm from, that's just called being a man.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I haven't encountered anyone that's up to the challenge, whatever challenge it might be. Like, that's cool.
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
How y'all doing? It's Mindy.
Oh, shoot.
I was trying not to laugh. I messed that up.
That's funny as hell. Oh, man. How y'all doing over there?
Hey, did y'all hear about if you took them damn boosters, you might have that there AIDS? I heard you might have AIDS if you're not organic.
I didn't hear about that one yet.
Well, it's like you can't make it up. It's like if they took the jabs, they might have AIDS.
Oh, hell no.
That jibber jabber.
Jab over here.
No jibber jabber in my arm.
It's crazy because I had heard some story about them winning something called the Nobel. I guess it's like an instrument. Someone had won one of them instrument awards, the Nobel Prize. And yeah, he said that it was going to result in autoimmune deficiency.
Say what?
Yeah, it's crazy because now they're saying everyone's got AIDS, and I just found out AIDS stands for autoimmune deficiency.
Oh, God.
Is that right?
I guess that's what they're handing out these days. Well, when you give something away for free, you ought to.
So the very thing that they're using to treat the AIDS is causing the AIDS. That's incredible.
That's true.
It's crazy. That guy knew it was going to happen before it happened. And guess what I just found out? That guy actually just died mysteriously.
Mysteriously? You think those Jesuits had something to do with it? Them dirty Jesuits or something?
Here we go.
I think it'd be unfounded to say the Jesuits didn't have anything to do with it. If you know what I'm saying.
Now you're on to something there, young man.
Would you look at that?
Glory be.
Yep, them Jesuits will kill you dead if you mess with them prophets. There was a nun, the Sister Carrie Byrne, I think her name was called. She was talking about how they attacked her with nanotechnology, injected her, sprayed it in her car. She got the lab reports and everything. When you mess with them Jesuits, they will F you up.
I heard about virus, Kool-Aid containing nano mosquitoes and shit.
What?
I just do find it super odd that this guy said everyone's going to have a problem with their immune system in like 2 to 5 years. And then 2 years later, he dies and they come out and say everyone's going to have AIDS. It's almost like a movie or something.
I just get so mad that these Jesuit clones don't want us to know that Earth is magnetic. That really grinds my gears, y'all.
We can't have that.
Magnetism is of the devil. That's what the Jesuits say.
The question is, why are these globetards believing those Jesuit priests and their holy heliocentric debacle?
Can I get an amen?
Amen, sister.
Hey, Sonny, someone had told me from over there that you have a little prayer about the Jesuits and their heliocentrism.
We do. Where's that? I'll have to dig that up here. One moment, please.
I heard my dick.
I better mute while I laugh.
And you guys saw the video? That comedian lady that was making a joke about taking all the jibby jabbies and and taking it all, and she's fine and everything. And she said it's obvious that Jesus loves me the most or something like that. And then she plummeted in after she said that and cracked.
Yeah, she fainted. That was crazy.
Okay, everybody get ready to
She cracked her
bow.
skull.
Everybody
Did you know
get
she
ready to
cracked her
bow.
skull?
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay.
She
Everybody.
said Jesus loves me the most after she bragged about taking numerous shots, and then she passed out and cracked her skull. All right.
Oh,
Anyway, Sonny, I heard you have a prayer, so let's hear that prayer to them
that's
damn
right.
Jesuits, please.
That's right. Everybody bow your head while we pray to the most noble, our Aristosthenes, whose sticks measured the heavens, hallowed be thy name. Thy circumference come, thy radius should be done on earth as it measures in the heavens. Give us our daily shadows, and forgive us for assuming the distance to the sun to give us the globe, our man. Hallelujah.
All right, all right.
That was amazing. She's got a cause.
Yeah, that poor comedian is like the Holy Ghost done struck her dumb for saying that. The devil ain't nothing but a lie.
The ancient and archaic, yeah, flat Earth is. What about Aristosthenes? That's not ancient and archaic. Well, hails bells, you know.
Yeah, I just don't understand it, y'all. You got to be educated to be this stupid. I mean, you can see that the hospitals are empty and stuff. I mean, they made this C virus like a bad word. You can't even talk about the thing.
Yeah.
Y'all say edumacated?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can't be so educated that you deny your common sense and your senses. There's a balance, y'all.
Yep. I think it really comes down to this. And what I think it is that if you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for anything.
You're going to fall right on that stage the moment you blaspheme against the Lord, saying he's blessing you when you know that these death jabs are something else. Oh, Lord, just terrible. I mean, how much more obvious can it be, y'all? She was struck dumb on the stage. Thank goodness she's still alive, but Lord, karma? Coincidence? I don't think so. I think the Lord will not be. The Lord will not be mocked. And he's letting people know you might want to think twice about getting this jibber jabber 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, or whatever.
Wait a minute. Which incident are you talking about again?
I put it in the live stream. A comedian named Heather McDonald collapsed on the stage, quite literally, right after she said, "Oh, Jesus loves me," for getting my jibber jabber 3, 4, 5 times.
Oh, dang.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
Fell out right then
she
and
said,
there.
"Yeah, it's so crazy." She brags about the jabs, and then she's like, "Jesus must love me the most," because she's talking about how she was around a bunch of people but didn't get sick or whatever. As soon as she says like Jesus loves me the most, a few seconds later she just passed out and cracked her skull.
Oh my gosh.
It's almost like these jabs have some type of spiritual meaning or something.
Almost like divine retribution, if you ask me.
Yeah, she was pumping those demons, and once she said Jesus, she collapsed.
They left in the name of
Actually,
Jesus.
there was some witsit feller that made a video about that, something about that jibby jab being having a spiritual kind of effect.
She'll be looking for Jesus now.
It's like she didn't just say the word Jesus. Like she said, she was mocking him. She was actually mocking the Messiah. So like, yeah, I mean, of course that happened.
Just be prepared to see those people.
And don't forget, she was also mocking having her period, like mocking women as well. So it was building up the mockery. It was building and building and building, and then she said the last thing, Jesus.
Don't say we didn't tell you.
That's
so.
right. Like she blatantly mocked the Creator's order of everything, like mocked the spiritual importance of everything she was talking about. And then the ultimate act, the part where she like stepped over the line, was where she actually mocked the Creator egregiously when it comes to the Messiah. So like there was like a physical repercussion. Like I think that like there was like it's not just the words, it's like the intention and meaning behind the words based on the situation of the source, right? Like the situation surrounding the source. So everything she's done and where she is spiritually, it's like a combination. I think that there's like a spectrum, and if you go too far, like you'll like literally have the like physical repercussion of it, whether it be fainting on stage and cracking your skull, or dying, or having a heart attack, or whatever it is.
You end up having repercussions from natural law.
I mean, it's not like it's not like it's not written in the adverse reaction insert.
Yeah, it's so crazy though. It's just like the people that they'll take them and they'll come on Twitter bragging about how they took them, or they'll post a picture about it, mocking those who don't take it, and then they die.
Well, basically, they're talking about the conquest of medicine over all of this dark age superstition, including religion. So they're trying to set up a new orthodoxy where science, quote unquote, rules, and you take your jibber jabber because the government agencies say so, and you do what you're told or else, and you don't detract from that orthodoxy. So there's a spiritual momentum, accumulating and working up and ramping up towards some sort of scientific technocracy where you take this pill or take this shot because the experts in science said so.
Right. It's like they put everyone on the wrong side of the natural law. And then once those people become arrogant and brag about it, they die. Because they don't even realize where they are on the spectrum of natural law. But they were placed in this really deep spiritual resonance of natural law and on the wrong side. And so once they start like bragging or being arrogant about it, they die.
So it makes you wonder if the people that are putting the Kool-Aid out there, they know all this. Why would they be getting rid of all the willing?
That's right. Like they're putting they're putting the people there, and then they're letting natural law do the rest.
There was some news the other day that it was this girl. She's like, I think she was like 6 years old or something, somewhere around there, and her mommy was gonna have another baby, and this girl was sick, but she apparently in the news they said that she met her little sister, and a few days later she died of the the CV thing. So she waited for her sister to be born to meet her sister, and then she died of the CV.
It's so sad.
Wow.
Well, the hallmark of something that's unnatural is dependency. If it's
But
natural.
I just wanted to say the last thing, that this girl looks like I mean, I didn't read any specifics, but I would bet that she was like the fully jabby jab type of kid, because she looked like that. And yeah, she died really young. God have her in heaven, hopefully.
Correct. And that sounds like the creator like coming to basically her rescue and timing it in such a way as it's evident judgment to the family.
Well, the
As
Lord
soon as
will.
they get one, they lose one.
Well, the Lord will sustain us forever, and He loves us enough to give us natural bodies that can naturally be maintained without a whole lot of effort. The hallmark of something that's as unnatural as this jibby jab is dependency and just dysfunction. It takes a lot of energy to prop up something that is not natural, and then when these people get so dependent on these new masters, they might not be as loving as the Creator or as willing to maintain them as the Creator would be. And eventually they're just cut off and they just, die because they're serving a master with no love and no interest in maintaining their, dependent puppets, that are dependent on this corrupt system. It's so sad.
We have seen that the creator will use children to convey a message to adults because the child is protected in the shield of innocence, So like it's hard for us to grasp, but yeah, the child's in like protective shield of innocence, and the creator, like the father, will actually use the child, which is his child, by the way, like as a timely expression of judgment. Because that's happened so many times in the scriptures already. Which, by the way, if someone's new to this subject, just continuously are verified on all fronts.
The Lord will sustain us forever. These new masters don't give a damn, and they'll leave you like a hireling in the field and just run off and do their own thing. So sad.
So you best be prepared because something's supposed to come in like a thief in the night. So you're supposed to have your clothing ready and walk circumspect.
Right, but I'm having this like recent revelation of sorts where it's like it's really bad right now, right? We're realizing that it's getting really bad. It's because we just started getting to the level that it used to be. Like it gets so much worse. Like the depravity, the actual evil, the acts that people will accept as norm. We're just now starting to peer into that. That's my take. Like I would encourage everyone to pray for discernment themselves. But I think that we're starting to glimpse into the really bad, and so we're taken back. We're like, this has got to be it. We don't realize the magnitude of returning to like the depths of evil that people once were at. It's like an uplifting message if you understand what I'm saying the right way. Because it's like people everything is over right now. Well, it's not actually, because it looks like we're just now starting to cross that threshold of just blatantly evil acts. And so some people, you may have been like, if you haven't seen it now, you're not going to see it. It's just the beginning.
In a way, it's kind of like they're praying for new handlers, new masters, new gods to rule over them. But this master is not very loving.
Yep. We're watching the divide, bro. We're watching the decision of everybody. You don't have to get it just right to not get it wrong.
Trust the science, they say, and other, mindless mantras, these repetitive statements that seem like a way to empty the mind of agency and invite in demonic possession or something. It's like people don't even want to think anymore, even when you show them the evidence. It's going to be a hell of a battle ahead.
Yeah, I think the divide becomes so much more like defined that it gets easier.
So divide of what? Of the people who can see it and people that can't see it?
Yes.
So when all we can do is just wake up people up, but that just makes us put it in our side. So we're still creating a divide.
Well, no, we just see the truth creates the divide, not us.
We're just a messenger.
But like some that we've written off, they may still be on the right side of the divide. Overall, I think we preemptively think we fully understand the divide.
I mean, look at the cult's activities. You know, these women that accosted this person who was black for not wearing a mask. And then to show that they're approved by the regime, they say, you know, while they're persecuting this person, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. I'm like, this is a cult.
What a
This is
psyop. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
crazy.
There was this lady in some of the protests in Canada, and she approached one of the officers that was over there, and she asked her, "Are you guys obligated to take the GBs?" And he said, "No, we don't. We don't have to. It's your choice." But at the same time, they're arresting people for not taking them, and like people are losing their jobs. But the police that are enforcing whatever rules, they don't have to take it. The cops said that.
Yeah, they got it set up where they've got the corporations in the contract of employment enforcing it, and so in the public arena they actually can't. But in a way, they still can because those police officers are in a contract with. So that's where it gets deep. But they don't want anyone to know about the municipal corporation, so they can't let the officers. They can't make the officers take the job because it would give away the fact that there is a municipal corporation that exists that gives them a contractual power over the police officers. So they have to not tell them they have to take it. I hope that makes sense. Because everyone is privately employed. Everything is contracts. So the cops are in a contract with the courts. They could tell them they have to take it. They don't want to because that would show everyone that knew how to understand what was going on that meant they were enforcing a contract they had with the officers with the municipal corporation.
Well, I mean, for us to have real choice, the choices have to at least be comparable. You know, if I'm giving you choices among flavors of ice cream, it's chocolate or vanilla. It's not chocolate or you're going to be fired. Those choices are not comparable. So the choices that they are giving aren't really choices at all. You know, they're saying you don't have to take it, but you're probably not going to get employed, or you're probably, you know, not going to get to go to a restaurant in places like communist New York or something like that. That's not a comparable choice. It's de facto persecution where they're narrowing the options to say, we really want you to do this or else.
Yeah, it's coercion. Just everything they do is a little deeper. It's like the police officers and all of that. All of it is maritime law. I literally just found it myself reading through their rules this morning. They literally just get everyone in maritime law. Look, it's admitted in their own laws, so no one knows. So like, no one has to do anything, but no one knows that. So the companies think they have to listen to anything the government would ever suggest. They don't know any better. That's why it works, because they make the maritime contract between you and whatever company it is.
And you know what? They also pass this information about our identity back and forth between these municipal corporations, back and forth without our permission, which is actually mail fraud, which is a felony. Also, identity theft.
You know, that's what the
They
Civil
never get
War.
called. They never get called out on all of these things.
Civil War was actually started and was perpetrated because of the 14th Amendment. It had nothing to do with slavery. 14th Amendment is where they put maritime law on the land, removed the law of the land, and replaced it with the maritime law. Also did away with capital C citizens.
Wonder why they don't teach that in school these days. Interesting, eh?
Because it's not conducive to their race war baiting.
Yeah, they tried to do it in the 60s and it didn't work, even though it got quite violent, but it still didn't work.
Yeah, in fact, if you ever did any research on Charles Manson, you'll realize that there's a big question mark about him, particularly because his parole officer, because yes, he was on parole at the time, was also his CIA handler. He was the one providing him with the LSD.
There was a certain clinic he'd frequent as well. I'm forgetting now. I've got that book. I can't even remember the name of the book now.
Yeah, there's a reason why Manson went off on the Helter Skelter thing, because it was CIA programming. It's what they've been
Yeah.
trying to do for a while.
He was
Trying to
totally
raise up.
unveiled, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Here's another dot to connect with is the music industry in Laurel Canyon up there in LA and the naval intelligence, the secret gigantic naval intelligence studio.
Jim Morrison's dad.
Jim
Wasn't
Morrison's
he?
dad, the freaking admiral
Yeah.
during the time of Tonkin Bay.
It's mad. I like all that music, but it kind of taints it a little, knowing that it's kind of, not as pure as I thought. Does that make sense?
Dan Tavistock Institute, all those musicians from the UK, all Tavistock universities they went to. Every single one of those ones, the ones that they went from the art colleges. Oh yeah. Tavistock Institute. The Beatles, the Stones. That was heartbreaking actually, yeah.
So is it like Mamas and Papas, Jefferson Airplane, and all those
Mm-hmm.
people that were friends at the time?
Yeah, Love In, Dropout. I saw like I grew up kind of in California in the very end of those days, kind of like I saw the end of it.
Did you like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Tarantino's changing of history.
Yeah, honestly, I tried watching it a couple times. I haven't made it through the whole thing, but I'll give it another shot.
Yeah, I quite liked it, man. I thought it was pretty cool. Where's all the Globers today, man?
We got a VC verified contact binary balls. Maybe he wants to speak.
Oh, nice. Binary balls.
Are you there, contact binary? Well, in any case, you're VC verified, so.
Do people do that a lot? Ask to be VC verified and then kind of just have stage
Yep.
fright or something? Yeah.
Yep.
It's okay, contact binary. You can talk, don't be shy. I make a fool of myself here every day.
Did it really get that quiet?
Happy Valentine's Day.
You too, man.
Is that what it is? Oh.
I think so. I thought it was the 14th, but people are saying Happy V-Day or whatever.
I'm going to say don't eat processed sugar products.
It's a conspiracy to get men to purchase flowers and chocolate, basically.
Probably even diamonds and stuff like that, just for that one chance.
Pretty soon, every day will be a holiday.
Well, hey, I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation.
A vacation.
And if you don't like your life, then maybe you should change it. It's the Dirty Heads, man. You ever heard them?
Don't think I heard them.
Yeah, the name of the song is Vacation from the Dirty Heads. They're pretty good. It's like a rap ska.
Like No Doubt back in the day?
Yeah, but more modern with the beats. So it's got like some good house bass with it. It's pretty nice.
I'll try to listen to some of the new music that's recommended to me by YouTube when I can. Some of it's okay. Try to stay current with it, relevant.
Well, this song is about 5 years old, I think.
Ancient. Nah, I'm kidding.
Maybe 4 years old. But yeah. I like how they do their music videos. They use After Effect.
I want my new occupation to be on a vacation, making observations on the flat earth.
Oh, those rhymes are sick.
Yeah, because it's like a lyric video, but it's like an actual video. It's pretty cool.
All right, I'll play a song.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.